Let's dive into part 3 of What If Deku Had the Speed Force. The story picks up speed as Deku faces new challenges, faster than ever. Buckle up, this is going to be intense. Chapter 18, Dead. This was it, everything came down to these final seconds. Izuku and Stain locked eyes as they ran at each other. Both were injured but neither showed any sign of backing down. Izuku was determined to kill Stain. Stain was determined to rewrite the world. Each step burned as blood ran down their open wounds. The two speedsters ran inside the crater, causing yellow and green lightning to funnel out, destroying more of the city. Punch for punch the two went, both badly injured but neither wanting to give up. Stain punched Izuku across the face. "What's wrong, Deku? My world's Deku was a lot stronger than you." Sliding back, Izuku grit his teeth as he rushed back in and kneed Stain in the stomach. "Shut up." The hit forced Stain to hunch over. Seeing a chance, Izuku grabbed Stain's head with both hands and pulled. Caught off guard, Stain was met by Izuku's knee to his nose. A loud cracking sound was heard as blood poured down Stain's now broken nose. Stain staggered back, but as he did, a smile was seen on his face. "Just like the fight with my Izuku. Different world, same story, but only this time I will correct this world." With blood running down his nose, Stain stood there taking hits from Izuku from every direction. Izuku was running in and out of the crater and appearing from new places just to punch Stain across the face. After a while, Stain fell to his knees as he desperately tried to shield himself from the barrage of punches. This was it, the perfect moment to kill Stain, and Izuku wasn't going to waste it. Pulling his fist back, Izuku was ready to end this. "Dad, I do this for you." With mere centimeters from piercing Stain's chest, the villain suddenly disappeared. Izuku's eyes widened as he noticed Stain was gone. Hitting nothing but air, Izuku suddenly felt something cold run down his spine. Seeing that Izuku was in a vulnerable place, Stain took advantage and went for the one place, one body part that all speedsters would experience pain: their legs. Aiming for the side of Izuku's knee, Stain managed to kick his knee to the side. A loud pop sound was heard as Izuku screamed out in pain as his tendons ripped and the knee bone shattered. Reeling in pain onto the floor, Izuku grabbed at his knee. A broken patella hurts like hell. It usually takes weeks or months for it to heal, but for us speedsters it will take hours, maybe even a day. However, in that time frame, Stain then kicked Izuku across the face. "You are nothing but a sitting duck, perfect for killing." Again Stain kicked Izuku across the face, causing more blood to splatter across the floor. "Killing my Izuku wasn't much fun. I had to do it fast, but with you. Wham! I can take my time and really enjoy this." Izuku tried to get up and fight back, but every time he did, Stain would just beat him back down. Slowly Izuku began to feel his arms go numb. Is this how it ends? Me dying? Well, at least I'll be with my mom and dad." Slowly closing his eyes, Izuku accepted his fate. Looking over to his side, Stain saw a sharp, mangled piece of metal and decided it would be a good choice to end Izuku's life. Running over, Stain picked up the metal. Looking down, he saw Izuku was barely conscious. "Good, you can still see and hear me. All I wanted was to save my world, to make sure no one else went through what I went through. I saved lives by taking them. While you, on the other hand, even now ruin lives. Killing you again will be another favor to the world." Stain then raised up the sharp metal. "So long, Deku, I'll make sure you have company in the afterlife." Bringing the metal down, Stain aimed for Izuku's chest. But just as it was going to pierce his chest, a blast of blue energy hit Stain, completely freezing him in place. Stain's eyes widened underneath the ice. Looking around, he tried to find who did it. He was surprised when he saw Mei sliding down the crater's side and making it to Izuku. Mei was stunned at Izuku's condition. "Oh God, come on, let's get you out of here." Very carefully and as gently as she could, Mei managed to lift Izuku and hold him up by his shoulder. The two then slowly began to make it up the side of the crater. Seeing this, Stain's eyes began to twitch. "No. Get back here, you bitch. I was so close. You will not take this away from me. I will kill Izuku." As she climbed up the slope, Mei suddenly began to hear breaking sounds. Looking back, Mei was surprised to see the ice around Stain began to crack. "Damn it, that won't hold him for long." Making it to the top, Mei dragged Izuku to a relatively safe place, just as more cracks began to form on the ice. Setting him down on a broken piece of wall that formed a sort of chair, Izuku slumped over. "How the heck am I going to get you out of here? If only I had one of my babies, I could have moved you easily." Just then Mei heard the sounds of Izuku grunting. Turning, she found him trying to get up. Hey, no, you need to sit down. Your body is in really bad shape," she said, trying to make him sit back down. But Izuku refused. I have to kill him, said Izuku as blood dripped from his mouth. I have too. As Izuku was mid-sentence, a loud slap was heard. The slap wasn't hard, but with Izuku's injuries it stung. Turning his head back, Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing. Mei had tears in her eyes. Mei. Why you absolute idiot, she yelled. Don't you see that your vendetta against Stain is going to get yourself killed? Look at you can barely stand, let alone run. And that's not even the worst part, look. Grabbing his head, Mei forced Izuku to look at the city. The roads were destroyed, homes gone, buildings reduced to rubble, fire spreading, it was just pure destruction. This is all on you, said Mei. Your careless actions have destroyed this city and have displaced countless people. You said you were doing this to avenge your dad. But can you honestly tell me that this is what he would want? For the first time since his father died, Izuku's rage calmed. But, I have to, for my dad. You have to stop, that's what you have to do. Are you really going to let others suffer, all in the name of your dad? Questioned Mei. Izuku was speechless. But nothing. You, Izuku Midoriya, are the kindest, most caring person on this world. At least you were. I know losing your dad has been hard on you. I may not fully understand what you're going through, but please stop and think about what you are doing, said Mei. Izuku hung his head. No one asked, he said in a low voice. Mei heard what he said, but didn't know what he meant. What? No one asked what? Izuku looked up, only for Mei to see tears running down his face. No one asked if I was okay. Everyone just kept saying I'm sorry for your loss. Or Izuku, you have to stop. Izuku, you have to relax. I didn't need to hear that. I needed to, no, I wanted to be told that it was going to be alright, that I'm not going to be alone. But instead you all treated me like I was a sad, out of control animal and tried to lock me up. And you know something, maybe you're right, maybe my dad wouldn't have wanted this. But it's what I want. Izuku, I'm sorry. I should have told you all of that when it happened, said Mei, with sadness in her voice. But look around you. You say you wanted this, can you really say that when all you've done is destroy this city and ruin the lives of countless others? Look, is this how you want people to remember your dad? Izuku grit his teeth, and no. Then please, end this. Don't fight anymore, come back to UA with me. We'll find a way to stop Stain together, said Mei. For a second Izuku was about to agree when out came a bolt of yellow lightning. Izuku saw that it was aiming for Mei, so he quickly grabbed her and pulled her towards himself. Isn't that nice? It seems to me you two were finally making some progress. I was so close to breaking you, Izuku. The death of your father wasn't enough, so how about the death of Mei, said Stain, pointing right at Mei. With green lightning jumping off his body, Izuku stared down Stain. I won't let you touch her. I'll kill you before I let that happen. Stain smiled, you're barely able to stand, let alone run. As you are now, I can kill both of you easily. Mei hid behind Izuku, not out of fear but in order to hide the freeze gun. Changing the settings on it, Mei began to power it up. Izuku, do you still trust me? She asked. Izuku didn't hesitate, yes. Good. Mei then pointed the gun, not at Stain, but at Izuku. Stain was surprised when Mei fired. A ray of blue energy hit Izuku behind the knee and began to encase it in ice. Now with a small thin layer of ice around his knee, Mei stopped. You shouldn't feel any pain anymore thanks to the ice. It won't last forever and I doubt you'll be able to run at full speed. But this should give you at least 5 minutes. Don't waste it. Izuku smiled as green lightning began to surround his body. Thanks Mei, I owe you. Taking a step forward with his iced up, broken knee, Izuku ran toward Stain. He was slower, but so was Stain. Pushing Stain away from Mei, the two fought in the street once again. The two were moving so fast that the only time others saw them was when one of them went for a punch. Mei came out to see them, and she noticed that Izuku wasn't crashing into any more buildings or destroying property any more than it already was. Good, he's clearing his mind and only focusing on Stain. Mei, come in, can you hear me? Asked All Might through the earpiece. Yeah, I can hear you. Answered Mei. Did you fail? Asked All Might. I'm not sure. He saw what he did and regrets it, but I still think he wants to kill Stain, said Mei as she watched the two streaks of light smashing into each other. We did what we could, now it's up to Izuku to decide what he wants. With Izuku, he could feel his body aching. He needed to end this and fast. And he knew just what to do, but so did Stain. Feeling tired yet, Deku? With your injuries I'm sure it must be hard to move. Here, Take a rest. Cracking Izuku in the face, the speedster went flying through a concrete pillar. He tumbled and rolled on the ground before readjusting himself and sliding to a stop. Appearing in front of Izuku, Stain laughed, "Come now, where's all that anger you had a moment ago?" Gritting his teeth, Izuku clenched his fist and hit Stain with an uppercut. "It's still here. And I'm still going to kill you." Going low, Izuku took out Stain's legs from under him. While falling, Izuku went in and began to punch him in the stomach. Punch after punch, Izuku mercilessly beat down Stain. Even after hitting the ground, Izuku continued to punch him, so much so that the ground beneath them caved in. Stain could do nothing as the onslaught continued, blood splattered in every direction. 5 seconds, that is all it took to punch Stain over 3,000 times. By the end of it, Izuku's knuckles had blood dripping down them. Laying there on the ground was Stain in a pool of his own blood. Breathing heavily, Izuku thought it was over, but much to his surprise, Stain coughed out blood and let out a gasp for air. "I'm still alive, Deku," said Stain, his breath wheezing and quiet. "As long as I'm still alive, I will make sure my dream comes true. I will make the perfect world." Izuku looked at Stain before silently walking over to him. As he did, Izuku began to vibrate his hand. Mei, who appeared from behind a building, saw Izuku ready to kill Stain. "Izuku." Mei tried to go down to stop him but was instead stopped herself. "Let him," said a voice behind her. Turning around, Mei found an injured Bakugo with a hand on her shoulder. "But we have to." But as Mei spoke, Bakugo shook his head. "This is his choice. We have no right to get in his way, not anymore." Bakugo looked behind him. "Isn't that right, All Might?" Appearing from behind the two, All Might looked down at Izuku. "Whatever choice young Midoriya makes, will change him forever. We have to let him decide for himself." With Izuku stopping in front of Stain, the young speedster's eyes burned green with power. "You took away the one person that was still my family. You didn't just kill my dad that night, you killed me as well." Stain tried to laugh but instead coughed. "Now you know how I felt when you took away my family. But unlike me, you still have Mei. Once I recover, I'll kill her. Picture it, her lifeless body in your arms, and all because of you. Then, when you are broken, I will kill you." Hearing this made Izuku mad. Picking Stain up, Izuku slammed him against a wall with one arm and the other arm being the one that was vibrating. Mei, Bakugo, and All Might all flinched as it happened. Mei wanted to go down and stop him, but the others were right. Izuku had to choose. "Yes, that's it, get angry. Kill me. Then you'll become just like me," yelled Stain as blood ran down his mouth. "Show this world your true colors." Pulling back his hand, Izuku narrowed his eyes, with pleasure. Mei's eyes widened as she watched Izuku throw his hand forward. But much to everyone's surprise, instead of impaling Stain, Izuku stabbed into the wall beside his face. With his head hanging low, Izuku spoke, "I'm nothing like you. Mei was right, my dad wouldn't have wanted this. Even though I do, he wouldn't want me to go down this path." "Coward," yelled Stain. "Kill me." But Izuku refused. "No, I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean you'll go unpunished." With his other arm, Izuku touched Stain on the chest. "Don't worry, you'll have all the time you'll need to reflect on what you've done." Just then a massive surge of electricity shot out of Stain as Izuku activated his speed. Stain knew what he was doing and freaked out. "No. Stop. I'll turn myself in. No, kill me instead. Let me be with my family." Through the green lightning, Izuku gave Stain a sad look. "Sorry, but you won't get what you want this time." Mei, Bakugo, and All Might all shielded their eyes from the lights. As this was happening, Stain finally accepted his fate. "I'd say I'll see you in hell, Izuku, but you're already living in it. You killed those I loved in an instant. The only thing I saw was a blur, a green blur of light. Live with that." After a few seconds the lights died down. The group looked at Izuku, only to have him wobble before falling onto the ground. Izuku. Running towards him, Mei was the first one to reach him. Only to find him unconscious, probably due to his injuries. "Thank goodness you're still alive." "Where's Stain?" asked Bakugo. The group then turned to find Stain standing in front of them. "Get ready you two," said All Might, "ready for a fight." But much to their surprise, Stain didn't move. "He isn't moving? Why?" asked Bakugo. Walking over to the villain, All Might went to see if he was alive. He felt no pulse, but it seemed as if Stain was alert. "I can't tell if he's alive or not. He's also just standing there. I wonder why?" "We can worry about that later, we need to get Izuku to a hospital," said Mei, holding Izuku in her arms. Several hours later. Slowly waking up, Izuku heard the beeping of monitors and immediately knew that he was back in a hospital, again. Man, I really spend more time here than any other place. That is an understatement, said Recovery Girl. RC? What are you doing here? I thought this was a hospital, said Izuku, sitting up. We are actually at UA. It was the only place that could heal you. Well, that and we have the technology, said Recovery Girl, motioning to his arms. Izuku looked down to find metal cuffs around his wrists that had 3 striped lights. Those are inhibitor cuffs, designed after you left the school, not by Hatsune. It won't negate all of your speed, you still need that for healing. But other than that, you should be just as slow as the rest of us. Izuku smiled, I figured as much. I can feel it working all right, my body feels slow and heavy. So, what now? Now we decide what to do with you, said Aizawa entering the room, along with All Might and Naomasa. But let's start with what did you do to Stain? He isn't dead, but won't move. Explain. I froze him in time in a sense. Explained Izuku. Remember what I did to you, All Might? Yeah, if I recall, you stole my momentum. Answered All Might. Izuku nodded, I did the same to him, but this time I cranked it up. Stain is alive and alert, but his movements are slow, really slow. If our movements are a 1, his right now are at .00000000000000000000000000002. He'll stay like that forever, always thinking, unable to move. So in the end you didn't kill him, said All Might. Just imprisoned him for eternity. I don't know what's worse, death or that. I really wanted him dead, but my dad wouldn't have wanted that. I was so blinded by rage and sadness. I hurt people to get what I wanted, destroyed homes, buildings. Displaced so many people, and all for my own selfish reasons. Izuku clenched his fists. I'll take whatever punishment you give me. I'm done running. Everyone turned to Naomasa. Well, that's fortunate to hear, because unfortunately for you, we need your speed. Izuku turned to the detective, I don't understand. After all the people I hurt. That's the thing, Midoriya, no one got hurt. Explained Aizawa. Izuku couldn't believe it, no one, like at all? But what about the homes I destroyed? When we sent heroes to check, we found that every single person that was in danger had been taken out of harm's way. Families who were in their homes were brought outside as their homes fell, said All Might. Out of everyone, only those in Hasu were injured. And they were minor injuries as well. That's not possible. How? Asked Izuku. Naomasa took out his phone and showed Izuku a video of an office building. The video showed Izuku and Stain running through the building, causing it to fall. The office workers all ran for the exits, but they wouldn't make it. That is until another streak of light came in and got them all out of harm's way. That's the thing, we don't know. Reports say that a streak of light saved them. We were hoping you'd know. Izuku thought about it. The only other speedster that could move as fast as we were, was Melissa. But she wouldn't have saved them, this was someone else. But who exactly? We will figure that out later. Right now, Midoriya, you have a debt to pay, said All Might. Nodding, Izuku looked at the group, like I said, I'll take whatever punishment you give me. Even if that means jail time. The next day, this is not what I expected, said Izuku as he stood in front of a building he destroyed. Count yourself lucky no one died. If they did, this would have been very different, said Aizawa. Now get started. Pressing a button on a remote, Aizawa deactivated the cuffs on Izuku. You have 1 full day to fix and rebuild all the buildings, homes, and roads you destroyed. But I doubt you'll take that long. Izuku looked back at Aizawa, but I don't know the first thing about construction. Aizawa shrugged, you're fast, figure it out. Without wasting any time, Izuku took off to Tokyo Library, where he would find books about construction, structural engineering, guidelines, and safety laws. All about how to build homes, office buildings, schools, and roads. Within a minute, Izuku closed the final book. Done, now time to get all the material. Taking off once again, Izuku made it back to where Aizawa was and quickly got to work. Zooming back and forth from the road or building he destroyed, he rapidly began to rebuild everything. The once broken road was fixed and given a new coat of asphalt, making it better than before. The homes Izuku destroyed while running all throughout Japan were fixed within seconds. All over Japan Izuku ran, but this time instead of destroying everything, he fixed it. Even the massive crater he left in Hasu City was patched up. 45 minutes had gone by and Izuku ran back to where Aizawa was. Done. Aizawa walked over. That was slower than I expected. What took you so long? Izuku sighed. You mean besides learning everything there was to know about construction and regulations? Fair point. So that's it, you fixed what you destroyed. The insurance companies must be overjoyed, said Aizawa. They won't have to pay any more. Izuku chuckled, yeah, guess so. Aizawa then noticed Izuku staring at a family. What's on your mind, kid? It's just something Stain said. He told me that he and I were the same. And after seeing all of the destruction I caused, he wasn't that far off. That world's Bakugo turned into that because the other me was careless. Am I destined to do the same? Asked Izuku. That, I can't say. Explained Aizawa. But what I can say is that you are not that world's Bakugo, nor that Midoriya. You are you, this you. And I'll promise you this now, if you ever go down that road again, I will take you down myself. Izuku smiled, thanks Aizawa, but I think you'll have to wait in line for that. I already got someone willing to do that. She really didn't want to do it. You do know that, right? Asked Aizawa. Yeah, I know. It was my own fault. If I'd just listened to her back then none of this would have happened. I can't blame or hate Mei for what she did, I have no right to. But what I can do is thank her and hope she forgives me, said Izuku, turning his back on the rebuilt roads. So what comes next? I know this isn't all of the punishment. How right you are. Come on, someone wants to talk to you. Aizawa then took Izuku back to UA. From there he was taken into a conference room and was told to wait. A couple of minutes later Mei and Bakugo walked into the room. Guys, what are you two doing here? Asked Izuku. Mei sat down across from Izuku and looked him in the eyes. You are an idiot, you know that. Izuku flinched, yeah, I know. You almost threw everything away just to kill Stain, continued Mei. You were rash, put others in danger, destroyed homes. You were acting like a villain. Izuku put his head down and slumped his shoulders, yeah, I know. Mei clenched her fists, I'm sorry. Izuku was surprised, huh? He looked back up to find Mei with tears running down her face. We are to blame for this too, said Bakugo. When you lost your dad that night, our first thought was making sure you didn't do anything stupid. We should have asked, no, we should have been there for you. You needed to grieve, you needed someone to tell you everything was going to be fine. But we weren't there. And for that we are sorry, said Mei. Izuku reached out and grabbed Mei's hands. Mei, Bakugo, none of this is your fault. You guys tried to help me, when I thought you were trying to get in my way. If anything I should be apologizing to you, for not listening. We all have faults in this, said Aizawa. The school should have done better. I should have done better. Guess we all could have done better, said Izuku. Which leads us to our next topic. While we believe UA shouldn't punish you due to what you went through, the police say otherwise. Explained Aizawa. What are they recommending? Asked Izuku. Aizawa sighed, they want to charge you with unlawful use of quirk. Destruction of city and government property. Attempted murder and assault with a deadly quirk. Each with multiple charges behind them. Not to mention vigilantism. What? That's bullshit, yelled Bakugo, angrily. If anyone should be charged, it should be Stain. UA agrees, but with him now out of the picture. The government and police are looking for a scapegoat. They could shift the blame to Stain, but with how he is now they won't accept that, said Aizawa. Izuku's eyes softened, so in short, they want to throw me in a cell. You can't let them, said Mei. No one is denying what Izuku did was wrong, but the entire blame shouldn't fall on him. Just then the door to the room opened up. That's why we worked out a deal with the police, said Nezu, on All Might's shoulder. But in order for it to go through, you Midoriya must agree to it. A deal? How did you guys get a deal? Asked Izuku. Don't tell me you. He then looked at All Might. The number one hero nodded, perks for being the number one hero. Police and authority tend to take your side. Unfortunately, this time they were more persistent. They want you punished in some way, shape or form. Given the fact that you already fixed all of the structural damage they couldn't get you on that. But they want to make an example out of you to deter others from doing what you did. So, in exchange for keeping you out of jail, UA has agreed to place you under strict monitoring probation until further notice, said Nezu. Part of this deal states that you must be willing to go see a therapist. Another is that if you do anything out of line, anything at all, we will hand you over to the police without hesitation. Where you will be charged for your crimes and given the maximum sentencing. So he either keeps his freedom but with a bunch of restrictions. Or he goes to jail for a long time. Recapped Bakugo. Not much of a choice. Izuku nodded, yeah, but it's better than staying in jail. Alright Nezu, you have a deal. Good, we'll go inform the police, said Nezu as he and All Might turned to leave. But just as they were underneath the door frame, Nezu stopped. And Midoriya, it's good to have you back. The group watched as Nezu and All Might walked out of the room, leaving only Aizawa behind. There is also the public you have to deal with, Midoriya, said Aizawa. Some are praising what you did, while others are cursing you. You have to be ready to face them when the time comes. Izuku nodded, I figured as much, but I'll be ready. Life is going to be more difficult from now on. And we'll be here to help you through it, said Mei, along with Bakugo. You won't be alone, not again. UA halls. Why didn't you tell him? Asked All Might, as he walked through the halls. Because if I did, he wouldn't have accepted it. Or at least it would have made it more difficult. Explained Nezu. Trust me when I say, no one likes to have their privacy breached. But it's a small price to pay in order to make sure he stays outside a cell. Midoriya is too much of an asset to let rot in a cell. But there are too many unknowns about him and his power. Hopefully this can give us the answers we need. Nezu reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a small vial of blood. As the principal held it, green lightning sparked inside it. Elsewhere. In an unknown location, Shigaraki stood looking at the TV. The news was reporting that all of the destruction Izuku and Stain had caused was now fixed. This only pissed the villain off, damn it. We attacked Hasu first, we should be the ones on the news. Not that brat or that wannabe villain. Just then Kurogiri appeared behind the bar. Sir, the master is on the line. He wishes to speak with you. Shigaraki nodded, as he did. A monitor appeared in the bar with words "Info" on the screen. Forgive me master, I lost all of the nomus you gave me, said Shigaraki. Worry not my boy. We can always make more. But that's not important right now. What happened, happened, learn from this and do better next time, said Info. Shigaraki nodded, yes master. Good, now on to the next topic. It seems we have underestimated the boy. It's clear to me that we are going to need help taking him down. That is why I am suggesting you find some friends who can help you, said Info. After all, a man who doesn't ask for help is doomed to fail. Yes master, I'll do just that, said Shigaraki. Again, I am sorry about the nomus. It is fine my boy. Now go find yourself some friends. With that, Info went offline, leaving Shigaraki to search for friends to help him. Unknown location. The warehouse was cold and empty. It had been years since it was used and no one ever came to check on it. That is, until a bright light shined inside the warehouse. Whoa, that was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, said a voice from within the light. To think he would go that far. What do you expect? It's Izuku Midoriya we are talking about. He's always been that way, said another voice, but this one was more robotic. Yeah, like I would know. If it wasn't for. Taking a moment, the mystery person took a deep breath but was clearly agitated. At least we were able to keep people from dying. Isn't it about time you reveal yourself? Asked the robotic voice. But the person shook their head, no, not yet. I took a huge risk saving those people. If they even caught a glimpse of my face it would be over. There's still some stuff I have to do. But your speed, the more you use it the more you lose your connection. At this rate you'll lose your entire connection to the speed force before it happens, said the robotic voice, now slightly panicked. It will be fine, as long as I only use it when it's absolutely necessary I should be good. I will stop it from happening, I just have to, said the mystery person. The robotic voice then turned soft, but, if you continue down this path. I know, said the mystery person, sighing out of frustration. I know what this means for me, but that doesn't change what has to be done, what I have to do. The consequences of not righting what's wrong will only lead to catastrophe. The timeline must be restored. Chapter 19, Unexpected. A few days had gone by since the Hasu disaster and things were slowly going back to normal. Izuku went back to school, but as he walked the halls he could feel people staring at him. They all saw the news and saw the destruction he caused and were afraid. If he could do that out of rage, what was stopping him from doing it again if he wanted to? Short answer, nothing. But that wasn't the strangest thing that happened. The day after the disaster the police were searching an old warehouse and found Stain, this world Stain. He was bound by his arms and legs, unable to move in a cold, empty warehouse for days. Miraculously he was alive. They took him in but found that he was surprisingly quiet. It was only after he was thrown into a cell he spoke a single word. Speed. Back with Izuku, he sat in his chair waiting for the final class to begin. As he waited, he looked around to find everyone talking with someone. Even Bakugo, who normally kept to himself, was talking with Kirishima. Man, I should really talk to more people. Hey Midoriya, said someone calling out to him. Izuku turned and found Uraka standing beside his desk. Oh hey Uraka, what's up? Nothing much, just wondering how you were doing? She asked. You know, since everything happened, people have been looking at you weird. It's like they are scared. Yeah, I know, it sucks, but I understand why they are scared. I would be too, said Izuku. But I can't do anything about their fears. What's done is done. Well, if you ever need anyone to talk to, just know I'm here for you, said Uraka, giving Izuku a warm smile. Izuku smiled back, thanks Uraka, it really means a lot to hear that. Uraka then began to twirl her hair. Hey, if it's not too much trouble. Do you want to? I don't know, Han. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, the door to the room opened up and in walked Aizawa. Alright everyone, shut up and sit down. Everyone quickly did what they were told and sat down. Good, now, I know a lot has happened these last couple of days. But you all did well when you were called up to help in Hasu. Take this experience and learn from it. However, you shouldn't relax just yet. Everyone's favorite time of the year is starting soon. Aizawa then let out a wide smile. Final exams. Altogether, most of the class felt despair fall over them. Izuku wasn't too bothered by the announcement since he could literally read the entire textbook in a second. The others, however, weren't as lucky. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this year's exams are going to be different, explained Aizawa. That is all the information you get, so be ready for anything. Class ended and everyone was packing up their things when Izuku got up and was stopped by Bakugo. The two looked at each other. The class thought they were about to fight. But without saying a word, both nodded, grabbed their stuff and walked out of the class. What the hell was that? Asked Kirishima, confused as to what just happened. I think they just read each other's minds, said Jiro, equally as confused. Leaving their classmates behind, Izuku and Bakugo walked towards the main gate. Bakugo turned around to find Izuku texting. You sure you don't want to wait for her? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'm just texting her that I'll meet up with her in the hut. But knowing Mei, she'll probably won't see the text until much later. Besides, this is between me and you. After getting on a train and getting off at the beach, Izuku and Bakugo made it down to the hut. Walking in, Bakugo was hit with a nostalgic feeling. Man, it's been forever since I've gone in here. How long has it been? Izuku thought about it. I'd say like 6 years. You stopped coming because you thought Mei and I were just messing about. Well, guess I was wrong, said Bakugo as he walked over to Izuku's workbench to find a picture of Izuku and Mei with oil smudges on their faces. You two did always seem to be perfect for each other. Izuku laughed. Don't worry Kachan, you'll find someone too one day. Hopefully. Bakugo balled his fist. What do you mean hopefully? If you can get a girlfriend, I can sure as hell too. The two friends soon both let out laughter. There was a fun, almost playful atmosphere around them. But that all changed when Bakugo got serious. His look and tone of voice changed. I need to tell you something. Izuku looked at his old friend. Yeah, what is it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the pain I caused you, said Bakugo. As much as I wish it wasn't, the person who killed your dad was me. And for that I'm truly sorry, Dek. No, Izuku. Oh, would you just shut up, said Izuku, much to Bakugo's surprise. I know as well as you do that version of you wasn't who you are. They may have had the same face, but they weren't you. But still. But nothing, yelled Izuku. That wasn't you, it will never be you. Why? Because this you is always trying to be the best, always trying to beat me one way or another. And if you ever stop trying to be number one, I will kick your ass myself. Bakugo smiled at his friend. I do want to be number one. And I'm sure you will be. Now stop worrying about me and focus on yourself, said Izuku. So, on to the next topic, said Bakugo, leaning against the workbench. That other speedster, any idea who it was? Izuku shook his head. No, I was too focused on staying to even look around. I already asked Mei to see if they could track them, but nothing. So, they appeared, saved a bunch of people, and then disappeared. That's weird, said Bakugo. It wasn't a hero, that's for sure, they would have stayed. I can't even guess who they could be another version of myself, or of you. Could be even someone from another universe. Thanks to all this time travel, alternate timeline, other universe people showing up, it's hard to keep track. Explained Izuku. But one thing is for sure, Things are going to get weird from now on. Bakugo scoffed, like it already wasn't. The two friends looked at each other before both letting out laughs. This was how it should be, two friends just hanging out, having a laugh. So, are you going? Asked Bakugo. Izuku nodded, yeah, last time I went, well, let's just say I wasn't in the best mindset. Besides, I have to apologize to him. I see, well go. Don't make him wait more than he already has, said Bakugo. You're right, I should go. You can hang out here if you want, or go. But if you see Mei, tell her where I am. I'll see you later, Kachan. With that, Izuku grabbed his things and ran out of the hut. As he ran, Izuku stopped in front of a flower shop and bought 2 bouquets of flowers. Taking off again, he made it to the cemetery. Walking in, Izuku went to where his parents were buried. Taking 1 bouquet, he laid it on the ground in front of the gravestone. He did the same with the other stone. Hey mom, hey dad. As you probably already know, it's been a rough couple of days for me, and... As Izuku spoke, he suddenly felt something run down his face. Huh? Why? He asked himself. Why? I'm already crying. Biting the lower part of his lip hard, Izuku tried to hold it in. I'm so sorry, Dad. I did all those terrible things. I could have used my speed to help people. But instead I used it to hurt people. I used your name to justify what I was doing. I was wrong. Izuku fell to his knees as tears ran down his face. After sobbing for a bit, Izuku whipped the tears away. I know I've disappointed you both, but I swear, I will be better. I couldn't save you that night, Dad, and I'll miss you, and Mom, every day. I even thought about going back in time and fixing everything. I'd go back and save the both of you, and if it resulted in a terrible world, I'd keep going back until I found the perfect world. Getting up off the ground, Izuku looked at the gravestones, but I'd know neither of you would want that, not when it meant others would suffer. And now I'm stuck here, alone, without either of you. I don't think I will ever forgive myself for not saving you too, but what I can do is make sure the life I'm living now isn't wasted. I will save people, I will be better, and I will always love you both. Izuku stood in front of his parents' graves for well over an hour. As he stood there in silence, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Izuku, you all right? Someone asked. Wiping away the tears, Izuku nodded before turning. Yeah, I'm fine now, Mei. Mei then stopped beside Izuku and looked at the graves. I'm sorry. For what? She asked. I said something terrible to you and I. But as Izuku spoke, Mei pressed a finger on his lips, shutting him up. You don't have to apologize for that. I know you didn't mean it. But I do want to know one thing, said Mei, turning to Izuku. Why did you save me? Izuku stayed silent for a few seconds. If you don't want to answer, I'd understand. In all honesty, I don't know. When I found out where the two of you were, I took off. I didn't even think about which direction I went, said Izuku. Mei wasn't sure if she wanted to hear the answer to that question, but she accepted his response. I see. But if you ask me if I regret saving you, my answer is no. I'm glad I managed to save you. You will always be someone special to me, Mei, said Izuku. That will never change. Mei nodded. Good. Now with that out of the way. Mei suddenly grabbed Izuku by the arm and began to pull him. We are heading to the hut right now. Surprised, Izuku raised an eyebrow as he was being dragged along. Why? Are you kidding me? After all the cool stuff you did. I need to figure out what you can do now. Not to mention I need to make some new tech for you. You may have gotten away from me last time, but I won't let you go now. And I won't hear no for an answer, said Mei. Izuku sighed. All right, you win. He then turned around and looked at his parents' graves. I'll be fine, Mom, Dad, so don't worry about me. Rest easy. Unknown location. Shigaraki sat on the bar, waiting for his new friends to show up. His master told him to find people to help him in his goals, so he did. Shigaraki, they are here, said Kurogiri. Shigaraki nodded. Let them in. Just then a black portal opened up in the bar and out walked 2 individuals. So this is the hideout of the League of Villains. Honestly, I expected more, said one voice. This place is pretty neat. Reminds me of an old movie I used to watch, said another voice, but this one was a girl's voice. So these are the 2? Asked Shigaraki, getting up from his seat. Kurogiri nodded as he closed the portal. Yes, I'll let them introduce themselves. The girl was the first to raise her hand. She wore a school uniform, had blonde hair and red-colored eyes. She smiled, showing off her 2 fangs. Me, I'll go first. My name is Himiko Toga. It was then the other person's turn. He wore a long black trench coat and had scars on his arms and face. The name is Dabi. Shigaraki looked at the two, and was very unimpressed. Really? This is the best you can get me? A teenage girl and an emo boy who looks like he should be playing guitar in a 2000s band. Yeah, no. Dabi scoffed, this coming from a guy who has drier skin than a lizard's ass. What did you say? Asked Shigaraki, turning and glaring at Dabi. You heard me. If you don't want us, fine, I only came here because I heard the hero killer was thinking of joining, said Dabi. Oh. I like Stain too. So is he coming? Is he? Asked Toga, smiling. Shigaraki clenched his fist, Stain this, Stain that. That's all everyone talks about these days, that and the boy from UA. We were the ones who attacked the city first. Stain came to us. We should be the ones everyone remembers. There's no room for fan clubs in this league. I'll kill you. Just as Shigaraki lifted his hand, both Dabi and Toga sensed the danger. Toga reached into her skirt and pulled out a knife. Dabi lifted his right arm as blue flame sparked. But just as they were going to attack each other, a portal opened up in front of their attacks. Toga's knife stabbed into the floor, Dabi's flames hit the floor, and Shigaraki grabbed a bottle, causing it to disintegrate. Please everyone, calm down. Fighting between ourselves won't solve anything. While we fight here, the heroes are planning their next move. We must be ready. Shigaraki sighed, as much as I hate to admit it, you are right. Master said to bring in new people. I suppose these will do. Alright, let's see if the two of you have any worth. Toga twirled her knife a bit before putting it back in her skirt. I get the feeling this will be the start of a beautiful friendship. UA. 1 week, that all Class 1A were given to prepare for their final exams. The exam would be 2 parts, a written portion and a practical. The written portion was relatively easy. It was the practical part that had them most worried. Rumors began to circulate that it was a fight with the same robots from the entrance exam, but that was yet to be seen. It was now time for the practical part of the exams to take place, and Izuku was ready for whatever the school had planned. Once it was time to take the exam for the hero course, the class were told to change into their hero costumes. If they passed, they would be rewarded with a trip to the woods in order to train their quirks. If they failed, well, they would stay behind. One by one the class emerged from the locker rooms to find all of their teachers waiting for them. Why do I get the feeling something outrageous is about to happen? Asked Izuku as he walked out without his mask on. That's because it is. UA and normal really don't go hand in hand, said Bakugo. You of all people should know that, considering you are the king of not being normal. I'm normal. Sometimes, said Izuku. Well, whatever, let's see what they have in store for us. Good, you are all here, said Aizawa. Now we can begin with the final exams. Nezu, I'll leave it up to you to explain. Appearing from within Aizawa's scarf was Nezu. Thank you, Aizawa. Now, as some of you may have heard, your final will consist of fighting. Similar to what you did during the entrance exam. However, this year we decided to change that. The class all started to get a worried look on their face. This year, instead of robots, you will be fighting pros. What? Yelled out the class in unison. You will be placed into teams of 2 and assigned a hero to fight. Explained Midnight. The exam will take place in one of our arenas, so be ready for that. Heroes will be given a handicap to even out the odds. Furthermore, there is an exit at the end of the said arena where if you exit, you win. This is also a timed exam, you get 30 minutes to leave or capture your assigned hero to win. Now that you know what's going on, let's start, said Aizawa. Names began to get read out loud. Izuku patiently waited to hear his name called, but much to his surprise it wasn't. That is until the end, and last but not least, Izuku Midoriya. You will be facing everyone. Izuku's eyes widened. Say what now? You will be taking on each and every hero here at the same time. Repeated Nezu. Also, since we are all aware of how fast you are, you will be the one given the handicap. After hearing that, Izuku smiled. This is getting interesting. Alright, let's see what UA's best has to offer. Oh, we saved the best for last, said Aizawa, pointing up. Izuku looked up to see a shadow fall on him, and a loud boom as something came crashing down onto the ground. I hope you are ready, Midoriya. This won't be easy. Why? 'Cause I am here. All Might landed with a loud thud. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Now we are talking. What's the handicap? Nezu pulled out the cuffs Izuku was wearing in the hospital after his fight with Stain, but these were different. Power suppressing collar, specifically designed for you. It will limit your speed. I'd say a good 85% reduction should be enough. The same rules apply to you, but there's a catch. If the heroes manage to touch you even once, you lose. Also, you are not allowed to run out and win like the rest of the students. You must take down all of the teachers before you get to leave. That doesn't seem fair, said Uraka. Midoriya is fast, but isn't this a bit much? No, actually, I think it's too little. Even with 85% reduction in speed, he still might run rings around us, said Izuku. But this should be fine. Izuku nodded. It's fine with me as well. How about we save the best for last? Good with you, Nezu? Nezu nodded. That's fine with us. With the terms set, Izuku, along with his class, went over to an observation area where they could see their classmates fight. 2 by 2 they went, most passed, but some did not. Izuku was looking up at the screen watching Bakugo when someone walked beside him. Do you really think you can take on all the teachers? Asked Uraka. Izuku smirked. Honestly, maybe. The only thing I have going for me is my speed, that and some moves Izuku taught me. Other than that, nothing. He then turned to Uraka. Why do you ask? Uraka rubbed the back of her head. It's just that, I'm worried about you. That surprised Izuku. He wasn't particularly close with Uraka. Sure, they talked and there was that with the alternate timeline, but their conversations normally boiled down to school. I'll be fine, trust me. Oh right, nice job beating 13. You've really improved, those moves were awesome. Uraka blushed slightly. Thanks, maybe I could teach you some of them. You know, if you want. Really? Sure, I'd like that, said Izuku, as he turned to the screen to find Bakugo had won. Nice. Just then an announcement played on the speakers. Izuku Midoriya, please make your way to Ground Omega. Well, this is it. Wish me luck. Izuku turned and walked over to the arena. Arena Omega. The place of Izuku's final exam was set to take place in a replica city, similar to the entrance exam but much bigger. Walking down the one end of the city, Izuku put on the collar to suppress his speed. Putting it on, he immediately felt himself slow down. Oh wow, this is a lot slower than I thought I was going to be. Midoriya, are you ready? Asked Nezu over the speakers in the city. Izuku pulled his mask over his face and nodded as green lightning sparked around him. Oh yeah, let's get this party started. Very well. Then let your final exam begin. With a loud horn blaring, the exam was on. Izuku took a step forward, but as he did, the ground beneath him began to shift. What the? Soon several pillars erupted from the ground and shot into the sky. Looking around, Izuku noticed that he was surrounded, but saw that there was an opening to his right. Nice try, but if you wanted to trap me, you should have closed it all. Running towards the opening, Izuku thought he was out. But just as he squeezed past the opening, the pillars that shot into the sky came crashing down. Normally this would have been child's play for Izuku. But with his speed very much reduced, he was comparable to All Might when it came to speed. Fast, but trackable to a hero's eyes. With widened eyes, Izuku dodged the first pillar. The second came soon after, causing him to dodge to his left. The third didn't even give him a chance to breathe when it too came crashing down. Spinning Izuku out of the way, Izuku turned his head and found the pillar centimeters from him. That was a close call. Alright, let's see where you all are. Running into the city square, Izuku stopped when he saw several copies of each of his teachers standing in front of him. Took you long enough to get here, said all of the clones of Izuku. We were thinking you wouldn't show up, said Midnight's clones. Izuku smirked. This must be ectoplasm's quirk. Nice try, but I've already faced clones before. Meaning? Rushing one of the clones, Izuku tackled them into a wall. I know this is the real one. Ectoplasm grunted in pain as he was slammed against the wall. Are you sure about that? Asked Ectoplasm as his body began to fade. What? Said Izuku, surprised. Turning, he found all of the clones of his teachers disappear. What are you guys planning? Don't worry, Midoriya, you'll figure it out, said a loud booming voice. We all know even with your reduced speed we may not stand a chance. That's why we have something whipped up for you. As Izuku looked around in an attempt to find All Might, his attention turned to the east when a loud bang was heard. Turning, Izuku's eyes widened when he saw a bullet aiming for his head. Reacting, Izuku leaned back, narrowly dodging it. Are you guys crazy? I could have died, yelled Izuku as he sprung back up. They are rubber bullets, said Izuku. It will hurt but won't kill. Good luck. 5 more shots rang out throughout the city as Izuku dodged the incoming bullets. Those bullets are coming from straight ahead. Time to get rid of this annoyance. Running towards the bullets, Izuku dodged, zigzagging through the street and coming upon a 5-story building. Looking up to the roof, Izuku saw the muzzle flashes. There you are. Guessing that the inside of the building would be filled with traps, Izuku decided to take another approach. Running up to the building, he jumped up and landed feet first onto the wall. Normally a person would simply fall off, but not Izuku. Instead, he started to move faster. Green sparks jumped off of him as he began to run up the wall. From the roof, Snipe watched as Izuku ran up towards him. "That's just not fair," he said, pointing his gun down and firing. Izuku jumped to the side and avoided every shot. Finally making it to the top, Izuku managed to smack the gun away from Snipe. Before the hero could even react, a bolt of green lightning came crashing down, electrocuting and knocking him out. Stopping at the roof, Izuku took a moment to collect himself. One down, a whole lot more to go. Snipe was alone. That must mean the others have split from each other, making it harder to find them. Perfect for ambushes and traps. Not bad. If they were in a group, they would have gotten in each other's way. Well played. Time to find the rest. Running back down onto the street, Izuku took off into the city to look for the rest. As he did, his lightning began to spark, a bit more than usual. Observation room. Class 1A was surprised. Izuku just took down a pro hero like it was nothing. "That was impressive," said Momo, looking up to the monitor. "You can say that again," said Kirishima. "He took down Snipe like it was nothing, and while slowed down. That's so manly." While the class all focused on what Izuku did, Bakugo couldn't help but notice something. The way he moves is different. He's changed since his fight with Stain. For better or worse is the real question. There's also the lightning around him. Did he always have that much? For the next 5 minutes the class watched as Izuku took down his teachers one by one, with the most recent one being Aizawa. And now for the boss fight. As Izuku ran towards the city center, the amount of lightning he was generating was off the chart. As he ran, the sparks hit the glass windows, shattering them. Everyone thought that Izuku was purposely doing this to show off, but they would soon find out they were wrong. Making it to the one center plaza, Izuku stopped as lightning sparked around him. "You know I saved you for last, right?" "Yeah, I know. You were looking forward to this, and I'll admit so am I," said All Might from the other end. "Shall we start?" Izuku nodded. "Let's." The two locked eyes as they both got into their stances. All Might flexed his muscles, and Izuku's lightning became more hectic than before. Making the first move, All Might rushed in. Izuku quickly followed, but as he took his first step, things began to go wrong. At first Izuku felt fine, but as he pulled back his fist to face All Might, his heart began to beat loud. Then came the pain coming from his back and spreading like a poison through him. It burned. Izuku was no stranger to pain, but this was different. Dropping his arm, Izuku fell, his body tumbling on the ground as he slid by All Might. The hero was surprised. 1 second Izuku was fine, the next he was on the floor grabbing at his chest. "Midoriya. Are you alright?" asked All Might, reaching down, but as his hand was about to touch, a spark of lightning pushed his hand away. What's happening to me?" Izuku asked as green lightning sparked off of his body. Bakugo watched on as Izuku grabbed his chest. "What the hell? What just happened?" "It looks like he's hurt," said Mina. "Recovery girl," yelled Bakugo. The nurse nodded and quickly jumped off her chair. Just then a loud scream echoed through the monitor. The class all went eye wide when they saw Izuku's lightning come raining down. The bolt struck the ground, buildings, and even the observation room they were in, to the point it shook. UA Research Labs. May was hard at work at her station working on a baby for her final exam. With her goggles down, she was soldering some components together. "Almost have it. Just a bit more, I have to make sure not to burn the wiring." Her concentration was broken when her wrist began to beep. This caused her hand to slip and burn the wiring. "Oh damn it. I have to redo this. Why did my baby beep anyway? I was sure I put it on silent. The only thing that it would warn me about is if something was happening to Izuku." Quickly checking her watch, a small holographic display appeared showing Izuku's current condition and location. May couldn't believe it. "What's going on? His readings are off the charts. But his power, it's fluctuating." She then saw that every time his power would disappear, his heartbeat would skyrocket. Getting up from her seat, May began to panic. If this goes on, the fluctuation of energy will destroy the area around him, but that's if he doesn't die before then. Dropping everything, May ran out of the class. Elsewhere, a pair of glowing blue pixelated eyes flashed twice. Hey. What the hell is this?" said the robotic voice. The person who was sitting on the chair got up. What's happening? I don't know, answered the robotic voice. I'm detecting a disturbance in the speed force. Reaching behind their head, the mystery person pulled down a mask. Where? UA, in one of their outdoor facilities, said the robotic voice. This is weird, there's no record of this anomalistic event in my database. Running some tests, the robot's eyes widened. Oh. What's wrong? Asked the mystery person. It's coming from an old speed limitator on Izuku. The type that was discontinued after it was found to have negative effects on speedsters, said the robotic voice, slightly panicking. The mystery person's eyes went wide. Shit, how long till it explodes? Running scan. Conclusion, 30 seconds. Considering your current state and use of speed that you'll need to reach from here to UA. You'd barely make it. But if you go. But as the robotic voice was explaining, a flash of light engulfed the area, the mystery person disappeared. You'll burn through most of your remaining speed. The robotic voice sighed. She never listens to me, I guess that's why I was made, to make sure she didn't do anything dumb. With Izuku. All Might was putting his arms out in a guard position as the lightning pushed him back several feet. Midoriya. Can you hear me? Midoriya. But Midoriya couldn't hear anything, the pain he was feeling overshadowing everything. Gee, get away, I can't hold back my power. Just then the rest of the teachers landed beside All Might. What's going on? Asked Aizawa, shielding his eyes. I don't know. But he's in pain. Can't you shut down his quirk? Asked All Might. I tried that the second I arrived. His power isn't a quirk, remember, he got in an accident. Not when he was 4, said Aizawa. Wait, the collar, it should be able to shut them down. Nezu. The principal nodded and pulled out the remote. Pressing the button he made so that it would shut down Izuku's powers. However, it didn't work, rather it made things worse. Izuku screamed out in more pain as his lightning began to level buildings. Aizawa saw what was going on. Shut it off. It's the collar. It's messing with his speed. Shut it off. Trying to act fast, Nezu pressed the button but nothing happened. He pressed it again but again nothing. It's not working, I can't shut it off. Damn it. We can't even get close to take it off, said Aizawa, frustrated. That's when Midnight noticed something. Hey look, the collar, it's glowing. The heroes turned to find Izuku on his knees trying to remove the collar as it glowed red. Shit. We have to get away, that thing is going to explode, yelled Power Loader. All Might lost his smile, but what about Midoriya? Leave it to me, said a voice as they ran by them. The heroes turned to find Mei using some sort of tech. Hatsune? They all yelled out. Using a backpack-looking gadget, Hatsune was weaving in and out of the way of the bolts of lightning. However, she couldn't dodge them all. Fortunately, she had a plan for that too. Baby number 47, activate. Raising her arm into the air, a metallic gauntlet covered her arm. The bolt of lightning struck her arm, but the gauntlet glowed for a second, but soon the energy dispersed. Reaching Izuku, Mei had to act fast. With her goggles down, Mei noticed the collar. What is this? Doesn't matter, I have to get this off of him before it goes critical. Getting right to work, Mei began to attempt to remove the device. But it was designed for Izuku and his high speed, so the material was tough. 10 seconds. Seeing that brute force wouldn't work, she instead tried to destroy it from the inside. Mei tried to fry the wiring, but nothing was working. With 5 seconds left, the device was red hot, so much so that it burned simply touching it. Damn it, I can't get this off. Izuku barely opened his eyes to find Mei trying to help him. Mei? Leave, you have to leave. But Mei refused. Never, I'm staying until I get you out of this. Too late, the device began to hiss as it reached its tipping point. Mei's eyes widened and quickly turned to the heroes. Run. You have to run. The heroes turned to run, but they wouldn't make it in time. Mei hugged Izuku, the class who was sheltered in place took cover, and the heroes tried to run. Just as all hope was lost, a flash of green and pink lightning stopped in front of Izuku and Mei. It's really him. No, I can't lose focus right now. Alright then, let's get this done. Grabbing the collar, the mystery person phased it off. Now in their hands they threw it into the air. And with a bit of wind pressure they sent it sky high. The resulting explosion was massive, it even shook the ground, but no one was hurt. When it was all said and done, everyone looked around to find the mystery person in front of Mei and Izuku. Mei looked around to find this person with their face moving so fast that it was blurred. A girl? Who are you? The mystery person put up their hands. Relax, I just helped out, that's all. Izuku groaned in pain as he opened his eyes. As he did, the first thing he saw was this person in front of him. Seeing their blurred face gave Izuku flashbacks to Melissa. Why you? Forcing himself up, Izuku clenched his fist. Who are you? The person lowered their arms and saw the condition Izuku was in. I wouldn't move if I were you. Cutting off your body from your speed caused a build-up in the collar. Right now your body is trying to compensate, but you need to rest. Don't worry, I'm a friend. If you're a friend, show us your face, said May. But the person shook their head. I wish I could, but you can't know who I am, not yet. Just know that I'm here to help. Yeah, right, I won't believe you until I see who's underneath that mask, said Izuku, trying to take a step forward, only to stumble. The mystery person suddenly got an alert from their hero costume. What? You have to come back. Every second you spend near her is having an effect on the proper timeline, said a robotic voice. We came back to save it, not destroy it. I know that, but she's fine, I'm leaving, said the mystery person. She then turned to May. Make sure he doesn't use his speed for at least 2 weeks. If he just rests, then he'll be fine. In the meantime, I have to leave, just know that I will be around. You'll see me again, I promise. With a flash of green and pink light, the mystery girl disappeared. May was stunned to say the least. There was another speedster, but unlike the other two, this one seemed kinder. However, she did sense some hostility. Who was that girl, and where did she come from? Questions later. I have to look after Izuku. May then removed her goggles. Pressing a button on the side, she shut off the camera in her lenses. A high-speed camera she used to track Izuku's speed during testing. She managed to get it all. Izuku barely managed to watch the mystery person leave before passing out. That voice, I've heard it before, it's the same one from back then. Chapter 20, Questions. UA was at a loss. There were so many questions they needed answered. For example, why did the collar around Izuku blow up? How did that mystery person get into the school? And most importantly, who were they? Nezu sighed as he sat in his chair. How did this happen? We almost lost an entire class, and for what? Some data that we can't even use anymore. This has been a failure. I don't see it that way, sir, said All Might, standing in front of his desk. We learned a lot of things, most on what not to do with Izuku. Student safety will always be our #1 priority. Let's not continue our research until later. Nodding, Nezu agreed, yeah, it's for the best. Besides, we need to find out who that other speedster was. And if they are friendly or not. They may have saved us now, but there has to be a reason for it. Speaking of speedsters, how is Midoriya? He woke up not long after he collapsed. Aizawa has already gone to talk with him, but Midoriya says he's never seen this person before. From what we can tell, they are female, about 15 years old, and they have super speed. So not much to go on. Explained All Might. Figures, from what Hatsune told us they did seem friendly, but she could feel some hate directed towards either herself or Izuku, said Nezu. Either way, we have to find this person. Seeing that even Midoriya couldn't see them means that they might be faster. With Izuku. Izuku was currently sitting up on the bed at the nurse's office. He was well enough to walk, but he could feel his speed weaker, like someone had closed the faucet slightly. My speed, what the hell happened? And that person, they were fast. Just then the doors to the nurse's room opened up and in walked Bakugo and May. You're up, good, said Bakugo. How are you feeling? Izuku looked at his hands, slower. That's because that collar was blocking your speed. It was meant to sap your energy and store it. But the housing converter was overloaded. Explained May. It wasn't meant to handle that amount of speed output. Was anyone hurt? Asked Izuku. Bakugo shook his head. No, while the observation room was hit by some of your lightning and the shockwave from the explosion hit, it only knocked us to the floor. Good, sorry about that. I didn't know this would happen, said Izuku. So now what? Now you rest, said May. You need to not use your speed for 2 weeks. At least, that's what that mystery person said. Right, that mystery person, the girl. Izuku turned to May and Bakugo. She had her face hidden. Yeah, no one got a good look at her, said May. Whoever she is, we'll find her soon enough. Yeah, I guess we will. Izuku then sighed before changing his expression, which caught May's and Bakugo's attention. Hey, so did I even pass the final? I still had All Might to take down. As Izuku asked, there was another knock at the door and in walked Nezu along with Aizawa. As a matter of fact, you did. While it is true that you didn't take down All Might, and seeing that we almost got you seriously injured, I think you pass. Izuku laughed. That's fine by me, I'm relatively uninjured and I passed. Just try not to make this mistake again. Izuku nodded. Trust me, we are immediately getting rid of those collars. At least until we find another solution. But in the meantime rest, you'll need it. Izuku raised an eyebrow. For what? Giving a menacing grin, Izuku smirked. You'll see tomorrow. With that, Nezu and Izuku walked out of the room. Izuku sighed and laid back down on the bed. Man, this has been an eventful day. You can say that again, said Bakugo. Well, school's almost out. I'll see you at home, Izuku. I'm going out with some of the guys later. Want to join us? Izuku nodded. Sure, let me just. But as Izuku was agreeing to go, Mei interrupted. Actually, Izuku, there's something I want to show you. Bakugo looked at Mei, surprised, but soon his surprise turned to a mischievous smile. Oh, I see, alright, I get it. You two want some alone time. Izuku's face instantly turned red from embarrassment. What? Kachan. I know, sorry for getting in the way. Bakugo then walked towards the exit. Just make sure to be safe, we wouldn't want you two to have an accident. Izuku grabbed the pillow beside him and threw it at Bakugo. Unfortunately he missed and Bakugo got away. I'll make sure to get him back for what he said, Mei. It's fine, but you really have to see this. It's about the mystery girl, said Mei, ignoring what Bakugo said. Meet me out front once school ends. Seeing how serious Mei was, Izuku nodded. Yeah, sure. After being checked out by Recovery Girl, Izuku was allowed to go to class. There he was surrounded by everyone and congratulated on how well he did against the pro heroes. They asked how he was doing and he reassured them he was fine. Izuku was a bit sad that he almost got his friends hurt again, but they were fine as well. With class now over, Izuku walked to the front gates and was surprised to find Mei already waiting there. Whoa, this is serious. Mei is never here before I am. She's always still in the labs building something. He then walked up to her. Mei, is everything alright? Mei turned. Oh, you're here, good. Let's go. The hut. Making it into the hut, Mei wasted little time and turned on the giant monitor. You said this was about the mystery girl, right? Asked Izuku. Mei nodded as she logged into the system. Yeah, remember back when you first got your powers I was having trouble keeping track of you. You built some sort of high-speed camera that was able to follow me around. But that was back then, I'm much faster now. Explained Izuku. Mei agreed, that's why I built another one, but this one is much better. See? On the screen Mei played back a video of Izuku's fight with Stain. Whoa, it's not perfect but you can follow our movements just enough. After that fight I went back and was testing out a new feature. I was going to ask you to test it later. That is, until she came along. Pressing a button on the keyboard an image came on the screen. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the image. Is this? Yeah, it is. Can't make out the face but that is without a doubt what you're thinking about. Mei turned to the screen and on said screen was a still image of the mystery girl's costume. It was green like Izuku's but had pink streaks of lightning running through the suit and on the chest was a UA logo with a bolt of lightning through it. Although you couldn't see her face, this mystery person was someone connected to UA but most important, Izuku. Are you sure you can't get a still of her face? Asked Izuku. Mei shook her head. I tried but the only one who can see her face at that speed is you. The only reason you couldn't last time was because you lost some of your speed. Izuku, whoever this is connected or linked to you and UA in some way. Izuku turned to Mei. Have you shown this to anyone? No, you are the first person I show this to, said Mei. Nodding, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Good, let's keep this secret between us for now. If UA is involved I don't want this leaking. At least not until we find out who this is. After being shown the still image Izuku went back to his home where he was then teased by Bakugo. Even after assuring him that nothing happened between himself and Mei, Bakugo continued with his teasing. The following morning came and Izuku went to school where they found Izuku already waiting for them in class. Alright everyone, it's time to get a review of your final exam. As you know some of you didn't pass, as a result you will not be joining the class for the forest trip. Those who failed the practical all suddenly felt depressed as they were looking forward to the trip. Is what I would have said if it also wasn't a ruse we made up to draw out your potential. Even though you failed you will still be allowed to go. Hearing this, those who failed cheered back up, but you won't get off easy, seeing that this trip was meant to train your quirks. Those who failed will receive harsher training so be prepared. Oh, and everyone passed the written test, so good job on that, said Izuku. I'll be passing out flyers explaining what we will be doing as well as items you all should bring along with you. Read through it when you can. In the meantime it's a free period so talk among yourselves. As the class broke up into their little groups, Toru, a girl with an invisibility quirk, suddenly got an idea. We should all go to the mall and buy the stuff we need. Mina ecstatically agreed, that's a great idea. How about tomorrow? It's the weekend, so it should be fine. The class all mumbled but ultimately agreed, and so it was. Tomorrow the whole class would go out shopping. Izuku naturally invited Mei to come along, but she was too busy building another baby at the hut. So the day came and everyone was at the mall. Alright everyone, let's get what we need, said Ida. Let's break out into groups and go from there. We'll meet back here in 3 hours. Everyone agreed and broke off into groups, well, everyone but two. Izuku and Uraka were left behind. That's a bit surprising, even Bakugo has his own group, said Izuku, a fake tear then ran down his face. He's making friends, I'm so happy. Looks like it's only me and you Midoriya, said Uraka. Seems like it, so what do you need to buy? Izuku asked. Uraka thought about it, not much, I just need some new workout clothes and some sunscreen. What about you? I need some new running shoes and some energy bars, a lot of them, said Izuku. And seeing that it's only me and you, wanna go together? Uraka smiled, sure. Let's go. The two went off gathering the stuff they needed. They first went to the store for Uraka's stuff. There she asked Izuku what she thought about her outfit, which he thought was fine. After buying her stuff they then went on to get Izuku's stuff. Normally Izuku would give the shoes a test run, but since he was warned not to use his speed for a while, he just picked them out based on looks. Once done they went to the nutrition store to get the energy bars. He got exactly 5 boxes, each with 50 bars in them. Unfortunately he couldn't use his speed right now, normally he would buy them and run home. But since Izuku was a regular, the owner allowed him to take them later. Just as Izuku was about to leave the store, the owner threw 2 bars, on the house kid. Izuku caught the bars and nodded as he walked out of the store with Uraka. I'm surprised the owner knew you. Yeah, I'm famous, or infamous, depending on who you ask, for clearing out their stock, explained Izuku as he handed Uraka one of the bars. Taking it she began to unwrap it, so is that everything? Taking a bite from his bar Izuku nodded, that should cover it. We still have some time to kill. Yeah. Uraka looked around the mall and found an arcade. Want to hit up the arcade? It's been a while since I went into one, sure, said Izuku. As the two walked, Uraka suddenly stopped, wait, I'll be back. I need to use the restroom. Izuku nodded, I'll wait for you here. After giving Izuku her stuff, Uraka took off towards the restroom. Izuku found a bench to sit down on to wait. I wonder what Mei is up to? I'll text her. Izuku pulled out his phone, but as he did someone sat down beside him on the bench. Hey, aren't you that kid, the one who fought Stain? Flinching slightly, Izuku looked away. Yeah, that was me. Oh wow, that's awesome. That fight was intense. No one could see you move, but we did see the lights through the TV. Explained this person. Why yeah, so is there anything you need? Asked Izuku. Izuku tried to move his head, but as he did a cold palm touched the back of his neck. Don't move. I have 4 fingers on your neck, 1 more and you're dead. Izuku's eyes widened, he recognized that voice, you. It's been a while, kid. Last time we met was back when we attacked your class, said Shigaraki wearing a black jacket with a hoodie that covered his face. You do know that I can take you down before your finger touches my neck, said Izuku. Shigaraki smiled, trust me, I'm well aware. But would you save yourself, or everyone in this mall? Pulling his other hand free from his pocket, Izuku could see that Shigaraki had a detonator. Rumors say you're slower now. I might just be inclined to believe them. So Midoriya, what's faster, you, my finger, or this bomb? Izuku grit his teeth, what do you want? Shigaraki sighed, I wanted to confirm something. I wanted to ask, why do you continue to do it? Half of these people hate you, half of those want you in jail. What's the point? Why do all this, for people who don't care about you? Why sacrifice your life, for their ungrateful ones? Izuku felt the grasp around his neck tighten. Simple, it's because of people like you. As long as people like you are free, I will save them. Heroes will always save people. That doesn't make any sense. You get nothing from that. At least Stain tried, he knew that in order to get rid of us, he'd have to kill the fakes first. As Shigaraki spoke he began to twitch. I mean come on, why does everyone remember him and not us? We attacked you first, we should be the ones people remember, not him, yelled Shigaraki. Feeling his airway cut off, Izuku began to grasp for air. Can't breathe. Just then Shigaraki's rage dropped. Well, it's not like it matters. Once I level this mall, people will have to remember us. You're crazy, you'll get caught up in the explosion too. You'll die, said Izuku. No, I won't, but this clone will. I've met some very interesting people these last couple of days, and let's just say their quirks are nothing to laugh at. So then, are you going to save yourself, or the lives of everyone here? Asked Shigaraki as his other finger slowly aimed for the trigger. Izuku's eyes sparked green as he activated his speed, but before Shigaraki could detonate it, a voice was heard. Sorry for making you wait, Midoriya. You ready to head out? Uraka stopped a few feet away and noticed the spark in Izuku's eyes. Midoriya, is everything alright? Stop. Don't come any closer. You need to get everyone out of here, now, yelled Izuku. Just then Izuku felt the hand around his neck disappear. It's time to see how many you can save, Midoriya, said Shigaraki as he clicked the detonator. No, yelled Izuku as he activated his speed. The epicenter of the explosion happened at the dead center of the mall. With green lightning around him and disregarding his own safety, Izuku began to run. The slowest explosion would clock in at about 4,000 meters per second and the fastest around 10,000 meters per second. Seeing that Shigaraki said that the explosion would level the mall, Izuku had to move fast, very fast. With everything slowing down around him, Izuku grabbed Uraka and ran her a safe distance away. Running back in, he repeated this over and over again, all the while the fireball of the explosion ripped through the mall, shattering windows and destroying stores. Since it was the weekend and this mall was particularly popular, the amount of people inside it was about in the 3,000s. And Izuku needed to make sure to get everyone out. Unfortunately, there was a good reason why the mystery girl warned against using his speed. As he got the first floor cleared and was moving to the second floor, Izuku's body suddenly began to ache. First it was his arms, but soon the pain traveled down to his legs, causing them to go numb. Without support and with his momentum, Izuku tumbled to the ground and smashed up against a pretzel stand. Lightning cracked around him as he slumped over. Damn it. No, not now. I need to save these people. Get up, Izuku, get up. But no luck, his legs wouldn't move. Izuku could do nothing as he watched the fireball inch its way towards a little girl holding onto her plushie. If Izuku's legs wouldn't listen to him, he'd force them. Raising his arm, Izuku charged his lightning in his hand and brought it down onto his legs. The sudden power boost worked. Izuku could feel his legs again. Wasting no time, Izuku got up and ran towards the girl, but he wouldn't make it. With an outstretched arm, Izuku gritted his teeth. I need more speed. Pain pulsed through his body with each step, but Izuku didn't care. But just as the fireball was going to engulf the girl, a flash of green and pink lightning ran past Izuku. Honestly, I warned you not to use your speed. You're just as stubborn as I remember you. The girl that was once in the path of the explosion was gone. Izuku turned and watched as the mystery girl got every single person remaining out of the mall. Once done, the girl appeared beside Izuku. Come on, let's get you out of here. Grabbing his arm, she began to pull on him, and eventually got him out of the mall just as the explosion demolished it. Once outside, everyone was confused as to what just happened. The mall they were just in was on fire or had been blown away, but yet they were safe. Class 1A looked around at each other. Bakugo saw the mall and immediately put it together. Izuku. Where is Izuku? Just then a flash of green and pink washed over the class. He's right here, said the mystery girl, as Izuku leaned against her. Take him, right now. It's as if needles are hitting every cell in his body. Painful, but it won't kill him. Bakugo rushed over and took Izuku from the girl. You helped us again. With her face blurred, the girl gave a thumbs up. You bet. And can I just say, it's so nice to see you knit, Bakugo. I'm a huge fan. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. Fan? What are you talking about? Realizing her mistake, the girl covered her mouth. Oops, spoilers. Anyway, make sure he doesn't use his speed. I'm being serious when I say if he does, he could lose his speed forever or never walk again. How do you know all this? Asked Bakugo, but the girl refused to answer. Just then the rest of Class 1A ran over to Bakugo. Hey Bakugo, how's Midoriya? Asked Uraka. The mystery girl saw Uraka and took a step back. Sorry, I already said too much. But it's like I said last time, I'm friendly. Later. In a flash, the girl was gone. Bakugo tried to stop her, but she was already far gone. Damn it, she's gone. Well, at least she didn't attack us. But something about her seemed familiar. The way she acted and talked, it was just like. Just then Izuku finally looked up. Is she gone? Yeah, she's gone, said Bakugo. So she's the one who saved you the other day? Izuku nodded, yeah, and she's the one who saved half of the people in the mall. Bakugo looked at the destroyed mall. Impressive, she's just as fast as you. Who is she anyway? I don't know, but I think this will help us get some answers. Opening up the palm of his hand, Izuku revealed to have a strand of long green-colored hair. I managed to snatch it while she pulled me out. Unknown location. The girl speedster ran into the warehouse. Phew, that was a close one. You can say that again, said the robotic voice. We didn't account for this event either. Something isn't going how we'd want them to. This is the second event that I have no record of. The mystery girl crossed her arms. Yeah, that's the strange part. The only reason why we even knew about this was because I started to fade. That would only happen if I wasn't born. We got lucky this time around, but next time, it's going to happen, said the robotic voice. Yeah, I know. It's going to happen during their training in the forest. No matter what, I will stop it from happening. I will stop her. This past Izuku will likely get in my way, but he's out of commission for a while, so there will be no stopping me, said the girl as pink and green lightning jumped off of her. That's when the robot voice came out and revealed itself to be a floating ball with red eyes and a small digital mouth. And are you ready, willing, and able to do what's necessary? The female speedster looked at her friend with burning determination and nodded. Even if you have to kill her? If it comes to that, then yes. I will do whatever it takes, said the speedster. As the sparks jumped, the light reflected off of her eyes, revealing green-colored eyes. Several hours later, the hut. Izuku was pacing back and forth in front of the monitor. How much longer? Mei was typing on the keyboard. Not long, 2 minutes. Why are you in such a rush, Izuku? Asked Bakugo. Got an idea on who this is? Izuku stopped. Yeah, I do. And I sure as hell hope I'm wrong. She can't be that bad, I mean she saved a lot of people from the explosion. Explained Bakugo. That's not the point. If she's who I think she is, then. Just then the monitor beeped, signaling that it was done. Mei. On it. Scanning now. Just then several files popped up. The computer then went through each and every one of them. What are you doing? Asked Bakugo as he watched the computer check the files. It's searching for a DNA match in every hospital and police database. Explained Mei. If this person was born or arrested here, we'll know exactly who it is. Even if they are from overseas, we'd still know. Just then the computer stopped searching and brought up a prompt. No results found. Mei was surprised. What? That's impossible. I should have access to everything. Izuku sighed. Mei, let me try something. Izuku then went to the computer and pulled up sample IM-15. Mei's eyes widened. What? But that's. I know what it is, I have to be sure, said Izuku. Pressing the start button, the computer began to analyze. It didn't even take a minute before a message appeared on the screen. Match, 99.99%. Okay, cool, we have a match. Bakugo turned to Izuku and found him with his hands balled up. What the hell is sample IM-15? Mei turned and looked at Bakugo. Sample IM-15 is Izuku's blood. Bakugo's eyes widened. Then that means. This girl has my blood running through her. Explained Izuku. But that's not all. The test I just ran was a paternity test. This girl is Izuku's kid, said Mei. I have to go, said Izuku as he turned to leave. However, just as he was about to leave the hut, Bakugo grabbed his shoulder. Where are you going? Izuku didn't even look at Bakugo. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to find this girl. You can't. If you use your speed again, you may never walk again. Warned Bakugo. Is that what she told you? Questioned Izuku. What if it's a lie? What if it isn't? Asked Mei. Are you willing to risk never walking again? Izuku stayed silent. Then what do you think I should do? This girl is the only living relative I have left. Maybe it's a trick, maybe it's just a computer glitch. But what if it isn't? If I can't go looking for her, what the hell am I supposed to do? For now, wait. If she was telling the truth, then you better not use your speed. You will take the trip with your class and relax. Stressing over this won't help you, said Mei. Izuku sighed. I guess you're right, there isn't much I can do now. But we have to find her, we just have to. Bakugo let go of Izuku's shoulder, and we will. With that, Izuku walked out the hut to cool his head. Once he was out, Bakugo turned to Mei. How are you so calm? It's just been revealed that your boyfriend has a kid. Trust me, I'm freaking out. But I know that it's not a kid he had recently. That means there's only one possibility, said Mei. Time travel, this person came from the future to the past. Bakugo's eyes went wide. I thought time travel is considered a taboo. Izuku did it once and he messed up the entire timeline. That's why he swore never to do it again. But if she came back it had to be for a reason. Deduced Mei as she messed around with the computer. The reason why is what has me worried. Bakugo then saw Mei grip the mouse. Looking up to the monitor he saw another prompt come up. Sample MH24, Mei Hatsune, 0.00% match. Bakugo didn't say anything as he walked over and touched Mei's shoulder. He then turned around and walked out of the hut as well. Damn, I really thought they would end up together. Mei now sat alone in front of the computer thinking about what she had just found out. Damn it. I can't worry about this now, not when it's not set in stone yet. I know. I'll finish my newest baby, that way Izuku can be ready for whatever comes his way. Pulling up a file, Mei opened it up revealing only the name. Project Hermes. UA Research Labs. It had been a long day for Nezu. With the bombing at the mall he was called up to make sure Izuku hadn't broken any rules. He did use his quirk outside of school, but considering the number of people he saved it would be overlooked. Pressing the button for the elevator Nezu walked in. But instead of reaching for the first floor he instead presented his ID badge causing a scanner to appear. After scanning it the elevator went down, not to the first floor but deeper. Nezu went 10 floors down. Now at his destination the doors opened up to reveal a lab. Stepping off, Nezu walked over to where a bright light shined. How goes the research, doctor? Asked Nezu. The light died down and from it a man stood next to a small petri dish. The man was tall, had on a white lab coat, blue eyes, and blonde hair. Ah, Principal Nezu. This blood is extraordinary. There is enough energy in this small sample to power a house for at least 6 months. I've never seen anything like this. That much energy, amazing, said Nezu. Have you found any way of replicating it yet? The man shook his head. Unfortunately no, I've only just begun to scratch the surface of these cells. It might take me years to understand it fully. Fortunately my daughter is on her way from America. She should be able to help me move at a much faster rate. Nezu nodded. Good. Thank you Dr. Shield for your help. Dr. Shield nodded. Of course. Just being able to see this is reward enough. I can just imagine the possibilities. Unknown location, League of Villains hideout. Looking at one of the TVs in the room, Shigaraki smiled as he looked at the destruction. Do you think the message got through? Asked Kurogiri. Shigaraki nodded. Oh, it did. Although it is unfortunate that no one died. It seems to me that there's another speedster we have to look out for. Don't worry about that young one. I have a plan for the speedster that's causing us problems, said Ifo. Master, how? They just move too fast, said Shigaraki. If the brat from UA wanted to, he could run around the city and find us right now. He can't, said Ifo. My informant tells me that he currently can't, or rather won't use his speed. Kurogiri flinched. He won't use his powers? But why? The reason remains unknown, however, but he can't use his speed for at least 2 weeks. Fortunately for us, it seems the students will be going to the mountains to train. This will be the perfect chance to take them out, and show the world how useless the heroes really are, said Ifo, with a smile on his face. Gather your new friends. I'll go prepare some nomas for you. Shigaraki bowed. Thank you master. This time, we will show the heroes why they should fear us. Ending the call Ifo turned, as he did videos of Izuku and his speed played over and over again. He certainly is a curious one. The power of these speedsters is astonishing, I must have it for myself. Ifo then let out a small laugh. I guess this is why you were so obsessed with him, isn't that right, Melissa? Chapter 21, Fate? Izuku was bored, he was currently on a bus heading down a highway. Right now himself, along the rest of Class 1A were heading into the mountains to train their quirks. Man, I could have gotten there in seconds. Yeah, we know. You said that about 50 times now, said Bakugo, who was sitting beside him. Think of it this way, you can finally slow down and enjoy yourself. Plus without your speed, you can focus on your fighting skills. Yeah but still. I miss my speed. Sighing, Izuku leaned against the glass window. I wonder what Mei is up to? Mei was currently at UA, since the support class didn't really have to train their quirks, it was just business as usual for them. Back with Izuku, he suddenly felt the bus stop. Alright, everyone out, said Aizawa. Looking outside the window Izuku, along with the class, noticed that they were nowhere near a campsite. But with no other option they followed Aizawa outside. Mr. Aizawa, we aren't at the campsite yet. Why did we stop? Asked Mina. Because this is where you will meet your instructors. Izuku then walked over to the edge of the cliff. I'll let them introduce themselves. You are too kind, Eraserhead, said a voice from behind the bus. We are. Just then two shadows jumped over the bus and landed in front of the students. The wild pussycats. Striking a pose were two female heroes, who had cat-like costumes on. These will be your instructors during your time here. Meet Mandalay and Pixie Bob, heroes that specialize in mountain rescue. But it seems to be missing two members. They are at the campsite getting things ready. Explained Mandalay. We wanted to scout out the kids and I must say, all of you don't disappoint. Her gaze then turned to Izuku. So that's him. The speedster. These are going to be our instructors? Questioned Bakugo. I was expecting more, not these old ha. But before Bakugo could finish that sentence, Pixie Bob appeared in front of him and brandished her claws. I'm still young. Right? Bakugo looked over to Izuku. What? Don't look at me, you were going to say it. Alright, young, said Bakugo. Satisfied, Pixie Bob backed away, but still gave Bakugo an evil smile. Alright, so now that introductions are out of the way, we can finally begin with the lessons, said Mandalay. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Wait, aren't we still far from base camp? Yup. Pixie Bob pointed towards the foot of the mountain. About 25 kilometers that way you'll find our base. You have until sunset to get there. That's when the class began to realize what was about to happen. You know, maybe the bus isn't so bad, said Kirishima, slowly backing up. Why yeah, I suddenly don't feel car sick anymore, said Mina, as she turned and ran towards the bus. Soon most of the class was running back when Pixie Bob appeared in front of them. Sorry, but you guys won't be getting away so easily. Placing her hands onto the floor, she activated her quirk. The palm of her hands glowed, causing the ground to shake. The students lost their footing, but that was the least of their concern. The shaking soon stopped. Remember, you have until sunset. Oh, and you can use your quirks as you please, since we own this whole mountain. The earth then began to change and flow, as if it was a wave. The ground washed over them, causing all of Class 1A to be thrown off. Well, that was easier than I thought, said Pixie Bob. Let's start heading back. Seriously, Eraser, I thought you said the green hair kid was fast. He is fast, but right now he can't use his powers. Explained Izuku. And honestly, it's a good thing, he would have gotten to the base camp in a second. The heroes looked at each other. Is he really that fast? Questioned Mandalay. I mean, we all saw what happened during his fight with Stain, but a second. Yeah, a second. And that's from UA to the base camp. If it was from here, he could have carried everyone to the base camp before we even took a step back on the bus, said Izuku. Don't underestimate his speed. As of now, Izuku is the most dangerous person on this planet. Hearing this, the heroes felt a cold sweat run down their spines. But among them stood a kid who wore a baseball cap with horns on it. Looking down the cliff, his eyes narrowed as the forest shook from Class 1A's quirks. Stupid wannabe heroes. Class 1A. Izuku was in trouble. Crap. How the hell am I going to land? He yelled out as he fell to the floor. He watched as most of his classmates landed on the ground safely thanks to their quirks, but since he couldn't use his powers, he would have to hit the ground. Fortunately for him, however, Sue leapt from a tree and wrapped Izuku with her tongue. Landing on the ground, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Sue, I owe you one. The frog girl nodded. Ribbit, don't worry about it. But why didn't you use your speed? Izuku dusted himself off. It's not that I didn't want to, I just can't. After my little incident during the final, May and I decided it would be best if I stopped running for a bit. That and May would be pissed if she found out he used them, said Bakugo as he landed in front of them. Sorry for not catching you, Izuku, I was busy saving the electric idiot. Seems about right. So now what? Asked Izuku as the class looked into the forest. Do we start walking or? Just then Jiro heard something with the help of her earphone jacks. Wait, I hear something. Something is coming this way, something big. The class all got into fighting positions. How many? Asked Momo. I'm hearing 2, no, 4. Actually, we got several incoming, at least a dozen or so. Can't tell with the footsteps, said Jiro. Man, I really wish I could use my speed right about now, said Izuku, complaining. I could have been at the base camp in a flash. But as Izuku was talking, Jiro picked up on something. Incoming. Midoriya. Izuku looked into the forest, and just as his eyes focused on the trees, something came flying out. With wide eyes, Izuku managed to slide his head to the side, just as two stone spikes flew past and stabbed into the tree behind him. How the hell did you dodge that? Asked Kirishima. Did you use your speed? No, but it's thanks to my powers. I see things faster than normal people. It's still slower compared to when I run, but better than nothing, said Izuku. Now then, let's see what you guys can do about those. Pointing to the trees, the class all turned to find a stone T-Rex emerging, knocking down the trees. Bakugo smirked. Now this is how you start a training camp. Hey nerd, you're smart, right? Make yourself useful and help us. Izuku nodded. Right, alright, first bring them down. Go for their legs and then crush them. Sunset. Mandalay looked at her watch. Looks like they won't be making it. They still have 5 minutes. They'll be here, said Aizawa. Maybe, but we did make it tougher this year. Explained Mandalay. Do you honestly believe they'll make it, even without their speedster? Aizawa nodded, yes. A few minutes had gone by and there were now 30 seconds left. But just as the time hit 10, Izuku appeared from the trees. Ha! See, I told you we'd make it. Stumbling and falling to their knees was the rest of Class 1A. Why you damn nerd, you ran for most of that. Even without your speed you still have good stamina, said Bakugo. No kidding, said Mina. If he has this much stamina, I wonder what other things he can do without getting tired. Izuku blushed slightly. Anyway, we made it. Good job, you are the first class in 5 years to complete this trial in the set time frame. Explained Aizawa. I was wrong, Eraser, seems to me like these kids are worthy, said Pixie Bob. She then turned her attention to the class. I get first dibs at them. Especially this one, his quick thinking and reaction speed is amazing. Izuku was surprised when all of a sudden the hero showed up in front of him. Save it for when he's actually a hero, said Mandalay. Nice work on getting here on time, kids. As a reward we will prepare your dinner. Speaking of kids. Who's the runt? Asked Bakugo, motioning to the kid. Izuku saw the boy and walked over to him. Hey Kachan, look, he has the same eyes as you. What the hell are you talking about? My eyes aren't that evil looking. Protested Bakugo. Izuku turned his head towards Bakugo. No look, it's the... But as Izuku was talking the boy suckered punched Izuku in the groin. Immediately all of the boys felt his pain, as Izuku fell forward. Kota, yelled Mandalay. Stupid wannabe heroes. Scoffing, Kota walked away, as Izuku reeled in pain. Bakugo walked over to Izuku. Well, you shouldn't have been talking shit. Izuku groaned. Need a hand? And no, I'm good. Just give me a second. Just who is that kid anyway? Asked Izuku. That's Kota, my cousin. We are taking care of him for the time being. Explained Mandalay. Sorry about him, I'll talk to him and make him apologize to you. Getting to his feet, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, you do that. I need to go sit down for a bit. Well, you can sit while you eat. Tonight we are having beef stew, said Pixie Bob. Just remember, tonight is the only time we cook for you. Tomorrow that will be your job. But before that, go get your luggage. Once you're done eating, hit the bath and relax. Tomorrow your real training starts, said Aizawa. The class all nodded and went to get their stuff. A short time later the boys went to take a bath. While in there, Izuku couldn't help but feel powerless. He'd only had his powers for a short while, but without it, he felt empty, helpless. Being the first one out, Izuku went to go get changed. Once done, he walked out the dressing room to find Kota standing guard. Hey kid, what are you doing? Asked Izuku. Kota gave a narrowed look to Izuku, making sure you idiots don't peek at the girls. I see, said Izuku. He was going to leave him alone, but Izuku remembered back to when he first saw Kota. There wasn't just hate in his eyes, but sadness as well. That was something Izuku knew and felt all too well. This kid, he's pissed off and I think I know why. So who did you lose? Izuku asked, much to Kota's surprise. That's none of your concern, said Kota. And how the hell do you know I lost someone? Because I had the same look you have on right now, said Izuku. I lost my parents. My mom was killed by someone who had, or will have a personal vendetta against me. My dad, he was killed not too long ago. Kota looked at Izuku. I've heard what you did. The city you destroyed. Yeah, I did that. And it shouldn't have happened. Explained Izuku. Kota raised an eyebrow. Why? Weren't you angry? Izuku nodded. Still am, but being pissed off isn't helping anyone, especially yourself. Shut up, you're just a wannabe hero. You'll never understand, said Kota. You're all just damned fools. With that, Kota walked away, leaving Izuku by himself. That anger is going to come back and bite you in the ass, kid. Izuku turned to leave as well, but just as he turned his back, a voice called out to him. Midoriya. Turning, Izuku found Mandalay. Got a minute? Next morning, dawn. The sun was barely rising when Aizawa woke everyone up. Ordering them to change into their gym uniform, he instructed them to wait outside. The morning air was cold, and most were still half asleep. Eyes open, everyone, today is the official first day of your training camp. Here you will improve your quirks, and to help with it you first need to know where you stand. Catch. Catching what was thrown at him, Bakugo saw that it was the ball from the first day of class. Throw it again, this way we'll get an accurate comparison of your improvement since the beginning. Nodding, Bakugo stepped forward. Winding up, Bakugo used his explosion to launch the ball forward. Die. The class was hit with a strong wind pressure. Really, Kachan? Die? A few seconds later, Aizawa turned to the class. Improvement of 5 meters. Bakugo's eyes widened. This is what I was talking about. You may have fought villains before, but we've only focused mostly on your education rather than your quirks. That's the purpose of this camp. While you are here, you will train harder than you ever have before. So I hope you're ready. A few hours later. Class 1A and 1B were both now training their quirks with the help of the wild pussycats. However, Izuku wasn't with them. Instead, he was sitting down on a tree trunk with Aizawa staring at him. How are the therapy sessions coming along? Asked Aizawa. Izuku looked up. They are going fine. Just didn't expect Midnight to be a licensed therapist. Aizawa laughed. No one ever does. But underneath, she is a good teacher who cares about her students. Silence then fell over them as they ran out of things to say. After a few more moments, Izuku sighed. Go ahead, I know you want to ask. Fine. Do you know who the mystery speedster is? Asked Aizawa. Looking at the floor, Izuku nodded. Yes. Aizawa got up from his seat. Who? What's their name? I don't know, said Izuku. What? But you just told me that you know who the speedster is, said Aizawa, confused. I know, but I also don't know them. Explained Izuku. When we were saved at the mall, I told you I was pulled out by the speedster, right? Well, I managed to yank a piece of hair. Thanks to May, we scanned it but found nothing in any of the hospital or police files. Izuku then looked at Aizawa dead in his eyes, but I had a hunch. Look, what I'm about to say is still not 100% confirmed, but the girl is my kid. Aizawa's eyes widened. What? How? There's only one way, time travel, said Izuku. They came from the future to either fix or rewrite the timeline. But if they do that, wouldn't they cause another event, like you did? Asked Aizawa. Maybe? Time travel is complicated. Honestly, I don't get it myself. When you travel back in time, you should technically create a new timeline. So you don't travel back to the timeline from which you came from. So if you try to fix something in the past, it won't affect your future. That's according to space/time rules. But, you did just that. So what gives? Did this person get lucky? Asked Aizawa. Izuku shook his head. No, they know exactly what they are doing. If I managed to do it out of sheer dumb luck, I'm willing to bet this person figured out a way to do it. Then the reason why this person is here is to set things right. That's good, said Aizawa. It's not, said Izuku. They might do something to someone in Class 1A. If they do, I don't know if I'll be able to stop them. Aizawa took a moment to think, but if they were after someone from 1A, couldn't they have taken them down before this event happens? Like during the mall incident, she didn't harm anyone there. No, think of time as a two-way road. You could cross over to the other lane, but you run the risk of crashing. But in order to change something in the past, we usually go to a certain event in our past and change that. Time is most flexible when a major timeline event happens. Explained Izuku. That's what I think anyway. Time abides by rules one instant, and other rules another instant. That's why I'll never mess with time again. Whatever, let's just get back to training. Izuku got up and began to walk back to the training area, but as he did, Aizawa thought of something. Wait, if this girl is from the future and time travel is a last resort, what the hell happens in the future for her to break that rule? I don't know, but whatever it is, I sure hope we are ready. With that, Izuku and Aizawa went back to training. Unknown location. The female speedster paced back and forth inside the warehouse. Why are you so nervous? Asked the robotic voice. Because. If I mess this up, there's no telling what would happen in the future, said the girl, nervous. You've gone over this several thousand times, you are ready. But that's not what's worrying you, is it? Questioned the robot voice. The girl stopped. Do you know why you were built, Clank? The robot, named Clank, floated over and stopped in front of the girl. I do. I was created to serve you in any way possible. And, to keep you safe. The girl laughed. So many times you've helped me out of a tight spot. But now I'm risking it all in order to change the past. Why aren't you stopping me? Clank floated behind the girl. Because we don't have a choice. It's either we risk it all, or we go back to the future and live out that hellhole. And I, for one, want to see you live to see 30. Now the question becomes, are you ready to do what it takes and take her down? The girl clenched her fists. Yes. Good, then get to it. Make sure she's actually building that thing first. If she is, then there's no choice, you'll have to kill her. She won't stop until it's completed, said Clank. You're right, this is the right thing to do. The girl took a deep breath and pulled her mask down. With lightning jumping off her body, the girl was ready. Let's go. In a flash of green and pink lightning, the girl took off into the night, ready to change her future. With Izuku. Izuku walked over to where his class were, looking like he'd woken up from a nap, refreshed and untired, unlike his classmates, who looked like they were about to drop dead. You know, you guys should really work on your stamina. If you do, you just might be. But Izuku was cut off when Bakugo grabbed his shirt. Looking up, Bakugo glared at his friend. Not another word. Got it? Izuku turned to his class and found them all giving him a glare. Got it. All right, everyone, listen up. As we said yesterday, we will be no longer making your food. You guys will be responsible for that. So here you go, all the ingredients you need, said Mandalay, presenting the class with the tools and food they'll need to make curry. The class got to work immediately. Working together, they managed to make it and were already sitting down to eat. Man, that wasn't easy, said Kirishima. Tell me about it. I didn't know there were so many steps, said Kaminari. It would have gotten faster if you two idiots knew how to cook, yelled Bakugo. Honestly, the biggest surprise of the day was seeing Bakugo cook, said Mina. To think he knows how to cook. Right. It's surprising to see, but he is a really good cook, said Izuku with a spoonful of curry. It's just one of Kachan's redeeming qualities. What the hell was that? You damn nerd, yelled Bakugo. Say that again, I dare you. The class laughed as they enjoyed their food. But as Izuku was eating, he noticed someone was missing. Where's the kid? Oh, Kota? He's up in the mountains. He has a secret location he likes to visit from time to time. Explained Mandalay. I just wish he'd come down to eat at least. Izuku then finished his plate and got up. I'll take him a plate. Really? Are you sure? Questioned Mandalay. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's no problem. I'll bring a plate up for him. Are you sure? He did kind of punch you in the groin, said Toru. Trust me, I'm still well aware. But believe it or not, we have something in common. Besides, I can sneak up on him and scare him, said Izuku with an evil grin on his face. Hurry back, said Pixie Bob. We have a special event for you guys for later tonight. A short while later, Kota was seen overlooking the campsite. Stupid wannabe heroes. They don't know the first thing about being heroes. My parents were real heroes. That they were, said Izuku walking up behind the kid. Kota turned around to see Izuku with a plate of food. Hungry? Guarantee it's good. I don't want it, said Kota, turning his back on Izuku. Well, you have to eat something. Mandalay will get worried, said Izuku. But Kota still refused to look at him. Sighing, Izuku looked at the campsite below. It sucks, doesn't it? I heard from Mandalay that you lost both your parents during a villain attack. That rage inside you, it isn't good. If you're pissed off, you should let it out. Trust me when I say that anger, that guilt, it will eat you up inside. Kota scoffed, this coming from a guy who destroyed an entire city. You have no right to lecture me on this. The boy then clenched his fists. I want to kill him. I want to kill the person, the villain who killed my parents. Tell me, have you ever wanted to kill your mother's killer? Every day, said Izuku. There's not a single day that doesn't go by where I don't think of killing Melissa. Everyone will tell you she's dead, but I know the truth, she's out there somewhere. Then why don't you kill Stain? He's still alive, isn't he? He killed your dad. So why not kill him? Asked Kota. Izuku clutched the plate, because I know that's not what my parents, my dad, would want. Yes, it would be easy, yes I can do it, but that doesn't mean I should. And you're right, maybe I don't have a right to lecture you. But it's because I've gone through this that I'm telling you, Let it go. You'll regret it, I almost did. Kota turned and looked at Izuku, tell that to the dead. Leave. Izuku walked over and tried to hand over the plate, fine, but at least take this. I know you're hungry. Kota felt his stomach grumble, reluctantly he grabbed the plate and took a bite. It's terrible. Izuku laughed, well we did just learn how to make it from scratch. So what do you say, wanna head back down? No, I think I'll stay. I like the view from up here, said Kota. It's the one place I can. But as Kota scanned the landscape his eyes widened when he saw blue fire erupting from the woods. What's going on? The forest, it's on fire. Izuku looked at the blue flames and immediately knew what this was, this is someone's quirk. We are under attack. Come on, we need to head back down with the others. Just then Izuku's vision slowed down, looking to his left he saw a massive fist aiming for Kota. Reaching out, Izuku managed to grab the boy, shielding him as the fist flew past them. Something then crashed into the side of the mountain causing it to shake. You okay, kid? Asked Izuku. Kota nodded, why yeah, I'm good. What was that? Damn, you didn't even use your speed and you still dodged and got the kid out of the way. The boss was right, you really are fast, said a voice from the dust. Once it cleared a tall man, who wore a muscle shirt, and had muscle fibers on the outside of his skin appeared. Guess the boss wasn't exaggerating. You really are fast. Izuku got in front of Kota, stay behind me. But it seems like the intel was right. You really won't use your speed, said the villain. How did you, doesn't matter, are you the one behind the forest fire? Asked Izuku. Stepping into the moonlight the villain had a prosthetic eye with a scar over it. That was one of my associates. They have their part, and I have mine. Wanna guess what it is? Raising the body count I guess. But what makes you think I'll let you? But as Izuku was speaking he suddenly felt something crash into his ribs. Feeling his body lift off the ground, Izuku went flying towards the mountain. Slamming up against it, Izuku spit out blood, because I said so, that's why, said the villain. Sliding down the side Izuku hit the ground, fuck. I wasn't able to see it. Whipping his nose, Izuku noticed blood. But it's going to take more than that to take me. Again, as Izuku was speaking a massive fist appeared beside him. However this time he managed to raise his arm. At first it seemed as if Izuku blocked the punch, but soon the villain's strength overwhelmed him. Izuku felt his bones crack as the impact slammed him towards the ground. Screaming out in pain, the villain smiled as he saw Izuku's dangling arm. That's what I like to hear. But your pain shouldn't end here, I wonder what kind of sound you'll make when I kill this kid. The villain then turned to Kota. On the floor Izuku forced himself to crawl. Like I would ever let you do that. Tougher than you look. Not bad kid, but I think you should just stay there and watch, said the villain as he shook Izuku off. Walking over to Kota the villain activated his quirk, you should probably know who is about to kill you. The name is Muscular. Kota's eyes widened, he recognized that name, it was you killed my parents. Muscular stopped, I've killed many parents. Like I would remember yours. Gritting his teeth Kota did something stupid, he ran towards Muscular. You bastard. As he ran Kota pulled back his fist. Once in range Kota threw his punch, but as he did water suddenly appeared and covered Muscular's entire body. Izuku watched on in surprise, he has a quirk? Not being able to maintain his quirk, the water Kota created died down. But as it did a laugh was heard, oh I remember now. Yeah, that quirk, I'd never forget it. You're those weak-ass heroes brat. Your parents gave me this, yelled Muscular pointing at his fake eye. But that's fine, now that you're here. I can get some payback. Frozen in fear Kota could do nothing as Muscular walked over to him. But just as he was about to reach for him a bolt of green lightning came crashing down on top of Muscular. Screaming out in pain, Muscular fell to his knees as the muscle fibers began to smoke. Hey Drago. Didn't I say to leave him alone? Turning Muscular found Izuku standing up with his arm sparking green lightning. Muscular's eyes widened, why you're using your speed? Final warning, leave the kid alone. Warned Izuku. But Muscular simply smiled, I could do that, or I could kill him before you ever get close. Turning, Muscular raised his arm and punched down. His fist slammed into the ground with so much force it broke. As the dust cleared Muscular noticed that Kota was gone, he had missed. I warned you, said Izuku behind Muscular, with Kota on his good arm. Kota, he killed your parents, I'll let you decide what happens to him next. Kota looked at Muscular, take him down, and make sure it hurts. Izuku smiled as he put Kota down, with pleasure. You may be fast, but I'm stronger than you. Bring it. First up is you, and then the kid. Muscular then charged the two. But as he did, Izuku simply raised his arm and put his fingers up like he was going to snap them. Just as Muscular was 8 meters away, Izuku snapped his fingers. That's when a massive bolt of green lightning came crashing down right on top of Muscular. The entire mountain shook as a result of the bolt. Anyone that was near the mountain covered their ears as the shock wave managed to bend the trees. Bakugo, who got stuck with Todoroki for a test of courage the class was doing, immediately knew what had happened. That idiot is using his powers. Look out, yelled Todoroki as he pushed Bakugo away and put up an ice wall in front of them, blocking some long metal knives. Get your head in the fight. If you're worried about Midoriya, let's take this guy down, then you can go. Snapping out of it, Bakugo nodded. Right, let's get this crazy bastard. Back with Izuku, the area was covered with a thick cloud of dust. But it soon dissipated, revealing Muscular on the floor twitching. What did you do to me? Walking over, Izuku watched as small green sparks were seen on Muscular's body. I hit you with lightning. With the amount you just got hit with, it temporarily stopped the synapses in your brain from firing. Don't worry, I held back a bit so that you wouldn't die. However, whether or not you're paralyzed is not my problem. Muscular tried to move but found that his body wouldn't listen. Damn you, I'll kill you for this. No you won't, as of today you're done killing. Now tell me, why are you here? Questioned Izuku. Muscular then began to laugh. I'm only here to kill. But the others, they want something else, or rather someone else. Izuku then put it together, they plan on taking hostages. Kota. Let's go, we're going back to base camp. Running over, Izuku put Kota on his back, but as they were about to leave, Izuku looked at Muscular. Are you sure about this? Kota nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. He'll pay for what he did to my parents. But I'd rather see him rot in a prison. Your parents would be proud of you, kid, don't you ever forget that. In a flash, Izuku took off with Kota on his back. As Izuku ran down the mountain, he suddenly came upon Aizawa. Stopping in front of him, Izuku put Kota down. Oh Aizawa, thank goodness, here, take the kid. I need to go make sure the others are safe. Aizawa was surprised at Izuku's sudden appearance but then noticed his arm dangling and blood running down his nose. What happened to you? Oh that, I fought a villain. He was trying to kill us so I acted. Explained Izuku. He's up on the mountain paralyzed so he shouldn't go anywhere. Kota nodded, confirming Izuku's story. Aizawa then walked over to Izuku and grabbed his arm. This might hurt a bit. Twisting his arm back, Aizawa popped his shoulder back into place. Letting out a small grunt, Izuku began to move it around. Thanks for that. Don't thank me yet, your arm is broken. Check out the swelling, not to mention your nose. And what about your powers? I thought you said if you used them you'd never run again, said Aizawa, scolding Izuku. I know the risk, Aizawa. But even so, I had to save Kota. And now I have to save the others, regardless of what happens to me, said Izuku. Aizawa sighed. I sure hope you don't regret this. The others are spread out around the forest, find and rescue them. But before that, head over to the main group with Mandalay and deliver her this message. With Mandalay, Pixie Bob was down, Ragdoll was missing, and only herself and Tiger were left to protect the kids. We need backup, Mandalay yelled out as she dodged a sword. You're not getting away from me, hero, yelled a green lizard man who had on a mask that covered his eyes and an outfit that vaguely resembled Stain's, this world's Stain costume. This was the villain known as Spinner. God, you're so annoying, said Mandalay as Spinner kept up the pressure. Normally Tiger would back her up, but he was occupied fighting the individual that knocked Pixie Bob out cold. Oh, you almost got me, said a woman with shades. This is Magna. Tiger was a master at hand-to-hand combat, but it seemed with Magna he couldn't even get a hit in. Damn it, how are you so good? Magna gave a smile as she slapped away his punches. That's a secret. Hey Magna, finish this already so we can move on with the plan, yelled Spinner as he jumped into the air. Barely recovering from a dodge, Mandalay looked up to see Spinner bring down his sword. Mandalay knew she wouldn't be able to dodge, so she braced herself for the impact. A loud thunk was heard as the blade hit the ground, with Mandalay nowhere to be seen. What the? Where did she go? Right here, said a voice behind the villain. Quickly turning around, Spinner saw Izuku standing beside Mandalay. He had gotten her out of the way. Spinner pointed the tip of his sword at Izuku. You're the one we are after. Izuku pointed at himself. Me? What did I do? You mean besides destroying a city? Don't know, the boss wants to have a chat. Explained Spinner. Now come with me and no one. But as Spinner was speaking, a green flash of light caused him to blink, but in that time frame Izuku was gone and was now standing on the tip of Spinner's blade. No one what? Questioned Izuku. Surprised by what just happened, Spinner blinked a couple of times before it finally registered what just happened. Your speed, the boss said you wouldn't use it. Kicking Spinner across the face, Izuku sent the villain flying back as he landed on the ground. Your boss was wrong. Sliding to a stop, Spinner grabbed his nose as he slowly picked himself up. We can't win like this. Just then a blue glow appeared around Izuku's body. Huh? What's going on? Ha! I got him, Spinner, look, said Magna as she walked over to them with an arm outstretched. Nice going, Magna. Now hold him while I knock him out, said Spinner as he gripped his weapon. Izuku looked at his body and noticed the type of waves he was in. This is a magnetic field. Produced by my body? Interesting, but not good enough. Inside the shield, Izuku began to vibrate, faster, and faster. On the other hand, Magna felt her power on Izuku slipping. He's breaking free. Quickly, Spinner, knock him out. Mandalay saw this and quickly turned to Tiger, get down. Spinner jumped into the air, but as he did, Izuku yelled as his body released a pulse of green energy. The feedback from this pulse knocked both Magna and Spinner away. Once it was over, Izuku landed on the ground. That was a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. Emitting an EMP is a lot more difficult than it seems. Midoriya, yelled Mandalay. Where's Kota? He's with Aizawa. We ran into a villain on the way here, but it's been taken care of. Explained Izuku. But right now you need to get a message out to every class. With Uraka. Uraka and Sue were currently in a standoff with Toga. What do we do now? Asked Uraka. Ribbit, we have no choice but to fight. We might get in trouble, but there's no way around it, said Sue as prepared herself. Across from them, Toga giggled as she pulled out a needle. Hey you two, let's be friends. Uraka got into her fighting stance, like we'd ever be friends with a villain. That seemed to confuse Toga, but isn't Izuku in your class? He destroyed a city, that's pretty villainous to me. Midoriya is different. He didn't mean to hurt those people, said Uraka, defending her friend. Yeah. And unlike you, he doesn't kill people randomly, said Sue, also jumping into his defense. Toga stared at the two girls, but it's so fun. Especially when they bleed. I wonder how fun it would be when I cut the two of you up. Running towards them, Toga held out her needle. Sue leapt into the air, but as she did, a knife came flying over her head. It managed to catch her hair and pinned her against a tree, unable to move. Sue, yelled Uraka, turning to see if she was okay. Sue struggled to move but was fine. I'm stuck, look out. Uraka turned back only to find Toga's blade inches from her face. Reacting fast enough, Uraka managed to grab Toga's wrist and pull her down. She then grabbed the back of her neck and using the momentum, Uraka pinned Toga to the ground. Did you really think you could catch me off guard? Think again, said Uraka, twisting Toga's arm back. Any normal person would have groaned in pain, but not Toga. Slightly turning her head, she looked directly into Uraka's eyes. Your scent, your blood, it's just like mine. You're in love, aren't you? Let me guess, it's the little speedster. Uraka blushed slightly. Bingo. I liked Stain, he was perfect. Look at us, two girls in love, but both unable to confess. Uraka was about to say something, but in the moment she loosened her grip on Toga. Seeing a chance, Toga swung her head back and smashed Uraka's nose so hard that it forced her off. Quickly getting up, Toga then stabbed a needle into Uraka's shoulder, and began to take her blood. Uraka groaned in pain as she felt the needle pierce her skin. Toga had almost filled an entire vial when a flash of green lightning crashed into her, sending her flying in a tree. Holding her shoulder, Uraka got up to see Izuku standing in front of her. Midoriya. Turning, he smiled. Sorry I'm late, you two. You two all right? Uraka nodded, just hanging out. Could use some help, said Sue. Izuku nodded and in a flash he helped her off the tree. Thanks. Don't mention it. Now, who the hell was that? Questioned Izuku. Appearing from the trees, Toga appeared with blood running down her forehead. The name is Toga. You, be my boyfriend. Huh? Said both Izuku and Uraka. You heard me, be my boyfriend. That blood of yours, it's special and I want it all to myself, said Toga, licking the needle clean of blood. A cold shiver ran down Izuku's spine. No, I'm good. Besides, I already have a girlfriend. Aw, that's too bad. Toga's expression then turned to one of anger. Guess I'll have to kill her first. Then I'll have you all too. But as Toga was speaking, Izuku appeared in front of her. Caught off guard, Toga panicked and thrusted her needle forward. The needle aimed for Izuku's chest, but he simply activated his speed and got beside her. Izuku then raised his arm and placed it on Toga's side. Say that again and I'll make sure those are your final words. Moving his arm at super speeds, Izuku created enough kinetic energy and with a simple tap he sent Toga flying into the forest. Once that was over, Izuku turned to the girls. Come on, I'll take you two back to the others. Grabbing them both, Izuku took off towards the camp where he dropped off the two before heading back in to find the remaining class. But as he ran, Izuku could feel it. His body was starting to hurt. I have to save everyone before things get worse. Running through the forest, Izuku found and took those who were still out there and took them to safety. The only ones missing now were Bakugo and Todoroki. Stopping in front of an ice pillar, Izuku knew that it could have only been Todoroki that caused this. They should be near. But as he was about to look, something came flying out from the trees. Izuku turned and grabbed an arrow out of the air. Really, arrows? Is the League of Villains running out of ideas? Izuku laughed before looking at it. That's when he noticed that there was a small canister near the tip. What is that? But before he could even figure it out, the canister sprayed a purple gas in his face. Izuku coughed a few times before he fanned away the gas. But by then it was too late. Moments later, Izuku felt his body go limp, his eyesight blur, and his legs give out on him. What is this? Appearing from the forest were two men. One seemed like he was just a kid around Izuku's age. And the other had blue flames on his hands. Sleep-inducing gas. We know your body will burn through it quickly, but in that time frame you're just as slow as the rest of us. Reaching down, the villain placed a gas mask over Izuku's face that continuously pumped the gas. Izuku tried to burn through the gas with his speed, but since he was hit within before, there was little he could do. Soon Izuku's eyes began to shut as the gas knocked him out. That's that, come on, let's get him back to the boss before he wakes up. They'll know what to do with him, said one of the villains. Just then a portal opened up, but just as they were going to walk through, an explosion hit the kid and knocked him through a tree. Let him go, yelled Bakugo as he landed in front of the villain holding Izuku. Raising his arm, Bakugo fired off a massive explosion at the villain's feet. The blast took out his legs from under him, and as a result the villain dropped Izuku. Bakugo quickly reached out and caught his friend. I got you. Did you forget I was here? Questioned a voice. Bakugo looked up to see the blue flames erupt from the villain's hand. Throwing his arm forward, the villain unleashed a blue fire that threatened Bakugo. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. Just as the flames were going to take him, a wall of ice appeared in front of Bakugo. Bakugo, get Midoriya out of here. I'll slow them down, yelled Todoroki. Bakugo nodded, I know that. Just make sure they don't get near us. Idiots, did you really think it was just the two of us here? Questioned the villain. With Izuku in his arms, Bakugo ran through the forest, but as he did, Izuku suddenly began to glow green before disappearing. What the? Izuku. Bakugo looked around frantically for his friend. Looking for this? Questioned a man, standing atop of a tree wearing a mask. Turning, Bakugo found the man and then saw that he was holding a small blue marble that had Izuku inside. Why you, give him back. The masked villain pocketed Izuku and turned, sorry, but you'll get him back when the boss is done with him. Whether or not that's in one piece is another thing. You bastard. Using his explosions, Bakugo rocketed himself towards the masked villain. Now in his face, Bakugo raised his hand and fired off an explosion at point-blank range. The blast knocked the villain back and chipped part of his mask. The marble Izuku was in went flying into the air. Seeing it, Bakugo chased after it, reaching out just as it was going to hit the ground. He almost had it. The marble was inches from the palm of his hand, and out of nowhere a needle stabbed into him. Bakugo, in pain, watched as someone grabbed the marble. So your name is Izuku. That's a cute name, said Toga, holding up the marble in front of Bakugo. She then looked down at Bakugo and smiled, don't worry, I'll take real good care of him. Bakugo was about to get up and fight, but was struck in the back of the head by someone wearing a full black and white bodysuit, knocking him out. Hey, who's this guy? Asked the man. He then looked up to see his friend. Toga. Where's Dabi, Compress, and the others? It's not like I care or anything. Toga smiled, don't worry twice, they'll be fine. But we should really get out of here. Look. Toga then showed twice the marble with Izuku inside. Nice, you got him. I could have done that, but good job. Just then Compress and Dabi appeared. Good, we are here. Come on, let's get out of here. "The others will join us soon," said Dabi as a portal opened up behind them. The villains then walked in and disappeared, leaving behind a forest that was burning, several injured students, and one kidnapped. The fight was over, but not for everyone. The hut, 30 minutes ago. Mei was working on her workshop. She had gotten out of school and wanted to finish up the project for Izuku. This should help Izuku with his speed and give him real-time evaluations of the scene even when moving at super speed. With her back towards the entrance, Mei suddenly felt something. Sitting up straight, Mei calmly pulled up her goggles. "You know, it's rude if you just show up here. Even if you're Izuku's kid." Turning, Mei saw a faint outline of someone in the shadows. "What gave me away?" they asked. "You speedsters aren't really the stealthy type," explained Mei. "But I knew you would show up sooner or later." Stepping into the light, Mei got the first good look at the speedster. She was about Mei's height, had green hair, and eyes green as emeralds. She wore a suit similar to Izuku's but with pink streaks of pink lightning running through it. But much to Mei's surprise, she also had 2 pink blush marks on her face, one on each cheek. "Well, they do say you're the smartest person on the planet." "So, who are you?" asked Mei. The girl sighed. "Well, since you already know, I'm Izuku's daughter. And yes, from the future, this future to be precise. My name is Kaguya. Kaguya Midoriya. Daughter to Izuku Midoriya, and daughter to Ochako Uraka." Mei's eyes widened. "So Izuku and I, we don't end up together." Kaguya scoffed. "According to Mom, you two break up within 2 years. After that those two meet up and well, you know." "I see. Why are you here? In the past?" asked Mei. Kaguya stepped forward. "To answer that, I'll tell you something about the future. In 6 years, Japan will fall. Not as a result of another nation, or starvation. But by one person, one single person managed to destroy all of Japan within a year. Millions dead, countless others barely hanging on, while others fight to survive. I was born after this. I was born into a world full of death and destruction. I've watched mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, die fighting against this person. But, thankfully, I was born with my father's power, super speed. It wasn't long before I was old enough to fight. But even with my speed they knew how I fought, how my father fought. Things got so bad I had no choice but to come back and stop this person, by any means necessary." Mei was surprised at what she was hearing. Who could have done that? Kaguya's expression then turned to one of anger. You're the reason why the future is so messed up. You created something that you thought would help, but instead did the exact opposite. You created a monster, project name. Hermes, said Mei. Kaguya flinched when she heard that name. So you've built it already? But Mei shook her head. No, not yet. It's still in very early development. Good, that means there's still time, said Kaguya. I would ask you to stop, but both of us know that once you start a project, you won't be able to stop. The only way now is to kill you. Kaguya then raised her hand and began to vibrate it. Mei stepped back. You don't have to do this. Yes, I do. For all the lives you took, and especially for what you did to me. Goodbye, Mei Hatsum, and good riddance. Thrusting her hand forward, Kaguya aimed for Mei's heart. But as her hand hit Mei's clothes, a spark shot out, causing Kaguya pain and forcing her to pull her arm back. Looking at her slightly burnt hand, Kaguya was confused. What did you just do? Mei smiled. It worked, it actually worked. After Izuku's fight with Melissa, and his turn towards the dark side. I created specialized clothes that have bioelectric currents running through them, harmless except for when it's in contact with super speed. I'll never let another speedster harm me again. I should have known you'd have something up your sleeve, said Kaguya. You're always 2 steps ahead. 3 actually. Mei then reached into her pocket and pressed a button on a remote. Suddenly the vents opened up and out spewed a blue fog. It wasn't long before the fog covered the entire hut. Kaguya looked around and noticed that she could see her breath. Lowering the temperature to slow me down, huh? Nice plan, but not smart enough. Spinning in place, Kaguya created a tornado that blew the roof off the hut. With the fog now gone, Kaguya could now see clearly, but much to her surprise, Mei was gone. Damn it, where did she go? Underneath one of the work benches, Mei hid from Kaguya. This place she was in was underground. After Melissa's attack, Izuku asked Mei to create a sort of bunker. It would serve as a safe haven, if anything were to happen. Sitting down on the floor, Mei frantically pulled out her phone. Come on. Mei desperately tried to find Izuku's contact info. Finding it, Mei was just about to push the button when a hand came down right in front of her face. Damn it. Soon the hand began to vibrate even after, causing the entire bunker to shake. Seeing what she was doing, May ducked for cover. As the roof to the bunker was ripped to shreds. Found you. Kaguya then stepped down into the bunker as the dust was settling. With pink and green sparks around her, Kaguya pushed through. Give up, May, you can't beat me. The bunker she was in was small, it was only 2 rooms and only had 1 entrance and 1 exit. Losing her phone from the explosion, May no longer had a way to call for help. But she was not helpless, there was still one thing in the bunker that could help. Unfortunately, May never got the chance to get it when something shocked her from the back, knocking her out. Why didn't you let me kill her? Questioned Kaguya. Clank floated over with a built-in taser, because she's more useful to us alive. Think about it, the more information we gather the better. If this fails, we can at least go back with the knowledge on how to stop her. We don't need it. We'll end this here and now, said Kaguya, looking at May's unconscious body. No, it's better this way, said Clank. Trust me. You'll get your pound of flesh, but right now that explosion is going to bring unwanted attention. Not to mention she could have alerted him. Kaguya was disappointed. I know, you want to kill her. But wait off on that for a second. Once I get the information out of her, you can do as you please. Just then sirens were heard off in the distance, alerting Kaguya that the police and heroes were on the way. Walking over to May, she picked her up. As long as I get to kill her, it's fine. In a flash, Kaguya was gone along with Clank and May. Chapter 22, Faith. Is he awake? Asked a voice. Izuku slowly opened his eyes to find himself staring at a metal plate. Where am I? The speedster then looked down and found that he was strapped into a device. There was a metal strap that kept him in place and something attached to the back of his head. But most surprisingly, Izuku was running on a treadmill. Ah, look who's finally awake, said Shigaraki, standing beside the device. Izuku's eyes widened. You. What is this? Shigaraki grinned. You are currently in a device that sucks up all of your energy when you run. The more you run, the more power we take. You're stealing my energy? Questioned Izuku. Why? For what? For me, said a loud booming voice. Turning, Izuku found a tall man wearing a suit. He had on a mask that covered his face. Izuku Midoriya, we finally meet face to face. And who are you supposed to be? Discount Darth Vader, joked Izuku. A foe let out a small laugh. A jokester, I see. Well, no matter, I doubt you'll be able to keep up this charade for very long. The more time you spend there, the stronger I'll become. Oh yeah? What's stopping me from phasing out of here? Izuku then tried to do just that, but as soon as he began to vibrate his body, a powerful electrical shock coursed through his body. A few seconds later, the electrocution stopped. What's wrong, kid? Can't do it. That's because I thought of everything. You won't be able to phase out, thanks to that thing on your head. Vibrate or move at any frequency besides this one, and a powerful electrical current will be discharged from the thing on your head. Explained a foe. You will spend the rest of your life there, being a battery of sorts. Izuku narrowed his eyes at a foe. I remember you, yeah, you're All Might's villain. Rumors say you were just as strong as him, if not stronger. Why do you need my power? A foe looked at Izuku, because it's the only way to stand up to All Might. In our last battle he managed to seriously wound me. I was on the verge of death, the so-called symbol of peace left me to die. But I was saved by someone, this person you know all too well. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Who? A foe smiled. Melissa Shield. Izuku's eyes widened. How do you think we were able to capture you? Melissa was the one who gave us the gas. She's the one who built this machine. And she's the one who built this mask. It takes the energy you give off and siphons your speed and converts it to raw power. Power I can use. Melissa, always getting in my way, said Izuku, pissed off that she was still interfering with his life even after she was gone. She must have given you this before our fight at UA. Right you are. It's thanks to her that the day of destiny is almost upon us. Once I steal more of your energy, there will be no one left on this planet to stop me. Boasted a foe. Not even All Might. Izuku then noticed that the mask a foe was wearing was the one converting his speed to power. I need to break that mask. You can't, said a foe, knowing what Izuku was thinking. The mask is made of futuristic material. It's stronger than anything we have now. Master, we should be getting ready. It should take the heroes 3 days to find him. Until they do, we should prepare, said Shigaraki. A foe nodded. You're right. But before we do, I have one last question for the boy. There's a way to avoid this suffering kid, all you have to do is join us. You feel it, don't you? The looks people give you in the street, your school, your class. They are all judging you, making you out to be the bad guy. Even though you already fixed what was broken. You're fast boy, I'll give you that, but you'll never be able to outrun the truth. And the truth is, you can't fight who you really are. Join us and I swear to you, by the end of it, no one will ever question you about your motives. Shigaraki's eyes widened. Master. You can't be serious. He's the reason why we failed to kill All Might in the first place. Protested Shigaraki. You fail to understand, Shigaraki, I'm simply giving him a choice. He can join us, or... A foe then pressed a button on his chair that sent a bolt of electricity through Izuku's body. Screaming out in pain, Izuku could feel his body wanting to seize up, but, thanks to the contraption, it would force him to keep running. Or stay there and suffer. Gritting his teeth, Izuku looked over at Afo. I'd rather die than join you. Afo grinned. Don't worry, you will certainly die. But not before I take every last drop of your power and make it my own. Once I do, you'll watch as the world burns around you, knowing that it will be all your fault. When I get out of here, I'll... But as Izuku was speaking, he got hit by another shot of electricity. You'll do nothing, your threats don't scare us. And besides, you're already too late, said Shigaraki. You haven't noticed since you were knocked out, but it's been a full day since we attacked the camp. A full day of you running. Izuku's eyes widened. What? I've been running for a full day. Toga then jumped in, but that's not all, look. Grabbing the remote, Toga turned on the TV and switched to the news station. Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing, and no. The news anchor was giving a report about a missing UA student. Many are still wondering about the whereabouts of UA student Mei Hatsume. According to UA spokesperson Eraserhead, they have been searching non-stop for this girl. Rumors are suggesting she could have been taken by the same villains who attacked the training camp just yesterday. Where Izuku Midoriya, also a UA student, was taken. It is still unclear if these two are related in any way, but the circumstances are similar. Those with any type of lead are urged to call the police or their local hero agency. Izuku's expression then turned to one of rage. What did you do to her? Increasing his speed, Izuku began to generate a massive amount of lightning. Bolts began to strike the area around the villains, some had to dodge out of the way so as to not get hit. Tell me. Pressing the button once again, Izuku was stuck with more electricity, forcing him to calm down. That's the thing, we didn't do it, said Shigaraki. What? Asked Izuku, confused. The girl was never part of our plan, so there was no need to take her. She is no hero. Explained Afo. Whoever took your friend, they were specifically targeting her. Who? Who could be targeting Mei? Asked Izuku. It couldn't have been her, could it? With Mei sitting down at her workbench, Mei was wielding some components together when someone grabbed her waist from behind. Hey Mei, still working? Mei let out a veil as she turned to find Izuku. Izuku, you scared me. Izuku smiled. Sorry, but you looked so cute working on that. Are you ready to head out? Mei nodded. Well, I'm almost done with this, but I think it can wait for later. Perfect. Let's go. Izuku then grabbed Mei's hand and began to run along the beach. The two smiled and laughed as the waves hit their feet. It was perfect. But that's when Mei began to scream out in agony. Snapping her eyes open, Mei was currently being electrocuted by Kaguya using her speed. Good, you're awake. Now tell us everything. The electrocution stopped, causing Mei to hang her head. With her arms tied behind her back, Mei's breathing was heavy. I already told you, I have nothing else. But before Mei could finish talking, Kaguya reached out and touched Mei on the shoulder and began to electrocute her again. Clank then appeared behind Kaguya. This isn't getting us anywhere. She's already said everything we needed to know. She's hiding something, I just know it. Answered Kaguya. Weren't you the one to suggest we take her anyway? So why are you trying to stop me? Besides, what she's feeling right now is nothing compared to what she did to the world, to me. Kaguya looked at Mei directly in the eyes. Thinking back, or rather to her future, Kaguya could remember everything. She could describe in detail how her friends died in battle trying to stop Mei's creation. That's the curse that comes with super speed, every event is slowed down and you remember every single detail. But maybe you're right, we've gotten all we need. Once we kill her, the future will be saved. Getting up, Kaguya began to vibrate her hand. However, as she did, Mei spoke. I'm sorry. 2 simple words, that's all Mei said. But with those 2 words, Kaguya stopped vibrating her hand and punched Mei across the face. No. You don't get to be sorry. Pulling her fist back again, Kaguya punched Mei in the stomach. Do you know how many people you've killed? Billions. You wiped out the entire population of the US in days, burned Africa to the ground, and flooded the entire island nation of Australia. No one was safe, not even my own father. With blood running down her lip, Mei couldn't believe what Kaguya just said. I killed Izuku? Calming down a bit, Kaguya thought back to that day. I remember it vividly, my father and I didn't even see it coming. Myself, Izuku, and Ochako were attacked while helping survivors evacuate to a safe location when it came in and grabbed my father and mother by the neck. It then looked at me, and forced me to choose between the two. Balling up her fist, the rage inside Kaguya began to rise. I begged and begged to let them go, but it didn't. I tried to run and save them, but as soon as it detected my speed, it tightened its grip around their necks. I was just 10 when you forced me to choose. Dad kept yelling out to pick him, but Mom did the same. She knew that as long as Izuku was around there was still hope. But in the end I couldn't choose, so it made the choice for me. That's the day I lost my dad. After that Mom became distant, she went on more dangerous missions, eventually she too would die. After that I was alone and afraid. Eventually I found friends, but they too were killed. That's why I'm here, not only to fix my future, but to avenge my father. You Mei Hatsume are destined to be this world's greatest villain. Why, you're wrong. I would never do something like that. Protested Mei. All I've done is help people with my babies. I'd never hurt anyone, much less Izuku. Kaguya scoffed, you say that now, but unless I kill you there will be no future. Not for us at least. Once again Kaguya began to vibrate her hand. Pulling her arm back, Kaguya saw as Mei gave her a look of regret. For a moment Kaguya hesitated, but in that moment the memories of her dead friends and family came flooding back in. With the rage back, Kaguya threw her hand forward for the kill. However, this time the speed attack wouldn't be stopped. Kaguya wasn't just electrocuting Mei for no reason. No, she was doing to disrupt the bioelectric field on Mei's clothes and short-circuit it. Which worked, meaning Kaguya would pierce her heart. But as Kaguya's hand was centimeters away, Mei yelled, "It won't work." Stopping, Kaguya looked at Mei. "What won't work?" "Killing me," answered Mei. "Killing me won't fix the future, at least not yours. Once you time traveled, you technically created two splits in time and space. Killing me won't fix the future, Izuku already tried that. So you know about Dad's time travel adventure to save Grandma. But that was back when Dad still didn't know how to fully make use of his powers," said Kaguya. "Dad screwed up back then. It is possible to fix things in the past and affect your future. That is, if you know what you are doing. Dad time traveled using something called the Speed Force. It's basically what all us speedsters use to achieve our speeds. But I use it in a different way. I may have my dad's speed and his ability to time travel, but I do it in a different way. As you may or may not know, each world vibrates at a specific frequency. I can use my speed to match that vibration and ride the time stream to the past or far future. Anything I do here will affect my future." That doesn't make any sense," said Mei, more confused than anything else. Kaguya shrugged, "That's the thing with time travel. It's like someone once said, time travel theories are a bitch to understand. The more you think about it, the less you actually know." Raising her hand once again, Kaguya began to vibrate it. "But I know killing you will help the future." She then looked down at Mei and noticed that she wasn't scared, or begging for her life. "I thought you would be begging for me to stop by now." Mei gave a half smile. "No use in begging, right? Even if I did, you'd still do it anyway. I just want to know one thing before you do it. Was Izuku happy with Uraka?" After a few seconds of thinking it over, Kaguya nodded, "Without a doubt." Closing her eyes, Mei nodded, "I see, good. That's all I ever wanted for Izuku. Don't worry, he will be after I get rid of you." Pulling her hand back, Kaguya threw it forward. This was it. Mei was going to die, and by the hands of someone who was related to Izuku. But just as Kaguya's hand touched Mei's chest, Clank began to beep and flash red lights. Time discrepancy detected. "Kaguya, something else is happening." Kaguya pulled her hand back before killing Mei and removed her hand from Mei's chest. "Are you kidding me? Show me." Projecting an image onto the wall, Clank began to show Kaguya a news report. UA has yet to find the two students missing. Both students have been identified as Mei Hatsume, and the other being Izuku Midoriya. Kaguya's eyes widened. "What?" "While we do not know who took Mei Hatsume, a group known as the League of Villains have come out and taken credit for abducting Izuku. They have also released a video which we will show. However, the video can be hard to watch." The newscaster then switched to the video. On the screen showed Izuku running with the device around him, Hello world, as some of you may know we are the League of Villains, said a voice off screen that was clearly Shigaraki's. As you can see we have Izuku Midoriya with us. This student, this hero in training is being put to good use. The device around him extracts his power and gives it to someone who is more worthy, one who will show this world that they are better off without the so-called heroes. The life of this kid will be only useful to us until he fulfills his role as a battery. And like any battery he will run out of power and will be disposed of. Oh, and to those heroes looking for him, I wouldn't bother. By the time you find him, he will be nothing but an empty husk. To a better world, one without heroes. The image then switched back to the newscaster. UA and the authorities are actively searching for both students. One can only hope they find them in time. Kaguya clenched her fist as she saw the news. You have to go find him, said Clank. I know. Kaguya then pulled her mask over her face. Shouldn't take long, I know Japan like the back of my hand. In a flash Kaguya ran through all of Japan. Mei looked at Clank. So, who built you? Clank turned. Kaguya, she built me. Right after you killed her father. You're an AI, that developed their own personality. How is that possible? That technology should be several decades ahead of even your time, said Mei. It is. But you'd be amazed what the speedsters can do when they put their mind into something. What takes several decades for normal humans can be achieved in minutes, if not seconds for speedsters. But that doesn't matter, Kaguya should be back. As Clank was speaking, another flash of light engulfed the room. Kaguya appeared and pulled off her mask. I can't find him, I looked all throughout Japan and nothing. That's impossible. Let me see if I can locate him. Clank's eyes then began to flash as he tracked down Izuku. After a few seconds his eyes returned to normal, location unknown. His energy signature is being hidden as well. Shit. We need to find him fast. If he dies I won't be born, said Kaguya. Maybe they have him somewhere else, the US, or Europe. You won't find him there, said Mei. Kaguya looked at Mei. If they are drawing out his power they'll need a place large enough to contain said power. So a power plant? Questioned Clank. But Mei shook her head. No, too obvious. You could run around all over the world looking for him but I have a way of finding him. Tell me, said Kaguya. Mei motioned behind her. Let me go and I'll help you. And risk you attacking me? No, thanks, now tell me how to find him. Repeated Kaguya again, but this time in a much more angry tone. Let me go and I will, said Mei, staying firm to her demand. Now fed up with Mei, Kaguya walked over and forced Mei to stand up. Still chained up, Kaguya began to vibrate her hand. Final chance, tell me or I'll kill you. I'll eventually find him. I'm sure you will, but would you get there in time? Questioned Mei. It's been a full day since he's disappeared. You don't know how much time is left before he's drained. Could be hours, minutes, or even seconds. Let me help. Kaguya narrowed her eyes. She could see Mei wasn't going to back down. Sighing, Kaguya stopped vibrating her hand. Fine, you win. But once we find him I'm killing you. Clank, cut her loose. Are you sure about this? Asked Clank. To which Kaguya nodded. Very well. Floating behind Mei, Clank cut the chains binding her. Now free Mei massaged her wrists. How do we find him? Asked Kaguya. Take me to the hut. I need to access the main computer, said Mei. Nodding Kaguya looked at Clank. In a flash, the three appeared inside the hut. Go. Ordered Kaguya. Mei walked past her to reach the main computer but as she did Kaguya grabbed her shoulder. Try anything and I'll break your arms. Pulling herself free, Mei continued walking. I already told you, I won't turn into that future me. Making it to the computer, Mei began to type away. Floating beside her, Clank watched Mei work. How do you intend on finding him? After Izuku was taken by Stain we realized that more people would target him. So we came up with a way of finding him, if he ever got captured again, said Mei pulling up a seismograph satellite. We knew that if he got captured he'd most likely be held underground. So the best way to find something underground is to cause an earthquake. Kaguya raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't those holding him know with all the shaking? Mei shook her head. Not if the magnitude and frequency is low enough. Cause enough of them at such a low intensity then it's bound to show up, said Kaguya. So is that where his satellite comes into place? Right. If I just adjust the frequency detection, it should give us a pretty close location. Typing away Mei was working her magic. Wait, how do you have access to such advanced technology? Asked Clank. Mei stopped typing. I hacked some US-based satellites, no big deal. That bit of news surprised Kaguya. Seconds later May pressed the enter key and brought up a live image feed. Bingo! That's where he is. Kaguya approached the monitor. That doesn't make sense. Are you sure it's there? May nodded. It's the only place he could be. I wouldn't have expected for it to be there, said Kaguya. The location they were talking about was right in the middle of a populated area. Good, I'll go get him. Just as Kaguya was about to leave, May stopped her. Hold it. You're fast, but you are too reckless. You need backup for this job. I don't need backup. And even if I did, they would just slow me down. Explained Kaguya. Don't be stupid, they managed to capture Izuku. If you get caught too it will only make things worse, said May. That's when Clank came floating by. I have to agree with May here. If there's any chance of you getting captured or worse, it would mean our future dies. Taking some time to think about it, Kaguya reluctantly turned to May. Let me just say this now. I will never trust you, May Hatsune. After all the sins you've committed you are beyond redemption and the only way for you to ever atone is death by my hand. That being said, I'm willing to work with you this one time in order to save my father. I am not the same person who ruins this world. Never have been, never will be. You don't trust me, fine, don't. But trust in the fact I want Izuku back alive, said May looking right into Kaguya's eyes. Alright then, who do you think could help us? Asked Kaguya. Ue, All Might, Nezu, and Aizawa were all currently in a large conference room. Any ideas where the both of them could be? Asked Nezu. Aizawa shook his head. No, I've even asked around in the underground world and still nothing. Nobody knows where they could be. We can't give up. We all saw that video of Izuku. He's in pain, we have to find him, said All Might, angry at himself for not being there with the class during the attack. And we will. But there isn't much to go on. All we know is that the League of Villains are involved. So if we find them we find Izuku. But that still leaves Hatsune. There was an explosion at her and Izuku's hideout. We suspect that whoever took her attacked. There is also evidence that Hatsune fought back. As to why she was taken, we also don't know, said Nezu. As the three contemplated on what to do next, a flash of green and pink lightning circled the table before stopping on the other end. Much to their surprise the three saw May standing beside the mystery speedster they were looking for. So this is what Ue looked like before, said Kaguya looking around. Hatsune. You're back, yelled Aizawa. May turned to the heroes. Hey. Now that I'm here I can say this, I know where Izuku is. All Might's eyes widened. You do? Where? In a city not too far from here, said Kaguya. Nezu looked at the speedster. Kaguya had her mask on so you could only see her eyes. And who are you? Are you the one who took Hatsune? Getting up from his seat, All Might looked as if he was getting ready to fight. Yes, but that's not important right now, said May. I can't tell you who she is but she is here to help, for now at least. If she's the one who took you, we can't trust her, said Aizawa. But May stood her ground. I know that, but she's our best shot at getting Izuku back. But she can't go in blind. If she gets caught we'll all be screwed. Hatsune, she kidnapped you, said Nezu. I know that, but after what she told me, I can't really blame her. Listen, you can't trust her, but trust me when I say without her we might not get Izuku back in time. The heroes looked at each other, not really knowing how to move forward. Alright, fine, said All Might. We need to get Midoriya back. Where is he? Walking over to the open computer on the side, May typed in the location. He's there and underground. Nezu looked at the map, a bar right in the middle of the city. Hidden and doesn't attract attention. So now we know where he is. But why doesn't she just go in there and take him? I'm sure she's fast enough, said Aizawa. While I am fast, so was Izuku. If they manage to capture him there's no telling what's waiting for me if I go in alone. Not to mention whoever is taking his power. I never heard of a device being able to suck away our speed and using it to power someone up. That's where you come in, said Kaguya pointing at All Might. You know who took Izuku, don't you? You all know. All Might looked at Nezu and Aizawa. His name is All for One. He's a villain I faced and defeated years ago. Even though I won I was left in a weakened state. A foe is the evilest of evil. He's lived for hundreds of years and has stolen countless amounts of quirks. If he really is taking Izuku's power, there's no telling what he's capable of now. Kaguya raised an eyebrow. All for One? Why does his name sound familiar? Then we take them by surprise, said Nezu getting up from his seat. We need an hour to call in more heroes and inform the police. But once we have everyone we move in quickly and before they have a chance to react. Aizawa nodded. I'll get ready then. Sorry Aizawa, but you won't be able to join them, said Nezu. I have another role for you, one that might be just as important. I'm coming with you, said Mei. All Might looked at Mei puzzled. No, it's too dangerous. That thing on Izuku is sucking up his power. I've never seen anything like that, but I do know how Izuku's power works. You need me there to get him out, said Mei. She's right, said Kaguya. She is the most familiar with our speed. If anyone has any chance of getting him out, it's her. Once you guys attack, I'll run through and find him. Sounds like a plan. Get ready, we have a fight on our hands, said Nezu. With that, Mei and Kaguya went back to the hut so that Mei could get what she needed. All Might rested up to make sure he wouldn't power down during the fight. While Aizawa put on a suit. 1 hour later, 7:30 p.m. The room was loud, people talked to each other, the sound of cameras clicking filled the air. A press conference had been announced by UA in order to give updates as to what was going on. As the news reporters waited, Aizawa, Nezu, and Vlad were standing behind a curtain. Are you sure this is going to work? Asked Aizawa. Nezu nodded. It will, they don't know we know yet. They will be watching the broadcast and will use that time to strike. This press conference won't end well for us, you know that right Nezu? Said Vlad. I know, but this helps our chances of getting Midoriya out of there. Besides, I always have a backup plan. The three then appeared from the curtain and took a seat in front of the reporters. Thank you all for coming. We understand that all of you have questions for us, so let us begin. Unknown location, 7:31. Shigaraki was sitting down at the bar looking up at the TV that showed the live interview with UA. Look at them, they don't even know what's coming. Kurogiri, how is the master coming along? He is getting better by the second. With the amount of power we have taken, the master should be restored to full power in a few minutes. After that, any power drawn will only further power him. Explained Kurogiri. Good, then our plan will soon be truly starting. Shigaraki then looked over to the booth to find Toga slumped over and twice trying to comfort her. What's wrong with her? She's sad that she hasn't gotten any of his blood yet, said Twice, patting Toga on the head. It's not fair. I wanted to get his blood before, but you guys didn't let me, said Toga pouting. Shigaraki sighed. You can have some after we take all of his power. He'll live long enough for you to take what you need. Instantly Toga sat up. Really? Yay. I can't wait. Dabi then appeared from another room. So what's next after this? Shigaraki was about to answer, but the TV turned black and the words Afo appeared. We take over the world. But in order to do that, one man must be eliminated, All Might. The people see him as a symbol, a beacon of hope. But what happens when the people see their champion defeated? They'll lose hope. Finished Shigaraki. The people will watch as the heroes they idolize fall. As Shigaraki was speaking, there was a sudden knock at the door. Pizza delivery. The villains looked at each other wondering why or who ordered the pizza. But as Spinner, who was leaning up against the wall, pushed off, the building began to shake. Detroit, smash, yelled All Might as he broke down the brick wall with a single punch. Spinner was thrown to the ground while the others shielded themselves from the bricks. But before the dust could even settle, wooden vines came from the hole in the wall and wrapped every single one of the villains up. Villains captured, yelled Kamui Woods. Dabi looked at the wooden vines and laughed. Wood, really? It's like you guys aren't even taking this seriously. Blue flames sparked off of Dabi, but before he could burn anything, a yellow streak appeared and knocked both Dabi and Kurogiri out cold. It's you that hasn't taken this seriously, said a short old man wearing a yellow and white hero costume. Sliding back, the old man landed next to All Might. Good work, Gran Torino, you still have it in your old age. I may be old, but I can still teach you a lesson or two about respecting your elders, yelled Gran Torino. Enough. He then reached and touched his earpiece. We're clear, send them in. Gran Torino didn't even have time to let go of the earpiece when a flash of green and pink shot by him and into the building. When you said fast, you weren't kidding. That makes 3 people that have been or are faster than me, said All Might. The hero then turned his gaze towards Shigaraki. It's over, villains. Why? Because we are here. Struggling, the villains couldn't break free from Kamui's quirk. How? The broadcast is still going on. Not to mention you shouldn't have any idea where we were. Protested Shigaraki. It's just a ruse, said Gran Torino. We used the conference to distract you. As to how we found you, we had a bit of help. Shigaraki's eyes widened. That light. Another speedster. Correct, but that should be the least of your concern. Your reign of villainy is over, and we will save Midoriya, said All Might. Now where is Afo? Did someone say my name? Asked a foe from the TV screen. Hello All Might, it's been quite a while. Not long enough I suppose. So what say you, care to fight this out? Or are you going to hide behind a screen? Mocked All Might. While you're at it, release the boy. A foe then began to laugh. Come now All Might, you should know me by now. I'm always 3 steps ahead of you, now more literally. But for the boy, that I cannot do. Or rather I would recommend against it. But enough about him, I need to make sure the future stays bright. Snapping his fingers, a foe activated one of his quirks. As he did, black sludge came spewing out of every captured villain's mouth. Surprised at first, All Might looked at all the villains. What's going on? Gran Torino then saw one of the villains disappear. They're teleporting away. But how? That guy should be knocked out. One by one the villains disappeared through the sludge and in their place appeared Nomus. Careful Torino, these things aren't pushovers. The old man nodded. I know, I read the report. We are going to need some backup here, detective. Radioed the hero. The police and some heroes including Endeavor, the number 2 hero, were waiting down below. But help wouldn't come, not because they didn't want to but for the reason Nomus were also attacking them. No one can help you now, All Might. But if you really want to end this, look towards the sky. Turning, All Might stared into the night sky, only to see a massive bolt of crimson red lightning light up the sky. That came from Camino Ward, said Gran Torino. Oh no. The other heroes, they were there investigating a warehouse. He then turned to All Might. Go. We'll catch up. Nodding, All Might crouched down and with all his strength he jumped into the night sky. Down below. Going through wall after wall, Kaguya searched for her father. He was here somewhere and she was going to find him. After searching the final floor, Kaguya stopped in front of a large steel door that was behind a wall of alcohol bottles. I can't punch through that. It seems to be wired up to something. Whatever it is I can get through, said Mei, jumping off from Kaguya's arms. Walking over to a panel on the side, Mei cracked it open and began to work on it. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. But Kaguya couldn't wait that long, no time. Walking over, she began to vibrate her hand and as Mei was working she thrusted it towards the panel. Phasing into it, Kaguya began to scramble the wiring. Sparks flew off the panel but the door ultimately opened up. Mei looked at Kaguya. You could have given me a warning. Pulling her hand back, Kaguya shrugged, look out. Let's just go in. Walking through the doors, the 2 girls were surprised to find that it opened up to a much larger area. The hallway was long and wide, with massive tubes filled with water and something floating inside. Whoa, what is this? Kaguya walked over to one of the tubes. Nomus, but these aren't like the ones in the future. They look so primitive. Hey! Over here. I found him, yelled Mei from down the hall. In a flash, Kaguya caught up. Dad. Izuku, who was running on the machine, looked over to find Mei and Kaguya standing there. Mei, oh thank goodness, I thought I'd never see you again. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have some food on you? I haven't eaten anything since yesterday and I'm starving. Mei giggled, no sorry about that. But tell you what, once we get you out of here I'll buy you all the food you want. Izuku smiled, alright. Oh yeah, one more thing, why did she call me Dad? Kaguya stepped forward and removed her mask. It's because I am your daughter. My name is Kaguya, Kaguya Midoriya. Whoa, I was not expecting that. You even have my eyes. Izuku then shook his head. We'll talk later, you 2 have to get me out of here. He's going after All Might, if he gets any more of my. As Izuku spoke, a powerful electrical current coursed through him. Izuku screamed out in pain, causing him to drop his head. Phasing out isn't an option and neither is overloading it. You have to think of a way to get me out. Mei nodded and ran towards the back of the machine and ripped off a panel. Inside she found futuristic components. It's taking Izuku's energy and wirelessly transmitting it through something. Kaguya took a closer look. I haven't seen this in the future either. This tech is beyond this and my time. It's Melissa. She gave it to All for One while she was still here. Explained Izuku. Melissa, damn it. I have to somehow disrupt the flow of energy between the receiver. Maybe I can trick it into thinking it's already siphoned Izuku's energy or block it and cause it to build up. Pulling down her goggles, Mei took her tools out and got to work. This might take a while. As Mei got to work, Kaguya stood guard. As she did, Clank suddenly appeared and floated beside her. Kaguya, it's as we feared. Kaguya's eyes widened. What's going on? Asked Izuku. Right now All Might and the villain, a foe, are fighting. But as it stands now, All Might is going to die, said Kaguya. Izuku couldn't believe it, no rather he refused to believe it. There's no way, All Might is the strongest hero around. While that may have been the case before, thanks to your power Afo has gained power that surpasses that of All Might. Explained Clank. You have to do something, said Izuku, looking at Kaguya. You came here to save us, right? So go out and help All Might. But Kaguya refused. No. I won't tamper with history more than I have to. If All Might dies today, then so be it. Besides, I'm running out of speed. If I use what's left, I won't be able to return back to my time. Izuku was about to say something when the sound of shattering glass was heard from behind. Mei and Kaguya looked back to see several Nomus getting up and roaring as glass from the pods scattered across the floor. Shit, looks like we woke them up, said Kaguya as she pulled down her mask again. Mei tapped her wristwatch she had on. Damn it, there's no time. You need to take those down. The watch then changed and reshaped itself into a beam rifle. 8 Nomus roared as they were now freed from captivity. Mei shot first and fired, but as the shot got close to the Nomu, black lightning sparked from its body. The massive creature dodged out of the way, much to Mei's surprise. He dodged it. Wait, that lightning, it's just like Izuku's. Don't tell me. Before Mei could even finish that sentence, the Nomu appeared in front of her with its fist drawn. The Nomu threw down its fist, causing a loud crack noise to echo through the lab. But the crack noise wasn't from the fist hitting Mei, but instead of the fist hitting the floor. Looking up, the Nomu saw Kaguya standing in front of Mei. Why you saved me, why? Asked Mei. Did you forget why I agreed to work with you? You still need to get Izuku out of there, said Kaguya, pushing Mei back towards the panel. Get back to work, I'll deal with these guys. Clank then floated up into Kaguya's face. You can't. You're already running on fumes. You'll run out of speed. With green and pink lightning jumping off her body, Kaguya clenched her fist. I already did the math. I have exactly 15 minutes left of speed in me. I won't even take one with these guys. The Noma snarled as they charged. Kaguya took a heavy step forward and ran. Managing to tackle one to the ground, Kaguya quickly grabbed its neck and snapped it. Turning to look at the others, she noticed that they ignored her and were heading towards Mei. Appearing behind one, Kaguya broke the legs of the beast, causing it to fall to the ground in pain. But just as it was lifting its head, Kaguya phased her hand into its head and popped it. I'm the only one that's going to kill Mei. The Nomus were inches away from grabbing Mei, when from behind the sound of piercing was heard. Green and pink lightning filled the air as one by one the Nomus fell dead with holes on their backs. Izuku was shocked to see Kaguya kill so easily. Are you almost done? Asked Kaguya with blood dripping down her right hand. Mei looked behind her to see Kaguya, blood dripping down onto the floor and her eyes shining green. It scared her. Almost done. Mei then tried to remove a piece, but a spark flashed, burning Mei slightly. Damn it, oh forget this. Kaguya then watched as Mei grabbed the motherboard inside. Wait, what are you doing? Mei didn't even answer when she ripped out the motherboard, wires and all. Sparks came flying out from the panel, but it seemed as if it worked. The device slowed down before finally coming to a complete stop. Izuku fell to his knees, his body weak from all the electrocutions. Izuku. Getting up, Mei jumped onto the machine and ran to his side. Kaguya quickly joined them. You had no idea what you were doing, did you? No, not a clue. But I knew that a baby that sophisticated had to be delicate. So I ripped it out. Explained Mei. It could have blown up. At least give me a warning first before you do something stupid, said Kaguya. Mei shrugged. Look out. Kaguya smirked, as that was a callback to what she did to Mei earlier. Wait, couldn't that have been dangerous? Asked Izuku. My power was flowing through that, it could have blown up. Mei nodded casually, without a doubt, but it worked out, so it's fine. Kaguya was surprised. The future Mei was careful with every move she made. Just when you thought you'd finally got the jump on her, bam, Mei was already 3 moves ahead. Clank then appeared and scanned Izuku's body. It seems that the machine has taken quite a bit of your power. But don't worry, your connection to it is strong and is replenishing as we speak. Your wounds are minor and should heal in a bit. Izuku blinked a couple of times at Clank. Hey Mei, am I seeing this right, or is that a floating ball? No, you're seeing that right, said Mei. Apparently it's an AI with its own personality. Whoa, crazy. Izuku got to his feet and turned towards Kaguya as she removed her mask once again. He saw her emerald-colored eyes that resembled his. He saw the 2 pink blush patches on her cheek like Uraka. He saw her long green hair tied in a ponytail. Why, you look so much like me, but you have Uraka's face, and your hairstyle, it's just like Mom's. You really are my daughter. Izuku then looked at Kaguya's hands. Walking over to her, he grabbed one and lifted it. He could see calluses and scars on the back of her hand. Her hero costume was dirty and worn out. The future hasn't been kind to you, has it? Kaguya's eyes softened as she nodded silently. I see. Izuku let go of Kaguya's hands and wrapped her in a hug. I'm so sorry. Tears began to water in Kaguya's eyes as Izuku held her. It has been years since she'd gotten a hug from her dad. The last time she did was the morning of his death. Kaguya hugged her father back. No, I'm sorry. I couldn't save you, I could have. But Izuku cut her off. What's done is done, there's nothing you can do about it now. Hearing those words, Kaguya broke the hug and wiped her tears away. Actually, Dad, that's why I'm here. I'm here to fix my future. Fix? Kaguya, there is no fixing the past. I know, I've tried and ended up breaking the time barrier and destroyed a world. Explained Izuku. That was your mistake, but all I have to do is get rid of one person. One person in my future, this future is saved, said Kaguya, her expression turning serious. Seeing this, Izuku's body tensed up. Who? Lifting up her hand, Kaguya pointed right at Mei. Her. Izuku's eyes widened. As I told her, she is the reason why the future is terrible. She kills billions with her creation. She kills my friends, my mom, and she kills you. Mei Hatsune becomes the world's greatest villain. The news shocked Izuku to the point he had to take a step back. Izuku then hung his head. Why, you're kidding, right? Because man, is that unbelievable, said Izuku, lifting his head up and laughing. I mean, come on, it's Mei. Sure, her babies sometimes blow up, but they do good. You're wrong, yelled Kaguya, shutting Izuku up. Mei will become the greatest threat to this planet. It's predestined. And nothing will stop me from fixing my world. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Even if that means fighting me? I don't want to fight you, Dad. But I will if you get in my way, said Kaguya, her eyes sparking green and pink. The future must be corrected. Izuku's eyes then sparked green. Futures change, Kaguya, and I won't let you touch her. Without saying a word, Kaguya ran at Izuku and punched him across the face, sending him flying towards one of the broken tubes. You leave me no choice then, father. She then turned to Mei. Time to end this. Kaguya then began to vibrate her hand. She then ran towards Mei at full speed. Thrusting her hand forward, Kaguya was inches from killing Mei, when a loud crackdoom echoed through the bar. In a flash, Izuku appeared and speared Kaguya in the ribs, pushing her away from Mei. I won't stand by and watch you kill her. Getting up, Kaguya grabbed her ribs in pain. So be it. I can't kill you, but I'll make sure you stay out of the way long enough. Kaguya then began to power up, her green and pink lightning striking down inside the building. Mei, get out of here. I'll find a way to stop her, said Izuku, as he too began to charge up, his green lightning mingling with hers. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Mei ran back upstairs, leaving only Izuku and Kaguya. Father versus daughter, present versus future, hatred versus perseverance. In a split second the two took off and outside, leaving only a trail of lightning behind them. The two ripped through the earth, destroying buildings and roads as they went along. Kaguya was ahead, causing all of the destruction, but just one step behind was Izuku, rebuilding everything as he passed. You're going to kill someone, yelled Izuku, chasing after Kaguya. Not if you save them. I know you, Dad. You save people, it's what you do. So why are you stopping me from saving everyone? Asked Kaguya as they reached the ocean. Taking one life will save billions. Tell me it's not worth it. Hearing that, Izuku thought back to when he talked to his mom as her world was ending. Gritting his teeth, Izuku pushed himself and managed to catch up to Kaguya. It's not that simple. Grabbing her arm, Izuku threw Kaguya. Crashing into the water, Kaguya's body bounced off like a stone. While in the air, she managed to reposition herself and slide across the water before popping back up and continuing to run. It is. And you know it, yelled Kaguya. Izuku gave chase. We can find another way. The two ran across the North American continent. Loud booms could be heard as they ran across the US, which caused the military to be put on full alert. In one of the military bases, a general was on the phone with the president. Sir, we have them, but we need your permission to fire. The general then nodded. Yes, sir, it will be done. Hanging up the phone, the general turned to his men. We have the green light, fire. Turning two keys, the men initiated the launch of a nuclear warhead. The missile rocketed into the sky at supersonic speeds. With Izuku and Kaguya, they were running across the Great Plains of the US. There is no other way, yelled Kaguya, running through a wheat field. Mei Hatsune has to die. Mei hasn't done anything wrong. And as long as I'm around, she won't do anything to harm the world, yelled Izuku, running side by side with Kaguya. Nothing wrong. Swinging her arm, Kaguya smacked Izuku across the face. If you only know what she's done, no, what she will do, you'd want to kill her too. With blood running down his lip, Izuku pushed on. I will stop you. Kaguya scoffed, you'll have to kill me for that to happen. The two were so entrenched in their own conversation that they didn't notice the nuclear warhead about to hit. But at the very last second the two speedsters saw it and jumped out of the way. With one on each side they quickly ran around it and began to dismantle it. The nuclear warhead dropped onto the floor along with the rest of the components, all neatly placed so that they could rebuild it. See, even other countries are trying to stop us, said Izuku. Stop running, before I make you stop. Never, answered Kaguya. I'm done playing these games with you. If you won't listen to reason, then I'll just have to stop holding back. I've raced against you in the future, and all those times I won. Circling the earth a few more times, the two ultimately made it back to Japan. Mei was currently running through the streets avoiding the heroes and Nomu's fighting. As she ran past an alley, she suddenly felt someone grab her and pull her into the alley. Startled, Mei fought back and punched whoever it was in the face. Ow, what the heck was that for? Asked a voice in the dark. Mei stopped. Wait, that voice. Just then a light shined, illuminating the alley just enough to see. Bakugo? What are you doing here? We're here too, said another voice. The light then pointed behind Bakugo, only to reveal Kirishima, Todoroki, Momo, and Uraka. You're Izuku's classmates. How did you know he was here? Asked Mei, surprised. My dad is Endeavor, said Todoroki. He was acting strange, so I decided to follow him. When I saw that he'd been called out here, I gave them a call. I hate to break the explanation, but we should really get out of here, said Momo, holding the light. What about Midoriya? He's still here, isn't he? Asked Uraka, worried. He was, said Mei. But he took off after the other speedster. Why? Asked Bakugo. It's a long story and too complicated to explain at the moment, said Mei. Kirishima then pointed up, then maybe you could explain. But as he was talking, a flash of green and pink lightning blinded the students. Blinded momentarily, the four slowly began to regain their sight, only to see that Mei was gone. Mei didn't even see it coming, but she could feel someone grab her. Coming to a stop, she noticed Izuku standing in front of her. Don't do this, Kaguya. She heard Izuku say in a panicked voice. Mei turned her head to find Kaguya standing behind her with her hand vibrating. But she also noticed something strange in the sky. I think I finally understand why you can't kill her. You love her, and it's your love for her that is blinding you. You can't see her for what she really is, a monster. But I know, and don't worry, you'll thank me for this one day. But before Kaguya could even move, Mei yelled, what did you two do? The sudden yell caused both Izuku and Kaguya to flinch. Mei, what are you talking about? Asked Izuku. Look at the sky. The two speedsters looked up to see the once night sky illuminated by what appeared to be a storm of green lightning splitting the sky in various places. It looks like you two ionized the air. Kaguya let go of Mei as she stared into the sky. That's not ionized air, I actually don't know that is. Clank. Appearing out of thin air, Clank floated beside Kaguya. Analyze. Clank's eyes began to blink as he scanned the sky. Conclusion, time and space have ripped apart, caused by both of you clashing. The interclashing of speedster power has destabilized the fabric of our reality. How? This didn't happen when I fought Melissa or Stain, said Izuku. He then pointed at Kaguya. This is your fault. But before he could say anything else, something came running at them. The two speedsters suddenly felt a grasp on their necks. Before they could find out what was going on, the two were thrown to the dirt. Dazed, Izuku looked around to find that they were now outside and in a destroyed part of the city. Heroes laid face down on the ground unconscious. What? I see why Melissa was so interested in you, boy, said a voice behind the two speedsters. This power, it's astonishing. The tensing of my muscles, the feeling of blood rushing throughout my body, it's ecstasy. Turning, Izuku's eyes widened as he saw something he didn't think would happen. A foe standing with black lightning sparking off of his body. His eyes trailed down, only to find All Might, beaten and bloody, with a foe's hand around his throat. Thanks to you, boy, I now have the power to kill All Might, boasted a foe as he tightened his grip around All Might's throat. And as an added bonus, you two broke the sky. Izuku's eyes began to spark green as he narrowed them at a foe. Get your hands off of him before I make you. A foe laughed. Oh, was that a threat, boy? Well then, why don't you give it your best shot? In a flash, Izuku ran at a foe. He was midway between himself and the villain, when a flash of black light met him. Looking up, Izuku saw a foe looking down at him. Looks like this kid needs some discipline. Raising his hand, Izuku saw a foe's massive fist heading towards him. Reacting fast enough, Izuku ducked under the hit. He thought he cleared it, but as he did, Izuku was then hit with a powerful gust of wind. It felt as if a train had hit Izuku, causing him to fly backwards and towards a collapsed building. But just as he was about to crash into the debris, a streak of green and pink caught him. Stopping at a safe distance, Izuku was let go and fell to his knees, gasping for air. "I've heard of him, he's a foe, isn't he?" Izuku regained enough air to speak. "Why, yeah, so he's still alive in the future?" Kaguya shook his head. "No, he died a while back. But from what Mom told me, he looks different, a lot different. Whatever, right now you need my help to take this guy down. Seems to me like your power gave him super speed and buffed his quirks by a lot." "I didn't know we could do that," said Izuku, getting to his feet. "There's a lot we don't know about our speed," said Kaguya, activating her speed. "I'll help you, just like old times, or rather new times for you." Izuku laughed as he too activated his speed. "After we beat him, what will you do?" Kaguya smirked. "We'll just have to wait and see. Try not to slow me down, old man." Izuku scoffed. "Who are you calling old? I'm your age." A foe smiled underneath his mask. "I guess I'll save the best for last." The villain lifted All Might into the air before tossing him aside like a used rag. Sliding to a stop, the number one hero began to deflate and return to his skinny form, exposing his secret to the world. UA press conference. Nezu's eyes widened as he watched the events unfolding in front of him. The principal then turned to Aizawa. "Call Dr. Shield. Tell him to send it over." "I thought it wasn't ready," said Aizawa. "It's not, nowhere near complete. But we don't have a choice now," said Nezu as he watched All Might being tossed. "All Might needs it." Chapter 23, Dynamic. The air crackled with lightning as the now three speedsters faced off. Izuku and Kaguya versus All for One, each looking at the opposing side, daring the other to move. In the end, a piece of broken wall collapsing caused them to move. In a flash, the three speedsters met in the middle. Izuku and Kaguya pulled their fists back, but before they could get a hit in, a foe activated one of his quirks. From the palm of his hand, and shards of ice came flying at the two. Seeing it coming, they both stopped and jumped back. They managed to dodge some of the ice, but the sheer amount a foe had conjured up was too much. Eventually, cuts began to appear on both speedsters as the ice sliced their skin and tore up their costumes. "We can't keep going like this," yelled Izuku. "Plan B then," yelled Kaguya. "What the hell is Plan B?" asked Izuku. But before he could get an answer, Kaguya began to run. With no other option, Izuku followed suit and noticed that they were running circles around a foe, creating a vortex. Figuring it out, Izuku quickly adapted to Kaguya's movements and ran side by side with her. A foe kept firing the ice shards at the two but now couldn't seem to hit them. Too focused on hitting them, a foe failed to notice the vortex around him, which now turned into an ice storm. "You two are up to something, but whatever it is, it won't work." Stopping, a foe raised his hand into the air. Dim at first, a light began to shine. It then grew until a ball of black energy appeared about the size of a fridge. But before he could do anything with it, the two speedsters turned towards a foe. Running at full speed, the two managed to punch the villain across the face, staggering him back but doing no real damage. "That was your plan? Useless. Now let me show you what real power is." A foe was about to slam the energy ball into the ground when he was suddenly hit by the same shards of ice he had fired moments ago. Izuku and Kaguya had created a funnel with their speed. The ice shards flew at a foe. Some missed, while others stabbed into his shoulder. One shard managed to stab into a foe's wrist, causing him to deactivate his quirk. Now shielding himself, a foe activated another quirk. This one let out an energy pulse that shattered the remaining shards of ice along with those stabbed into him. Standing up straight, a foe closed his eyes and began to heal rapidly. "Not bad, but it's going to take a lot more than that too." As a foe was speaking, two streaks of light appeared and punched him across the face simultaneously. The force behind them was so strong that a foe slid back a couple of meters. Digging his feet into the ground, a foe clenched his teeth, but before he could even look up, two more simultaneous punches landed. Over and over again the punches came from every direction as Izuku and Kaguya timed their attacks so perfectly that their movements were now in perfect sync with no room for error. A foe then fell to his knees, forced there by the two speedsters' punches. While on the ground, a foe smiled. "Fine, if that's how you want to play." The villain then slammed his hands into the ground. "Let's play." The ground then began to shake violently before lifting up into the ground in a similar manner as an explosion. Izuku and Kaguya didn't have enough time to react when they were suddenly thrown into the air. But as they flew, Afo made his move, stretching out his hands with the help of a quirk. Afo grabbed the both of them by the neck. Lifting them higher into the ground, the two speedsters could do nothing as Afo slammed them back down. "You should have stayed out of my way." Afo's hands then changed, increasing in mass and with spikes coming out of them. The villain brought them down atop of the two speedsters. Both yelled out in pain as the impact rocked their bodies. The ground beneath them began to crack as the hits kept coming, over and over again. Kaguya clenched her fist as the blows kept coming, but soon her pain was overshadowed by another emotion: anger. Every hit reminded her of the pain Mei had brought on her. The pain of losing her friends, her mother, her father. In the future there was no time to ever grieve for anyone. If you wanted to survive, you always had to keep moving, keep hiding, keep running. But Kaguya was done running. If she wanted any hope of saving her future, she needed to kill Afo first. With green and pink lightning sparking off of her body, Kaguya let out a battle cry. The night sky was then lit up by a dance of green and pink lightning that struck down to the ground. Afo grunted in pain as he pulled his arm back, only to find his hand burned away. Fascinating. However, his hand quickly regenerated as he looked up to see Kaguya, her eyes burning with power. "This is new. I will never let anyone take anything from me again, never again." Appearing suddenly in front of the villain, Afo flinched and instinctively threw a punch. But his fist hit the air as Kaguya dodged. Appearing underneath, the speedster began to throw a flurry of punches. The area around Kaguya filled up with an array of green and pink. Izuku, who was getting up, saw this and was amazed. "She's punching so fast I can barely see them." 5376, 5377, 5378. Kaguya was counting the amount of punches she was landing. 5379, 5380, 53. But as she was counting, a spike suddenly came up and pierced into Kaguya's shoulder faster than she could react. With blood running down her arm, Kaguya jumped back. "Kaguya," yelled Izuku, running to his daughter's side. "Are you all right?" Placing her hand over the wound, Kaguya groaned in pain. "I'm fine, but what the hell was that? I didn't even see it coming." Just then a laugh was heard coming from Afo. Well, Yue's own speedster has a daughter. But that wouldn't make much sense, he's too young." "Oh, I see, time travel. The girl, she comes from the future. As to why, I don't care. But that means I only have to focus on one of you now." Lifting his head, Afo stared directly at Izuku. Feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, Izuku took a step back. But as soon as his foot touched the ground, Afo suddenly appeared. "If I kill you, the girl dies too." Throwing his fist forward, Afo landed a powerful hit on Izuku, which sent him flying across the street. "Dad!" yelled Kaguya, seeing him crash into the concrete wall. Kaguya tried to move but suddenly found herself on her knees. I can't move." The ground underneath her was glowing purple. Kaguya looked up to find Afo with his hand glowing. Gravity quirk, increases the gravity around a target tenfold. "You won't be moving for a while, get yourself comfortable while I erase you out of existence." Walking slowly past her, Afo walked across the street. Finding the rubble Izuku was under, Afo smashed through the cement and grabbed him. Lifting him through the cement, Afo threw him into the sky. Falling Izuku was just about to hit the ground when a powerful wind slammed into him. The ground tore up from the sheer pressure of the wind. The building directly in its path was pulverized as a result. Izuku, on the other hand, sustained heavy damage. His clothes were torn up, his body was covered in lacerations. Sliding to a stop, Izuku laid motionless on the ground as a puddle of blood began to form underneath him. Kaguya could do nothing but watch her father suffer. "Dad, get up. He won't be getting up anytime soon, girl. First I'll kill him, then All Might, and you will simply cease to exist," said Afo. "But before you do, I have to know, why come back? Why come to the past? There has to be a reason." But Kaguya refused to answer. "Don't want to say, fine then." Kaguya suddenly felt the gravity increase, crushing her even more. Now with her face to the ground, Kaguya could barely speak. "To kill Mei Hatsume." Afo raised an eyebrow. "Mei Hatsume, she's the girl that Midoriya is with. For you to come from the future to kill her, she must have done something terrible. Your father must really hate you for trying to kill the woman he loves. So that means earlier you and Midoriya were fighting, he stopped you from achieving your goals. That is something I can understand, so why don't I help you?" Waving his hand, Afo created a small black portal. After reaching inside it, Afo pulled his hand back, revealing Mei Hatsume. Kaguya's eyes widened. Let me go, yelled Mei as she tried to break from his grasp. Throwing Mei to the ground, Afo then conjured up chains that bound her by the arms. Now chained up, Mei's arms were spread out and her knees hit the floor. Here, take your prize. Kaguya looked at Mei and then to Afo. Why? Afo smiled. It's because of those eyes. The hate within you is strong, stronger than my own even. But unlike me, you traveled through time to kill this one. An admirable quality, such qualities must be rewarded. But my father, what will you do with him? Asked Kaguya. I admit that my wish is to kill him. But, I think an alternative solution is in order. Explained Afo. And don't worry, I'll make sure you are born. So what will it be? Reaching out his hand, Afo offered Kaguya a hand. Taking it, Afo helped her up. The villain smiled as his eyes glowed. Kaguya then began to walk towards Mei. There wasn't going to be another chance like this again. Izuku was down and there was no one left to stop her. Mei was still struggling when Kaguya stopped in front of her. Looking up, Mei's eyes met Kaguya's, but that's when she noticed something was wrong. Kaguya's normal green shine behind her eyes was gone. Why you? What did you do to Kaguya? Yelled Mei at Afo. Afo laughed. I set her mind free. The moment I touched her hand, I invaded her mind. Now the only thing on her mind is killing you. Once she is done, she'll become the perfect weapon. A mindless zombie with the power of a god at my beck and call. Lifting her hand, Kaguya began to vibrate it. There was plenty Kaguya wanted to say to Mei, but now she couldn't. Without hesitation, Kaguya threw her hand down. Mei closed her eyes knowing that Izuku wouldn't be able to save her this time. However, just as Kaguya's hand pierced Mei, a streak of yellow light appeared and knocked Kaguya away. Sorry about this, but I can't allow you to kill this girl, said a voice through a ray of yellow light. What is this? This shouldn't be possible, said Afo, his voice filled with fear. The light dissipated and much to everyone's surprise stood All Might. He was now in his buff form and yellow lightning jumping off of his body. All Might, you have Izuku's speed. How? All Might turned and smiled at Mei. Sorry, but there's no time to explain. Grabbing the chains, the number one hero snapped them, freeing Mei. Get as far away from here as you can. Kaguya will get back up soon. She's not the only one you should be worried about, yelled Afo as he ran at All Might. The two titans clashed as All Might held back Afo's fists, causing a massive burst of wind that knocked Mei into the air. All Might turned. Hatsum. The hero was about to go catch her, but before he could, Afo headbutted the hero. Just as Mei was about to hit the ground, a flash of green appeared, catching her out of the air. You really need some of your babies, don't you? Holding her was Izuku, his face scratched up and blood running down his lip. And you can really use a hero costume. Luckily for you, I have just that. Jumping out of his arms, Mei reached into her pocket and pulled out Izuku's ring. Tossing it over, Izuku caught the ring. Bakugo got it from the hut and managed to pass it to me before I got pulled here. Explained Mei. Izuku smiled as he slid on the ring. I owe both of you big time. Just then a loud thundering sound was heard. Looking over, Izuku and Mei watched as Kaguya got up from the rubble. Her eyes, what happened? I don't know. When she grabbed the villain's hand, it's like she became possessed or something. Now the only thing she thinks about is killing me. Explained Mei. Afo. Izuku then looked over to All Might and found him running around just as fast as him. I don't know how, but All Might has my speed, so he should be able to take on Afo. But I need to stop Kaguya, by any means necessary. Mei's eyes widened. Izuku, you don't mean. But before Mei could say anything else, Kaguya charged. Responding, Izuku ran at Kaguya. As he did, Izuku forced the suit out of the ring. Spinning around, Izuku put it on while running and crashed into Kaguya. Their lightning sparked in every direction as Kaguya tried to get to Mei. Now that Kaguya was just focusing on Mei, it made her movements easier to read, which Izuku took full advantage of. But he knew that with his injuries there was no way he could keep protecting Mei for very long. In the middle, Mei watched as the two speedsters circled around her. Trapped, she had nowhere to go. However, in that moment Mei suddenly felt herself being picked up. Sorry about this, but we need to move fast, said Izuku. Where are we going? Asked Mei. I don't know, but this is all I can think of for now, said Izuku as he looked behind to find Kaguya right behind him. We need a way to stop her. Any ideas? Mei thought about it. I may have one idea, but we need someone else in order for this to work. But they have to agree first. Izuku looked at Mei. Who? I'll tell you after you gain some distance. Nodding, Izuku pushed himself and began to run faster. With Bakugo. Where did she go? Asked Bakugo, looking around for Mei. Uraka, Todoroki, Momo, and Kirishima were coming back from checking the streets. Nothing, she's nowhere to be found, said Kirishima. That portal, it was similar to the one the villains used at the USJ. Explained Momo. So does that mean Mei was taken by the League? Asked Uraka. Maybe, but the portal wasn't the same, said Todoroki. This might be someone new. Uraka flinched just as Bakugo was about to say something when a flash of green ran past them. The group looked around and noticed that Uraka was gone. Was that Izuku? That's when another streak of green and pink light ran past them. Had to be, that pink light was the other speedster. Why did Midoriya take Uraka? Asked Kirishima. Don't know, but he must have a good reason too. Explained Bakugo. Come on, let's see if we can get out of here. With Izuku. Uraka was very confused. Looking around she could see what appeared to be street lights zooming past her. What, where am I? Sorry about this Uraka, but we really need your help right now, said Izuku as he looked straight ahead. Midoriya? What's going on? Asked Uraka, noticing that she was being carried with one arm. A lot actually, said Mei. But to keep it short, we are currently being chased by someone named Kaguya who is from the future and yours and Izuku's daughter. She traveled back in time in order to kill me and fix her future that I apparently will ruin. At first she was helping Izuku with taking down a foe who now has Izuku's speed. But she fell under some sort of mind control and has lost all reason and only wants to kill me. But lucky for us, All Might appears to have Izuku's speed as well, somehow, and is dealing with a foe as we speak. So now that the playing field is all scrambled up, we need to find a way to immobilize her just long enough to take her down. Uraka was stunned. Wait, she's my daughter, from the future? Mai and Izuku's kid? Kind of missing the big point, but yeah, she's our kid, said Izuku. Look, there's no time to get into more detail. Will you help us or not? Without hesitation Uraka nodded. What do you need? Izuku looked down at Uraka. We need a hostage. With a 1-second window Izuku took full advantage of the distance between them. They ran throughout Japan. 30 seconds had passed and presently Izuku was running up a tall building. As they ran Kaguya pulled her fist back and began to vibrate it. Throwing it forward she created a blast of air. The air hit Izuku in the leg just as he was about to reach the top. Arg! He screamed as he tripped and landed on the roof of the building. Mei, who was in his arms, was thrown to the side. Kaguya then jumped over the side and landed in front of her target. Mei was facing down at the roof, so in order to see, Kaguya flipped over the body only to find a mannequin. Kaguya looked around. You looking for Mei? Asked Izuku while on the floor. She's not here. With Kaguya's back turned, Izuku took this chance to get up and put Kaguya in a rear headlock. She's over there. Kaguya looked over to the opposite building to find Mei, but much to her surprise she also had Uraka. Kaguya tried to break free from Izuku's grasp to kill Mei, but Izuku held on. I still don't get what is going on with you, but I know the best way to snap someone out of something is to threaten their parents. Mei on the other building then began to walk towards the edge of the building with Uraka in front. Are you sure this is going to work? Asked Uraka. If she's anything like Izuku, family is not to be messed with. If it doesn't, Izuku will save you, I hope, said Mei, reaching the ledge. Ready? Uraka reluctantly nodded. If I survive, you two owe me big time. Sorry about this. Mei then pushed Uraka off the building. Kaguya's eyes followed Uraka down as she fell from the building. But her gaze soon then looked back at Mei. Izuku saw this and tightened his grip. If she dies, you die as well. But Kaguya still had her gaze fixed on Mei just as Uraka made it halfway down. Come on, don't focus on Mei, focus on your mom. She'll die, and you will have failed her, just like you did before. Hearing those words, Kaguya suddenly began to vibrate, forcing herself free from Izuku's grasp. Izuku feared the worst. Shit. In a flash the young speedster went to catch Uraka. Kaguya was running up the building and angled herself away from Uraka. But as she ran past her, Uraka's scream reached her ears. In that moment memories of her mother flooded Kaguya's mind. Especially on the day she found out Uraka had died. It was the day she felt truly alone, and the day she felt the most guilt. She could have gone with her on the mission, she could have been there with her, but she wasn't. Kaguya couldn't save her father or mother, but she was damned if she'd let it happen again. The entire building was then engulfed in a ray of green and pink light. On the roof Mei shielded her eyes, and once she could see again she found Uraka and Mei standing on the building. Uraka looked around and noticed she was safe. Mom. Standing right beside her was Kaguya. Getting the first real look at her own daughter, Uraka reached out and touched Kaguya's face. You have my blush marks. Feeling Uraka's warm hands on her face caused Kaguya's eyes to water. One of the few things I got from you, Mom. Izuku then appeared from the edge of the building and stopped in front of Mei. Are you back to normal? He asked. Wiping away a tear, Kaguya nodded. Yeah, I'm good. You do know that was stupid, right? What would have happened if I didn't snap out of it? She would have died. I would have saved her. Besides, she could have saved herself. Explained Izuku. Gravity quirk, remember. Kaguya looked at Uraka, who nodded. I was never really in danger of dying, but I'm glad you snapped out of it. So what now? Asked Mei. Kaguya turned. My objective hasn't changed. Once a foe is taken care of, I will kill you. Izuku flinched. But for now, I'll keep my word and help you. And maybe you two can do something about the sky, said Mei, pointing at the sky. Izuku and Kaguya looked up. Right, it looks like it's getting worse. Observed Izuku. Once we take down a foe, we'll fix that, somehow. But as Izuku spoke, a wave of green energy from the sky washed over the entire world, shaking it to its core. That wasn't good, said Uraka. Kaguya thought about it. Clank said it was a tear in the fabric of space and time. We basically do that when we time travel, but it's never resulted in this. Did we rip it while we were running? Just then a massive tornado appeared in the middle of the next city over, followed by the glow of lights. All Might, come on Kaguya, let's finish this. In a flash, Izuku took off towards the tornado. Kaguya stayed behind and looked at Uraka, who nodded. Go, I'll be here when you finish it. I assume you have a lot you want to talk about, and I have so many questions to ask. Now go, help your father. Running down the building, Kaguya ran after Izuku. Back on the roof, it was now only Mei and Uraka. So, we should talk, said Uraka. With all might. The number one hero had never experienced anything like this before. He could perceive events in less time than it takes to blink, he could react to attacks normally he wouldn't have been able to dodge, but most importantly, he was keeping up with a foe. For now at least. All Might could feel it, the speed, it was slipping. With each punch the hero could feel his fists slowing down. He needed to put down a foe soon, but the villain also knew that. Catching All Might's fist, the villain pulled him in close. What's wrong, hero? Slowing down already? All Might grunted as a foe pushed down and forced the hero to his knees. You failed your master, and now you'll fail the world. A foe then kneaded All Might in the chest, which sent him flying back. Sliding to a stop, All Might's eyes widened when he looked up. You call yourself the number one hero, but you couldn't even save your master or her grandson. Now, you'll watch everyone die, just like you did your master. Transforming his entire arm, a foe activated every quirk he had and turned his arm into the ultimate weapon. Grandson? What are you on about? Nana did have any kids, much less grandchildren. Argued All Might, getting to his feet. A foe smiled. She never told you, did she? Oh, that's just great. Then listen up, All Might. The name of her grandson is Tenko Shimura, or as you know him by, Tomura Shigaraki. All Might was in pure shock. Why you lie? Believe what you want, but know that I speak the truth. That makes two people you should have cared about ruined. A loud boom was heard as All Might managed to get in a hit at a foe's face. All Might gritted his teeth as he waited for the dust to clear, but before it did, a voice was heard. Struck a nerve, did I? Well, that's too bad. That punch didn't have any power behind it. Not to mention, you were all out of speed. A foe had taken no damage from that hit, and to make matters worse, the yellow lightning that came off of All Might began to disappear. However you achieved your speed, it seems as if it was just temporary. Me on the other hand. The lightning around the villain began to increase. I've only begun to tap into mine. Is that right? Asked a voice behind a foe. The villain turned only to be met by a fist to the face by Izuku. The mask around a foe's face then began to crack. That speed is mine, yelled Izuku as he slid to a stop in front of All Might. Midoriya. It's good to see you, my boy, said All Might as the left side of his body began to deflate. But if you're here, what happened to the other? Izuku smiled as he pointed behind him. She's getting a running start. Suddenly a flash of green and pink screamed past the two, crashing into the villain. Staggering back, a foe was forced to his knees. Kaguya then appeared beside Izuku. That was payback for taking over my mind. A foe laughed. I didn't force you to do anything, girl. I simply made you act on what you wanted the most. I simply opened your mind. Kaguya narrowed her eyes. No one forces me to do something. No one. Say what you want, but look around you. This city is ruined, several people are dead or dying. A foe then pointed at All Might. Your symbol of peace doesn't have the strength to challenge me. Do you honestly believe you two stand a chance? Izuku then stepped forward, as a matter of fact. We do. Spinning his arms in a circular motion, Izuku created twin whirlwinds and launched them at a foe. The villain simply raised his hand and created a wall from the forearms, blocking the incoming attack. Please, your attempts are pathetic. I'm stronger, I'm faster, and the second you get close I'll kill you. The ground barrier shattered, sending bits and pieces scattering all over the place. Seeing an opportunity, Izuku used the debris as cover and managed to sneak up behind the villain and touch the mask over his head. You took my speed, so I'm taking it back. Vibrating his hand, Izuku began to steal his speed back while simultaneously further cracking the mask. A foe screamed out in pain as his speed left his body. Why, you bastard? Just then Spike suddenly appeared behind the villain's back, forcing Izuku off. With his hand sparking green lightning, Izuku looked back at a foe. Shit, I didn't get it all. I was going to let you live. But now I've decided to kill you instead. A foe lunged at Izuku, but just as he was about to grab him, Izuku disappeared. Come on, I just took a bit of my speed back. Don't tell me this is the best you can do now. Taunted Izuku, appearing behind a foe. A foe swung his arm, causing the ground to rip apart, which sent chunks of rock and debris flying towards Izuku. Smiling, Izuku activated his speed and managed to dodge every single object thrown at him. Now running at the villain, Izuku pulled his fist back and managed to hit a foe in the chest, but to no one's surprise it did little damage. An object that is moving fast does do more damage, but it would do no good if the thing you are punching is stronger. Looking down, a foe smiled at Izuku. You may have speed, but you lack the power to put me down for good. Raising his fist, a foe tried to hit Izuku, but Kaguya came in and grabbed Izuku as the punch broke the ground. As much as I hate to admit it, he's right, said Kaguya, holding Izuku up. We need someone a lot stronger than us to put him down. Let me handle that, said All Might, now in his skinny form. The two speedsters looked at the hero. No, you are too weak now. I do have something that can bring him down for good. It's a technique that I've been working on to take down my world's May. Izuku nodded. Do it, we don't have much of a choice now. Wait, yelled All Might. Please, it has to be me. If this is going to mean anything after it's done, it has to be. I still have one last good punch in me. Reaching out, Izuku offered All Might a hand. All right, All Might, you get one chance. Taking his hand, All Might got to his feet. Thank you. Kaguya sighed. Fine, we'll pin him down. Once you see an opening, you take it. Just as the two speedsters were about to take off, the ground beneath them began to shake again. Looking up into the sky, they watched the tiers in the sky open up wider. Then came the gravitational shifts. Chunks of the road, buildings, were ripped out of the ground and sucked into the rips. Things are getting worse by the second, said Izuku, watching lightning strike around the city and beyond. I've already seen this world fall into ruin, I won't see it happen again, said Kaguya, charging her lightning. Let's go, Dad. Taking off, Kaguya ran at a foe. Izuku quickly followed. So how are we going to do this? Asked Izuku, running beside her. Simple, we run. Focusing back on a foe, the two speedsters began to run circles around the villain. Each would periodically run in and punch a foe, but they knew that this would have little effect. Frustrated, a foe suddenly manifested black tendrils from every inch of his body and projected them outward. The tendrils shot through the air, aimed for the two speedsters, but living up to their names, the two dodged and continued their assault. But there was a problem, they couldn't pin the villain down. They needed him to stop moving long enough for All Might to finish him off. This isn't working, yelled Izuku. He's still got the speed to follow us. We need to slow him down. Kaguya looked at a foe who was running behind him. Keep running, I'll lead him towards All Might. Nodding, Izuku pulled ahead and left Kaguya. She then stopped running and turned to face a foe. I'll kill you. The villain yelled, as every quirk he had began to activate without warning. With his body now deformed, he reached out with his mutated arm. Kaguya stayed firm as a foe approached. Once he was about 10 meters away, Kaguya raised her hand. Vibrating it, she positioned her fingers and snapped. A loud boom then resonated from her hands, resulting in a powerful shockwave that broke every glass window and screen within a 10-mile radius. Izuku, who was running, was then hit by the sonic boom and thrown to the side. Mei and Uraka, who were on the roof, felt the building shake. All Might, on the other hand, took cover behind a cement pillar and was shielded by the boom. Peeking out from the pillar, All Might's eyes widened. A foe was on his knees, blood dripping from his ears, and staying completely still. Kaguya was breathing heavily as a result of her attack. Turning her back on the villain, she began to look for All Might. This should stun him long enough. Now, where is But Kaguya was speaking. A piercing sound was heard. Kaguya looked down only to find a black tendril coming out the left side of her chest and coming from her back. "Why, you should have taken that chance to kill me," said a foe. "That was a nice attack. I can barely feel my legs and I can barely hear anything at all. It also feels as if my insides are all scrambled up. But I'll soon recover, and you'll be dead." Raising his arm into the air, a foe then flung Kaguya, tossing her aside like she was nothing. "Kaguya!" yelled Izuku, catching her before hitting the ground. Blood poured down Kaguya's chest. "Dad. Don't worry, kid, I got you." Taking off with Kaguya in his arms, Izuku went to find anyone who could help. Coming to an abrupt stop, Izuku found Mei and Uraka on the street. "Guys, I need help," said Izuku. Uraka and Mei turned to find a bleeding Kaguya in his arms. "What happened?" Putting her down gently, Izuku looked at his daughter. After that boom she created, a foe caught her off guard and Mei pushed past Uraka and kneeled down in front of Kaguya. "She's losing too much blood. We have to stop the bleeding. Izuku, press the symbol on your chest." Without hesitation, Izuku pressed it and out popped a tiny med kit that, when hit by Izuku's lightning, expanded into a regular-sized one. Grabbing it, Mei opened it up and quickly got to work trying to stop the bleeding. "I'm surprised, Mei, how do you know how to do this stuff?" asked Uraka. "While working," Mei answered. "After Izuku fell into a coma, I learned everything there was to know about first aid and more advanced procedures. Human anatomy and machines are more similar than we care to admit." As Mei was working, Kaguya began to open her eyes. "It hurts, but I feel a warm hand on me. This is probably Mom, she was always there when I got hurt." Kaguya then looked around and found that it was actually Mei helping her. Snapping her eyes open, Kaguya tried to get up. Don't touch me." But that's when another hand gently pushed Kaguya back down. "Easy now, Hatsum is trying to help. Hatsum told me everything. Please try and understand this is not the same Hatsum you grew to hate." "Why, you're wrong," answered Kaguya. "She will become this world's greatest threat. If I don't kill her, she will kill you. It's predestined." "No, it's not," said Uraka. "Hatsum would never do that. Midoriya wouldn't let her. It still will happen. If it didn't, I would fade away from this reality. My mere presence is proof that Mei will kill us all." "Midoriya!" yelled a foe as he ran through buildings looking for him. Izuku turned. "He hurt my daughter." With lightning jumping off of him, Izuku began to slowly walk towards a foe. "Too many of my family have suffered because of me. I couldn't truly avenge them, but this time will be different." Taking off, Izuku appeared in front of the villain. "Looking for me?" A foe turned and smiled. "There you are. Die." Raising his arm, a foe was ready to crush Izuku like a bug. But as his fist fell, a whirlwind pushed the villain back and off his feet. Then came another, and another, and another. Soon a foe found himself in mid-air, falling. So weak, he yelled out as spikes shot out of his body and into the nearby buildings, suspending him in mid-air. "Where are your heroes now?" "Right here," said Izuku, appearing above a foe. Pulling back his fist, Izuku began to throw a flurry of punches down. Each created a powerful burst of wind that slammed into a foe, dropping him down a bit. Izuku continued his assault while in mid-air, thanks to the punches keeping him up. After about 10 seconds, a foe landed on the ground, now pinned under and unable to move. "Do it now, All Might." Appearing from behind a cement pillar was All Might in his skinny form. "I have to make it count." A foe struggled to turn his head, but when he did, he could see All Might approaching. "He won't even get close enough to touch me, much less hit me." A foe pushed himself to his feet and was about to run when the punches stopped raining down. Confused, a foe looked up to find Izuku was gone, but before he could tell where he went, a loud crack was heard. A foe's eyes widened as he fell to one knee, and grabbed at the other. Izuku had just broken his kneecap. "Hurts, doesn't it?" "Good, it should. It will take you time to heal, but in the meantime, how about some pain relief?" With one mighty step forward, All Might pulled his fist back, united. His right arm suddenly buffed up once again as he felt the power flow through him one last time. "States." Izuku jumped back but kept his eyes locked on All Might as he threw his fist forward. "This is incredible." "Of smash," yelled All Might, connecting with a foe's face. Cracking noises were heard as a foe slammed into the ground with so much force that it created a massive tornado and left behind a football stadium-sized hole in the ground. As the wind and dust died down, two things were for certain. 1. All Might had just taken down a foe. News helicopters began to swarm the area as All Might in his skinny form stood up straight over a foe's body. With every ounce of strength he had left, All Might raised a fist high into the air as blood dripped from his open cuts and for the final time buffed up and became the symbol of peace. Cheers erupted all across Japan as their hero saved them once again. Taking a second, Izuku stopped and admired All Might. He hadn't done that since he was small. But he knew, this was the last time the world would see All Might like this, bittersweet. The second thing that was certain was that it was not over, not by a long shot. Before the crowd could even stop cheering, the sky once again sent a wave of green energy down towards the earth. Great, now what's going on? Asked Izuku. Worlds are colliding, said Clank floating beside Izuku. You two tore through space and time when you ran. Opening up links to other worlds, other universes. If you don't do something about this now, then this and several other worlds will die. Izuku looked at the sky, but how? How can I close the rifts? You need to run. Run at a certain speed and vibrate at a certain speed. As you run, you'll build up kinetic energy, all that extra power has to go somewhere. With any luck, the resulting impulse of power will reseal the rifts and restore them. Explained Clank. Izuku nodded, running, yeah, I can do that. Thanks Clank, I owe you one. Without saying another word, Izuku took off as fast as he could. No, you shouldn't, thank me. This has a 97.7% chance of killing you. Around the world he ran, building speed with every rotation. He could feel it, every atom in his body vibrating as he tried to find that sweet spot. Come on Izuku, faster, you have to go faster. Soon the streak of green light left behind as Izuku ran joined up and was now all connected like a ring that circled around the planet. Back with Mei, she could see the trails left behind by Izuku as he passed by. What is he doing? Struggling to sit up, Kaguya watched Izuku, her eyes widened when she noticed what was going on. And no, he can't. What's wrong? Asked Uraka. Dad, he's going to kill himself. Mei's and Uraka's eyes widened. What? How? Why? Asked Mei, panicked. I don't understand either. But there has to be a reason why, said Kaguya. Just then Clank floated by. Clank, what is my dad doing? Saving the world. Answered Clank. As we speak, Izuku is gathering power. Once he reaches a certain point, that power will be unleashed outward and close the rifts of time and space. But why did Kaguya say he was killing himself? Asked Mei. When the power is expelled, his body won't be able to withstand it. Older dad might have, but this dad is younger and still inexperienced, said Kaguya. He won't survive, and that means I won't either. We have to stop him, said Uraka. We can't, said Mei. He's moving too fast and the earpiece I had inside his suit is fried. I'll catch up to him, said Kaguya, groaning in pain as she forced herself up. Not in your condition, you won't. You can barely stand, much less run. We'll find another way to save him and the world, said Mei, trying to stop Kaguya from leaving. There is no other way, yelled Kaguya. I'm the only one who can stop him. As for the pain, I can block it by slowing down the pain synapse going to my brain. And then what? When you catch up to Midoriya, then what? Asked Uraka. The world is still good to die if we don't do anything. I know. Kaguya then looked at Uraka. I never got to tell you this before you died, Mom. I love you, Mom. Thank you for raising me and thank you for all the memories we share. You'll become an amazing hero in the future and a more amazing mother. I know you will. Tears began to run down Uraka's face. My beautiful daughter. She then hugged Kaguya tight. I don't know what will happen in the future, but I'll make damn sure to be the best hero I can. Mei realized what she was doing and feared that Kaguya would kill her. Relax, I won't kill you, said Kaguya. I've realized that killing you won't affect the timeline how I want it to, not with all this going on. But know that one day you will turn against humanity. And Izuku will be there to stop me if I ever do, said Mei. I won't become or create that monster. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry. Kaguya smirked, tell that to the dead. She then turned to Clank. I'll miss you, little buddy. Clank gave a smile. Looks like I won't be able to fulfill my prime objective. Reaching out, she grabbed Clank and pressed him up against her forehead. No, you did your job. Initiate Protocol 67. Suddenly Clank began to reshape itself. It compressed down into a small metal ball that had light streaking down it. Grabbing Clank, Kaguya took off after Izuku. Izuku could feel it, the power growing inside him. I'm almost there, just a bit faster. As Izuku focused on his speed, a voice called out to him, Dad. Turning, Izuku was surprised to find Kaguya running towards him. Kaguya? What are you doing here? You're injured, said Izuku, surprised that his daughter was here. Kaguya grabbed her shoulder as blood stained the gauze pads that Mei applied. Trust me, I'm well aware. Look Dad, you have to stop, you'll die if you don't. Izuku smiled, I know, but as long as the world is saved I don't care. I'll gladly give my life in order to save it. Sorry, but that means you'll probably won't be born. It's fine Dad, and I'm sorry. I can't let you do that. Pulling out Clank from her pocket, Kaguya threw it at Izuku. The metal ball flew by Izuku and got right in his path. Izuku was going to sidestep it, but that's when it began to glow. It then exploded and let out a light that fell over Izuku. Suddenly Izuku found himself frozen in place mid-stride over a small island on the edge of the beach. It's a temporal grenade, it slows down time around an area for everyone but the user. Specifically designed to freeze a speedster in place momentarily. Don't worry, it will soon wear off and you'll regain your speed again. But in the meantime I'll be the one saving the world, for once. Don't do this, said Izuku, his voice slow and strained from trying to fight the temporal grenade's effects. I won't let you do this. Kaguya smiled, it's fine Dad, really. Remember I said that we've raced before and I won? I knew you'd let me win. You were always faster, and I also knew you were holding back for my sake, even now. This is goodbye Dad. Just promise me that you won't let my future come to pass. Izuku watched as Kaguya took off, and no, I can't let her do this. I have to stop her. But what could he do? The device that Kaguya was using was stopping him from moving. If he wanted any hope in stopping her, Izuku needed to get it off. That's when something unexpected happened. From the ocean a stream of pressurized water hit the device on his chest. The device then began to spark and before long it stopped working altogether. With his speed now fully back, Izuku looked around to find what exactly had happened. What was that? That water wasn't normal. Looking off into the ocean, Izuku narrowed his eyes and faintly could see the outline of someone in the water and what appeared to be a pitchfork. What is that? But before he could investigate, a blinding light streaked by. Kaguya. Without a second thought, Izuku chased after her. Now vibrating and running at the right speed, Kaguya could feel it. A burning sensation was welling up inside her as her cells began to burst. Uraka could only see the streaks of light as they passed, signaling that Kaguya was still with her. Kaguya let out a sigh of relief, her body appearing no longer solid, but a beam of pure light. Well, this is it for me. I'm sorry everyone, for not being able to fulfill my promise. If we're lucky our future won't come to be and we won't have to suffer. Looks like this time you guys will be the ones waiting for me. But just as she was about to release the energy, a voice was heard, Kaguya stop. Kaguya turned and was shocked to find Izuku. Dad? How did you? You have to stop. I won't let you kill yourself. Despite everything you're still my daughter, yelled Izuku, just one step behind. Kaguya smiled, thanks for worrying about me Dad, but it's fine. It's either dying like this or dying by Mei's hands. And I for one refuse to let her win. Izuku reached out to grab Kaguya but she simply sped up. Kaguya stop. We can find another way. I never told you how Mom died, did I? Kaguya looked ahead. She died while on a mission to save a small colony survivors, no more than 3 people. The risk was too high but Mom went anyway. She asked me to go too but I refused, the risks outweighed the rewards. So I asked her, why are you risking it all, why fight for so few people? You could die. Mom answered, it's simple really, we fight so others don't have to, and if we die well it better be for those who can't. And right now this is one fight you can't be a part of, this is my fight. You're wrong. Your fight doesn't have to end here. Stop running. Begged Izuku. Sorry Dad, I was never really good at doing what I was told. Looking at her hand, Kaguya noticed that her skin was disintegrating. Hey Dad, I heard about your hero name, it's lame. But you go by another later on, Izuku Midoriya, the Flash, the fastest man alive. Izuku stretched out an arm, Kaguya. For the final time Kaguya looked back at Izuku with tears in her eyes, just promise me you never let my future happen. Also, stop holding back, I know you think this speed of ours is a curse but it's not. Every second you think like that is a second you could have spent saving someone. Oh, and take care of. But before Kaguya could finish her sentence, the energy inside her suddenly bursted out. The shockwave was massive. Izuku, who was basically at the epicenter, was hit by it in full force and was thrown back. Splashing hard into the sea, Izuku began to sink as he could hardly see or hear. Blood trails rose to the surface as Izuku sank, but all he could think of was Kaguya. I promise you Kaguya, I'll never let that future happen. Closing his eyes, Izuku sank deeper into the water. but unaware at the time something was circling around him. Izuku, 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 someone was calling for the speedster. Come on Izuku, get up. Where the hell are the heroes? Another voice chimed in. They should be en route. Here, we can at least help his chances at survival, said a female voice. How did he end up here? Doesn't matter, we need to get him help now. He was in the water too long. Slowly opening his eyes, Izuku's vision was blurry. Izuku, come on, stay with us. Izuku was currently being dragged Bakugo out of the water. He looked around slowly to see the girls. Kaguya. Is all Izuku got out before falling unconscious. Unknown location. Opening their eyes, Shigaraki saw the blank gray wall of a warehouse. Where are we? We are at one of the master's old hideouts, explained Kurogiri. You don't remember? I remember the speedster and us taking his speed. Then, there was another. She stopped us and freed Midoriya. After that the heroes came, but the master saved us. Shigaraki's eyes widened. Master. He was fighting All Might. Did he win? Tell me he won. But Kurogiri shook his head. Master was defeated and taken into custody. The female speedster is gone and All Might is badly injured. And the boy still lives. Shigaraki's blood boiled. He's alive. I'll kill him. I'll fucking kill him. And I'm sure you will, said Kurogiri. But we can't do this alone anymore. We'll need help. I know just the people for the job, said Shigaraki, grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 24, Calm. All of Japan was grieving. All Might had won, but it came at a cost. The man who protected them for so long was no longer able to. And thanks to Izuku's and Kaguya's race around the world, they almost doomed the entire world, the same one they wanted to protect. Izuku, 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 come on, I know you're awake, said a voice calling out to the speedster. Snapping his eyes wide open, Izuku found himself floating in a black void of nothingness. Where am I? Am I dead? Not yet, but you would have been if you stayed in the water for any longer. Besides, if you were there would have been something far worse than Melissa chasing you, said the voice. Izuku looked around. Who said that? He asked, unable to find the source. You don't remember me? I talked to you once, remember? I was that voice you heard. Izuku thought back and faintly remembered hearing this voice before. You wanted me to save someone. Who? He asked. I can't tell you yet, but don't worry, you'll meet them soon enough. Just then a bright light appeared behind Izuku. The light was blinding, so Izuku shielded his eyes, but he could barely see the faint outline of a girl through the light. Kaguya? Is that you? The unknown person shook their head. Kaguya is dead, explained the person in the light. Well, technically not dead. The one you know is dead, but there are many other versions of her in the multiverse. The multiverse, it sounds crazy, but after what happened I have to believe it. So how do I get back? I need to see if Mei and the others are safe, said Izuku. And you'll see them again. I only temporarily pulled your mind into here. Your body is currently recovering. The person then sighed. Izuku could faintly make out a smile. You've been through a lot, rest now, we'll talk later I hope. And remember what Kaguya said, it's time for you to stop holding back. Waving their hand, another blinding light shined on Izuku. Wait. I still have questions. Wait, he yelled, waking up in the real world. Izuku, yelled someone, as they hugged him. Izuku then looked around to find himself sitting upright on a hospital bed with bandages around his arms and head. Looking down, he also noticed who was hugging him. It was Mei. Mei? You're safe, thank goodness. Izuku hugged her back. Kaguya, she's... I know. Clank explained what was going to happen. She sacrificed herself to save you, to save the world, said Mei. Izuku hugged Mei tighter. It should have been me, maybe I could have controlled the energy. Maybe I could have redirected it, or used my speed to disperse it. Kaguya, my own daughter is dead because I was too weak, too slow. No, you're wrong. There was nothing you could have done, said Mei, hoping to comfort Izuku. There was something more I could have done. Izuku broke the hug. I was holding back. Mei wiped away a tear. What? Before Kaguya died, he told me that in the future we'd race and she would win. But she always knew I was holding back. She knew then, and she knew now. Izuku hung his head. I wasn't running at full speed. Izuku, what are you saying? Asked Mei. Why didn't you use your full power? Izuku grit his teeth. Izuku, tell me, why didn't you use your full power? Because I'm scared, answered Izuku. Scared of my own power. You don't know what it feels like, May, to have everything around you slow to a stop. To see the world in ways others couldn't even begin to imagine. To get lost in it, in a speed trance. I almost lost myself once to it, but now I know, I shouldn't have been afraid of it. Izuku lifted his hand and saw green sparks jumping off. I should have embraced it. May was about to say something when the doors to the room opened and in walked All Might, Aizawa, and Nezu. It's good to see you up, Midoriya. Quickly changing his demeanor, Izuku smiled. It's good to be up, although I am getting sick of hospitals. Well then, I'm happy to inform you that you will be discharged soon, said All Might, banged up. That's great news. No offense, but why are all three of you here? Asked Izuku. Am I in trouble again? Technically yes, but this time with the US government. Something about a nuke? But Japan should be able to keep you out of trouble, said Nezu. But that's not what we came here to talk about. It's actually about what happened to those things in the sky. Oh that, but before that, can I ask you something first? Nezu nodded. How did All Might have my super speed? All Might looked at Nezu before looking back at Izuku. Well, it was a serum. Made of your own blood. Izuku and May were stunned. Excuse me, what? We took some of your blood for research purposes and made a temporary speed enhancer serum. Explained Aizawa. When did you take my blood? I don't remember giving my permission. That's when Izuku realized. You stole my blood. The three stood in silence. How could you do that? Said May, standing up. That's a complete violation of Izuku's privacy. Who did you even give his blood to? Me, said a voice behind All Might. The former number one hero recognized the voice. Why, you shouldn't be here. Warned All Might. It's fine, besides, I've always wanted to meet him. Appearing behind All Might was Melissa Shield. Izuku's and May's eyes widened. My name is Shield, Mel. But before Melissa could finish introducing herself, Izuku threw the sheets off of him. Melissa. The entire room was hit with a powerful shockwave that threw everyone to the ground. Melissa was as well, but before she had time to hit the floor, Izuku ran in and grabbed her by the neck. Running at a wall, Izuku slammed the back of Melissa's head up against it. Melissa struggled to breathe as Izuku tightened his grip. I'll kill you. With his eyes burning green, Izuku began to vibrate his hand. Midoriya. Wait. This is not the same Melissa that killed your mother, yelled All Might, getting up. Izuku turned to All Might. Bullshit. Melissa warned me that she'd be back. This isn't the same Melissa, because she was held hostage by the other Melissa. Explained All Might. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku turned back to Melissa and eyed her up and down. The green light from his eyes dimmed. You're not the same Melissa, but you have the same face. Tossing her aside, the blonde slid on the floor. After losing my daughter, I wake up to find that the US government wants me. UA has taken my blood, experimented on it, and now someone with Melissa's face shows up. You all better start explaining what is going on. Izuku pointed at Melissa, starting with her. Getting up, Nezu thought it would be best that they move this conversation somewhere else, to which Izuku readily agreed. Leading the way was Nezu, followed by Melissa, with All Might, Aizawa behind them, and last was Izuku holding hands with May. All the way May noticed Izuku glaring at Melissa, and every time she would glance back, Izuku would tighten his grip. Almost as if he was fighting the urge to kill her. Entering one of the conference rooms, Izuku took a seat at the end of the table, as far as he could from Melissa, or just far enough to kill her. May sat beside him. The air was electrifying, so let's start with the big one. As you know, this is Melissa Shield, but she is not the one who killed your mother. Explained Nezu. She was. But as Nezu was speaking, Izuku put his hand up, motioning the principal to stop talking. She can speak for herself. And make it simple. Everyone turned their attention to Melissa. Well, to put it simply, the other me visited me about a year ago. She explained that she was a distant relative from the far future. Naturally, as a scientist, I was intrigued by their sudden appearance. I asked her what she was doing in the past, and that's when she attacked. It happened so fast that I didn't even see her move. But from what I can remember, she punched me in the face. I was knocked out, and when I awoke, I found myself in a pod. Turns out that she placed me in a cryo chamber. But as she put me to sleep, I asked why she was doing this. Simple, I'm here to kill Izuku Midoriya and make his life a living hell. Quoted Melissa. After that, I was frozen for what seemed like months. I came to find out that it had been just that, months. My father reported me missing. This other me was attending UA, and you had either killed her or left her to die. Once she was dead, the pod opened up. After that, I reached out to Uncle Might here and explained everything. I've wanted to meet you for a while now, but Uncle Might feared what you'd do to me if you ever saw me. I know this sounds weird and you might not believe me, but I'm not the same Melissa that killed your mom. Izuku stayed silent for a while before speaking. I know you're not the same Melissa. I knew it when I grabbed you, it was your pulse. I could feel it and it was fast, like you were scared. That other Melissa wasn't scared of me. While I did jump to conclusions, I won't apologize for what I did to you. I didn't expect one, it's only natural for you to hate me. I would too if someone did what she did, said Melissa. Now that that's cleared up, how and who developed that speed formula? Asked Izuku. Melissa raised her hand. Again, that was me. My father was given a sample of your blood by Nezu. Izuku turned his attention to Nezu. Well? Is it true? Nezu nodded. Yes. We wanted a way of stopping you if you'd ever choose to turn against us or the world. So we reversed engineered your blood and isolated the speed cells within you. What it resulted in was a serum that grants the person super speed for a limited amount of time. Usually about 10 to 20 minutes. What you saw All Might do was a sample of it. And where are you developing this serum? If a villain gets to it, then it will spell disaster, said Izuku. We are working on it on Island. A remote movable island that goes around the world. But before Melissa could finish explaining, Izuku left. A few seconds later he came back with a hard drive in one hand, and 2 syringes of green liquid in the other. You violated my trust. As long as I'm alive, no one else will have access to my speed again. Vibrating both hands, Izuku disintegrated the hard drive and caused the 2 syringes to explode. Nezu flinched as he saw the items get destroyed in front of him. Melissa got up from her seat. Our research, do you know how many days I put into that? I couldn't care less, said Izuku. Your research was done without my express permission. Neither of you will be doing this again, do I make myself clear? Melissa turned to Nezu. Sir, he can't just. Oh, but I can, said Izuku, now standing behind Melissa. Nezu knows that I have the power to stop you anytime I want. It's just a matter of how I want to do it. So I suggest you sit down and move on to another project. All right, Midoriya, you made your point. We won't do any more research on your speed without your permission. Nezu then looked at Melissa. I assume you don't have a problem with that? No, sir. Reluctantly, Melissa sat back down. Nodding, Izuku did the same. Now to another question, what exactly happened? Those things in the sky, what were they? Asked Aizawa. Those were rips in the fabric of space and time. Explained Izuku. When Kaguya and I ran, we somehow tore through it. Destabilizing multiple worlds and sending them hurtling towards each other. If we didn't do anything about them, our world would have collided with another, resulting in both dying. Other worlds? Are you saying the theory of multiverses is true? Asked Melissa. Yes, and so is time travel, for example, Kaguya Midoriya. The other speedster was Izuku's own daughter from the future. A future where I become a villain, said Mei. According to Kaguya, it will happen in a few years. I will build a machine that is capable of wiping out entire cities. The hero's eyes widened. But you're not, are you? Asked Aizawa. I was, said Mei, much to their surprise. But everything was already destroyed, Kaguya made sure of that. But even after all that, she still wanted to kill me. Izuku reached over and grabbed Mei's hand, and before you say anything, if for some reason Mei does something that threatens humanity, I will stop her. End of story. Seeing that Izuku refused to engage that subject again, Nezu and the others moved on. I see, then we will let you deal with that if the time should arrive. But now we must talk about what is next. Effective immediately, All Might has retired due to him no longer being able to conjure his power. Villains are bound to become bolder once the official announcement is released. That's where you come in. What I'm about to tell you only few people know. My quirk is called One for All, a power that is nothing like the others. Explained All Might. This quirk can be passed down to anyone I choose, granting them my power. Mei and Izuku couldn't believe what they were hearing. That's impossible, there's no quirk on this earth that can do that, said Mei. Mei is right, that is just too far-fetched. And why are you even telling us this, unless? That's when Izuku began to put it together. All Might nodded. Izuku Midoriya, will you become the next symbol of peace? Mei looked at Izuku, who had an expression of pure shock. Me, become the next symbol of peace? Izuku hung his head. Thank you, All Might. Truly, I'm honored that you'd give me this chance. All Might smiled. But my answer is no. The hero lost his smile. Can I ask why? Izuku got up from his seat. Because if I were to take your power, I'd only have to hold myself back even further. After this most recent fight, I know what I have to do. Stop holding back. I can save more people than all of Japan's heroes have in a second. Are you suggesting you'll become a vigilante? Asked Aizawa. You do know that's a crime. Izuku nodded. I'm well aware, but even so, the benefits outweigh the consequences. And besides, who could stop me? The heroes feared this. They feared the day Izuku would realize that there would be no one on this earth that could ever catch him. Think this over, Midoriya. If you do this, we'll be coming for you, said All Might. Izuku was about to say something when Mei got up and grabbed Izuku by the arm and began to pull him. I think we need to talk. Forcefully dragging Izuku, Mei went up to the rooftop. Okay, now that we are alone, want to tell me what the hell that was all about? What? I'm right, aren't I? I can save people, I can make sure no one else dies, said Izuku. You are not a god, Izuku. You may be fast, but you can't be at two places at the same time. Explained Mei. You already tried to play God once, remember? This isn't about saving people, is it? Izuku looked Mei in the eyes. Of course it's not, yelled Izuku out of frustration. Everyone I care about dies. My mom, my dad, even my own daughter who went through so much just to have a chance to meet me. But yet, when they needed me the most, I failed. Falling to his knees, Izuku had tears running down his face. What's the point of being the fastest man on the planet, when I can't even be there for the ones I care about? Maybe this world is better off without a speedster. Mei wrapped Izuku in a hug. Do you remember the first time we met? You were so scared to even get close to me that I built a little claw extension just to get you to play with me. I also remember the first time we saw the hut. It was broken, trash riddled the sand, yet, you thought it would be a good place for a secret base. And look at it now. Well, it's destroyed, but we'll rebuild it. What I'm trying to say is that you have gone through so much, more than any high school kid should. But you always kept your smile, and that's what makes you, you. And you're wrong, this world will always need a speedster, the green blur. And I will always need the person underneath the mask, I'll always need Izuku Midoriya. Izuku wiped the tears from his eyes. Thank you, Mei, I needed that. Mei smiled. No problem, come on, let's head back down to the others. Oh, and try not to kill this Melissa, she's not the same one. We don't know that yet, but I won't do anything if she doesn't. Explained Izuku. Oh right, and before I forget, I'm not going by the green blur anymore. My hero name will now be the Flash. The Flash, not bad. Mei's face then lit up. You know what that means. New name, new suit. She then grabbed his hand and pulled him back down the stairs. Come on, let's get this meeting over with and rebuild the hut. The two then made it back down the stairs. The meeting went on and Izuku was eventually let go and told that there would be an announcement for all hero students on Monday of next week. But for now Izuku needed to rest. However, several cities around Japan were still in shambles as a result of All Might's fight and Izuku's race. So as a gesture of good fate, Izuku spent the entire day helping rebuild the cities to their former glory. The days soon passed and the final building Izuku rebuilt was the hut. Melissa, not wanting to piss off Izuku anymore, decided that it would be best if she stayed away, for now at least. As Izuku helped where he could, Nezu, who was sitting in his office, watched the news coverage. It's amazing what he's capable of doing when he has the right mindset. Isn't that right, Naitai? That's when we saw a man sitting down across Nezu's desk. He was tall, wore glasses and had on a suit. That is yet to be seen. We'll see. So, what brings you here today? I assume this isn't a friendly visit, said Nezu. Naitai nodded. You are correct, this isn't a friendly visit. The hero then reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a folder. The situation has changed, and not in our favor. Grabbing the folder, Nezu began to read it. His eyes widened as he read through it. Then I believe it's time we bring him aboard. I agree, but not yet. I still need some time to figure some stuff out. Izuku Midoriya is the key to all of this, I just know it, said Naitai as his eyes changed. He may be, but he is also a student here at UA. Nezu turned his chair, and their safety is my priority. Many of their parents have expressed concern for their safety. And now that All Might has retired, it has become more of a concern for me as well. I think it's time to bring them here. The students had been given a week off to collect themselves. Izuku spent it with Mei working on a new suit they were developing. But as Izuku worked, he suddenly got a call. Picking it up, he noticed that it was Bakugo. Hey Kachan, what's up? Kind of in the middle of something. Yeah, I'm sure you are, said Bakugo. Get your ass back home, we have some company and you need to be here. Izuku pulled off his goggles. Huh, a guest? Who, and why do I need to go? Just shut up and get home. You got 5 minutes, said Bakugo, hanging up the phone. Izuku sighed as he put down the phone. Sorry Mei, I'll be right back. Something came up. Mei, who was working on the hut in Izuku's suit, looked up. That's fine, just hurry back. I'm almost ready for a test. Nodding, Izuku took off, making it home in 5 seconds. He opened the door. I'm back, so who's this guest you were talking about? Walking into the living room, Izuku was surprised to find All Might sitting down, still banged up. All Might? Ah, Izuku, you're back, good, take a seat, said Mitsuki. Taking a seat on the sofa next to Mitsuki, Izuku was still a bit surprised. Go ahead, All Might. Thank you, well, I'm here on behalf of Nezu and Yue. You see, the school has been worried about the safety of students recently. With my retirement and villains becoming more bolder, we think it's time to turn Yue into a boarding school for heroes. That is why I'd like to ask permission for both Midoriya and Bakugo to come and live at Yue. Mitsuki smiled, sure. You can take this twerp with you, she said, smacking Bakugo over the head. What the hell was that for, you old hag? Yelled Bakugo. You need it. You weren't there to save Izuku from those villains. You need to get stronger, said Mitsuki, slapping Bakugo over the head once again. Hearing that, Bakugo stayed silent as he held his head. You have our permission to take Bakugo, but Izuku is another thing. We may be his guardians, but he should decide for himself. They all looked at Izuku. It's your call, son, said Masaru. Izuku clenched his fists. I owe the two of you everything. You gave me a place to stay, food, clothes, you've lectured me, praised me, and there's nothing in this world that I can do to pay you back. And for that I thank you, but I think this might be for the best. I don't want to be a burden on you any more than I have to. Mitsuki's eyes softened. You don't have to thank us for that, not now, not ever. You'll never be a burden, we took you in because we wanted to, you are and will always be part of this family. We may not be your real parents, but we love you like our own. And we will support you with any decision you make. Izuku smiled. Getting up, he walked in front of the two and hugged them. Thank you. Mitsuki and Masaru hugged him back. We sure are going to miss the both of you. It was now the weekend before class was set to start up again, which meant it was now move-in day. The students were taken to their new dorms. Standing before them was a multi-layer building split down the middle and in two. All right everyone, welcome to your new place of residence for the foreseeable future. Genders are split and you have your assigned room. Get to unpacking. Aizawa expected them to walk towards the door, but instead they began to talk amongst each other. What are you doing? It's going to take you a while too. But before he could finish his sentence, a flash of green light hit the hero. 5 seconds, slower than I thought. Boxes are difficult to hold and run with, said Izuku walking out of the dorms. If this hero thing doesn't work out, maybe I can be a professional mover. Done already, Midoriya? Asked Mina. Izuku nodded. Yeah, everything is already inside your rooms, all you need to do is unpack. Oh right, before I forget, Momo, Todoroki, can you two tone it down a bit next time? Remodeling a room and fitting a queen-size bed inside wasn't easy. Momo blushed. Sorry about that. I just wanted to feel more at home. Nah, it's fine. Anyway, let's go check this place out. The class then followed Izuku inside and began exploring the dorm. It was now nighttime and Izuku was up in his room looking at a picture of his parents. I guess this is a new beginning for me. Make sure to watch over me, you two. Laying down on the bed, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes for a moment. But in that moment of relaxation something happened. Normally when someone closes their eyes you see nothing, but in Izuku's case he saw something. Something white and glowing in the distance. Izuku tried to force himself awake but found that he couldn't. That's when the light suddenly got closer. Help me. Hearing a voice, Izuku looked around. Help me, said the voice once again. Is that light talking? Asked Izuku, looking at the ball of white light. Instinctively Izuku reached out for it. But once his hand touched it, both it and himself began to scream out in pain. Izuku fell to his knees as he tried to pull his arm back but found that he couldn't. What is going on? Help me, cried out the light once again, but this time in a much clearer voice. It's okay, yelled Izuku. I'm here. Tell me what's wrong? Pain, so much pain, don't want this, need help, said the voice. However, before they could say anything else the light disappeared. Back in the real world, Izuku snapped his eyes open, his breathing was heavy, and he found himself sweating. Looking around the room, Izuku found that some of his stuff was either thrown to the ground or burned by something. A glass door that led to a balcony was shattered, but by what? What happened? Izuku. Are you alright in there? Asked Bakugo, banging on the door. Come on, open up. Slowly making his way towards the door, Izuku opened it and found everyone in his class standing outside his room. What's going on? He asked, barely able to stand. That's what we want to know, said Ida. The building began to shake and we all suddenly heard thunder. We thought it was Kaminari at first, but we saw green light coming from your room and ran up here. I don't remember that. I remember hearing a cry for help, and I felt as if I was thrown to the side. Explained Izuku. Crying for help? I didn't hear anything, said Jiro. I heard it. It sounded like a kid crying for help. They were in pain. Izuku took a deep breath. Maybe I'm just tired, sorry about this guys. I'm fine now, although, Aizawa is going to be pissed that I broke the glass. After that, the teachers were informed about the incident, and after being checked out by Mei, Izuku was allowed to go back to the dorms. But Mei did want to run more tests on Monday. Monday. The class had a different feeling now that they were all living together. People were talking to each other more and were being more loud than usual. But that soon changed when Aizawa walked into the classroom. All right, everyone, settle down and take your seats. Today is going to be simple. You will be all working on improving yourselves. This means developing a super move. Everyone head over to Delta facility. From there we'll meet other heroes and help you to develop such a move. The students quickly moved out, and just like Aizawa said, they found other heroes to help them. Getting to work quickly, everyone went off to practice or came up with a super move. Those like Bakugo already had something in mind, a concentrated blast from the palm of his hand that could punch through anything. Or as he called it, AP shot. Izuku on the other hand was trying to perfect a technique he picked up watching Kaguya fight. Focusing, Izuku began to vibrate his body at super speeds. Alright Aoyama, fire. Aoyama wasn't sure, will this actually work? I can turn down my laser, but it will still hurt if it hits. Nodding, Izuku readied himself. I'm sure, now fire. Firing his laser at Izuku, the speedster stayed still. The beam of light was on target and was going to hit Izuku when it suddenly went right through him. Once the beam went past him, Izuku stopped vibrating. Yes. It worked. Intangibility. That was impressive, Midoriya, said All Might walking towards Izuku, still bandaged up. Izuku turned. All Might, you should be resting, you're still injured. I'll be fine, I just came to see how everyone was progressing. Explained All Might. And by the looks of things, I say it's going fairly good. I'd say so, said Izuku, rubbing the back of his head. So want to tell me why you're really here? Can't get anything past you. Well, I'm here about my offer again, said All Might. Izuku sighed, thought so, but my answer is the same, All Might. You need to give it to someone more deserving. Not me, an unstable kid who can blow up planets by moving too fast. You need someone who already inspires hope. Wait, was that second part true? Asked All Might. Izuku shrugged, beats me. Maybe? Regardless, I'm not changing my mind on this, All Might. Sorry, but you'll have to find someone else. Now if you don't mind, I have to get back to training. Rejected once again, All Might watched as Izuku walked away. Maybe you're right, kid, maybe I should find someone else. Sir Nightai had someone in mind, I wonder if they'll be a good pick. Elsewhere, Yakuza hideout. Shigaraki was being escorted by two men wearing masks. The hallway was dark, but at the end of it Shigaraki could see the faint glow of light. Reaching out, Shigaraki was met by a man wearing a purple jacket and wore a plague doctor's mask, surrounded by men. Shigaraki from the League of Villains. What a pleasure to finally meet you. Would you like some tea? Shigaraki looked at the tea before turning his attention back to the man in the mask. I'm not here for tea, Overhaul. I'm here to talk business. Then by all means. Overhaul sat down, let's get started. I'm here to offer you an alliance. If we join our forces, then we should be able to take on all of the heroes in Japan. Explained Shigaraki. Overhaul was about to say something when one of his men leaned in and whispered something. Again? Who the hell is this guy anyway? What's wrong? Asked Shigaraki. Someone has been attacking my trucks for the past 2 days. At first I thought it was the heroes. But I soon realized that wasn't the case. Explained Overhaul. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow. How can you be so sure? Overhaul waved his hand and made a bodyguard hand over some pictures. Laying them down in front of Shigaraki, Overhaul pointed at one. You think a hero would do this? Shigaraki looked at the photos and was shocked. On one were the corpses of several men, blood running down as they laid lifeless. Another picture had the image of a man holding his neck as it bled. And that was just yesterday. 40 men killed, 8 transport vehicles destroyed, millions lost. But I can't seem to kill this bastard. Every time my men find him they immediately start shooting, but every time he gets back up as if nothing ever happened. And the way he kills is brutal as well. Explained Overhaul. Taking a closer look at the photos, Shigaraki noticed something. What is this, on the walls? That is his signature marking. 3 claw/scratch marks. How about we make a deal, help me with this problem and I'll help you with yours. Proposed Overhaul. Do you have a way to take down the speedster? Questioned Shigaraki. Overhaul smiled underneath his mask. I actually have 2 ways. So what do you say, wanna team up? 2 ways? How? Some sort of machine, said Shigaraki. Not a machine, but a person. I have one person who can get rid of the boy, permanently. Any more you have to agree to work with me. So I ask once again, will you team up? Asked Shigaraki. Shigaraki nodded, sounds like a plan to me. Alley, unknown city. Walking down an abandoned alley was someone wearing a trench coat, their face hidden. As they walked, however, the man's ear twitched. I know you're there. I also know you've been following me since I killed those men. You're no cop, so who the hell are you? The man asked. I'm surprised you could tell I was following you, said another man floating down into the alley. Yeah, well, you'd be surprised at what I can do. Suddenly a snick sound was heard and 3 blades came out from each of the man's fists. So who the hell are you? Easy, I'm not here to fight you. I just want some answers, said the man landing on the ground. That's when the man with the claws saw his face. You. Another clone. No. Not again, never again. The man with the claws jumped towards the other man with his claws at the ready. Raising his hand, the man who floated down suddenly made a ball of green energy appear in his hand. Guess we are doing this the hard way. The alley was then engulfed in a bright yellow light. Chapter 25, Unwilling. Exhausted, was what the entirety of Class 1A was feeling right now. Well, all but Izuku, they had just finished taking their provision license exams and thanks to their hard work they all passed. Those hellish weeks of training paid off. Man, that exam was harder than I thought it was going to be, said Mina, throwing herself onto the sofa. Right. I just want to rest for a bit, said Kirishima, also falling on the sofa. One by one the class fell or sat down to relax. Izuku looked at everyone. How are you guys tired? I didn't even sweat, plus, I wasn't running at full speed. Well, not all of us have super speed, said Bakugo. But since you're not tired, think you can bring us some food? Sure. What do you guys want? Asked Izuku. Momo slowly raised her hand. That pizza you brought over last week was good. Here, I have the money. Walking over, Izuku grabbed a bundle of cash from Momo. The class nodded in agreement. Bring that, please, said Toru. All right, 5 pizzas coming up. Be back in a flash. In a streak of green lightning, Izuku took off. The class sighed when they heard Izuku say that. Does he always have to say that? Asked Kirishima. I know, I already told him about it, but he still does it, said Bakugo. I guess it's his catchphrase now. He'll get over it soon, I hope. 2 minutes later the dorms were lit up with another flash of green. Sorry I'm late guys, I made a quick stop in Mexico and picked up some churros for dessert. I got your authentic Italian pizza right here. Buon appetito, he said in a broken Italian accent. The class immediately got up and grabbed the 5 boxes of pizza along with the churros from Mexico. Digging in, the class enjoyed their meal and talked with each other. But as they did, Izuku stealthily sneaked out and was now standing outside the dorms eating a slice. What are you doing out here by yourself? Asked someone from the dorm entrance. Izuku turned to find Uraka walking over to him. Oh Uraka, nothing, just thinking about the exam. Uraka stood beside him. Yeah, it was tough. We could have gotten it done sooner if you helped us. Izuku shrugged. Yeah, but if I did that it wouldn't have meant much to you guys. True, we needed to be the ones to pass. Although your help was appreciated. So thanks for that, said Uraka, smiling. I do what I can, said Izuku, finishing up his slice. So, that wasn't the only reason why you came looking for me, was it? Uraka nodded. Yeah, and I think you know what I want to talk about. Kaguya, said Izuku. Our daughter. Our daughter. Uraka turned to Izuku. Ever since that day I've gotten the feeling you've been avoiding me. At first I understood, but time passed and every time we would see each other, you'd actively try to avoid me. Sorry. I didn't mean to, but it's just, Izuku sighed. I don't know. You're worried about the future, this future, our future. Aren't you? Asked Uraka. Izuku nodded. Yes. Knowing what the future holds, it's terrifying. And what happens with Mei? You still don't get it, do you, Midoriya? Asked Uraka. Our future still hasn't been set in stone yet. On the contrary, I think it's diverging. Think about it, knowing our future already changes that future. Maybe we do end up together, maybe the world does end. But it can also not end. And Kaguya, there is a part of me that likes you and wants for her to be born. But your future could lead to something else, to someone else. No one's future has been decided yet, we choose what kind we want. But we sure as hell better make it a good one. Uraka. Izuku's eyes softened. You're right. I'll make my own future. Smiling, Uraka nodded, good. Now come on, let's head back to the others. She then turned her back. Oh right, before I forget. Uraka then suddenly leaned in and kissed Izuku on the cheek. Izuku was surprised, what? With her cheeks blushing, Uraka looked away. I know you have Mei and that you love her, so I won't do anything to get between you two. But I just wanted to let my feelings be known. Sorry. Izuku tried to talk to her, but Uraka quickly went back inside with the others. Still a bit shocked, Izuku took a minute. I'll have to apologize to Mei later, but Uraka is right, my future isn't written yet. Walking back inside the dorms, Izuku went back to socializing with his class. Back on the main campus, Aizawa had just finished giving Nezu the good news about the class. Walking to the dorms, he was going through some papers and was about to cross the quad area when he suddenly felt something or someone watching him. Turning around quickly, Aizawa found nothing, not a single student or teacher in sight. Was I just imagining it? It was now Monday morning and Class 1A was currently sitting around waiting for Aizawa to walk in. So now that we have our provisional licenses, do you guys think things will be different? Asked Kirishima. Maybe? They might switch up what we learn, said Sue, voicing her thoughts. Whatever it is, I just hope it's not boring, said Bakugo, leaning back on his chair. The lessons were boring. I'm sure it'll be fine, said Izuku. Just try not to fall asleep. Just then the doors to the room swung open and in walked Aizawa. Walking towards the podium, he nodded as the class was now silent. Good, you're learning. Let me once again congratulate everyone for passing the exam. But now that you all have it, it's about time we move on to bigger things. For example, work studies. This will be another opportunity for you to learn with heroes. That's when a hand went up. So is this like the hero internships? Asked Mina. In a way, yes. But, this time around the heroes will not be holding your hand. It will be as if you were all full-fledged heroes. Aizawa looked around the room to find that they were still a bit confused. Thought so, that's why I brought over some third years to explain. These students are ranked in the top 3 for the third year, or as we like to call them, the Big 3. So listen to what they have to say. Walking into the class were 3 students, a skinny-looking boy with messy hair, a girl with sleek long hair, and a bulky boy with a face that looked generic. All right, you 3, introduce yourselves. The first one to go was the boy with the messy black hair. The name is Tamaki Imajiki. Is all he had to say before turning his back to the class. What the heck is up with this guy? Thought Izuku, along with most of the class. Oh. Me next, said the girl with long hair. My name is Nehire Hato, nice to meet you all. Nehire scanned the class and found who she was looking for. With a big smile, Nehire walked over to Izuku. You're the first year I've been hearing a lot about. I also heard you are fast. Izuku was nervous. Nehire had gotten so close to his face. Yeah, I'm fast. Nehire's eyes sparkled. I want to see. Do something fast. Izuku wasn't sure, so he looked over at Aizawa who, to his surprise, nodded. Izuku sighed, all right, done. Nehire looked at Izuku confused, huh? But you didn't do anything. Izuku lifted up his hand and revealed that he had 3 ties. Missing something? Looking down at her chest, Nehire saw that the tie she wore with her uniform was missing. Along with both Tamaki's and the final boys. What? I didn't even see you move, said Nehire, surprised. Oh, and you might want these back as well. Here. Izuku then placed 3 ID cards down on his desk. Picking them up, Nehire's eyes widened. These are our school IDs. Mine was in my skirt pocket. Nehire then smiled. You really are fast. I bet you can even do naughty stuff. Izuku blushed, but his shyness soon turned to fear when he felt people gazing at him. He looked at his class to find all of the girls were giving him a look that said, "Don't you dare." I would never do anything like that, he said nervously. All right, Nehire, that's enough. Don't go causing problems for him, said the plain-looking boy. Hey there, my name is Mirio Tagata. It's nice to meet you. And there you have it. These three will talk about the differences between work-study and the internship, said Izuku, as Nehire handed back everyone's ID and tie. Actually Izuku, I think it's best if we show them the difference between the two. You know, with a demonstration. Suggested Mirio. Izuku shrugged, do what you want. Mirio gave a thumbs up, awesome. Let's meet up at Gamma Gym in 10. With that the big three walked out of the class, leaving 1A very much surprised. What just happened? Asked Kaminari. I think we just got into a fight, said Jiro. 10 minutes later. Now wearing their gym clothes, Class 1A were face to face with Mirio. So does anyone know what this guy's quirk is? Asked Mina. Nope, not at all, said Kirishima. We'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Izuku stood and watched as Mirio warmed up. Mirio Tagata, ranked 1 for the 3rd years. And the closest to becoming the number 1 hero, including the current roster. Not to mention his connection to All Might, who has taken a liking to him. In all intents and purposes, he is a prodigy. He then shifted his attention to Izuku, but 1A also has a prodigy. Now loosened up Mirio looked at Class 1A, let's get started shall we? Izuku narrowed his eyes, guys, make sure you watch out. We don't know what his quirk is. But before Izuku could finish explaining Bakugo rushed in, no time for that. I'm taking the first crack at him. Pointing his hands out in front of him Bakugo fired off a massive explosion. Nehire and Tamaki were a bit surprised that a first year had this kind of power. Hey he's not bad. Still, do you think Mirio will take it easy on them? Tamaki had his head against the wall, this is Mirio we're talking about, he won't hold back. As the dust from the explosion settled, Bakugo was confident that he got him. But much to his surprise, Mirio was nowhere to be found. What the? That was a nice explosion, said Mirio, appearing behind Jiro and far away from Bakugo. Turning Jiro screamed out in shock, the class turned to find a very much naked Mirio appearing from the ground. He can teleport? Questioned Kaminari. Nope. Answered Mirio. Want to take another guess? Punching Jiro in the stomach Mirio knocked her out and then disappeared underneath the floor. Izuku then noticed something, I see what's going on. He's not teleporting, but rather he's slipping through the floor. Oh? Fast and smart. You really are something else. Unfortunately, you're not fast enough, said Mirio appearing behind Izuku. Taking a swing, Mirio was inches from hitting the back of Izuku's head when all of a sudden his target disappeared. So slow, said Izuku, now behind Mirio, green lightning cracking around him. Nehire and Tamaki couldn't believe what they were seeing, he got behind Mirio. Now that's double impressive, said Nehire. Still, it won't do him any good, said Tamaki. Going in for a neck chop Izuku was about to hit Mirio when his hand phased right through. Swiping at the air, Izuku looked at Mirio, interesting. Countering, Mirio twisted his body and went in for a chest shot. But much like what happened to Izuku, his fist went right through. Two can play at that game. Sliding to a stop, Mirio stood face to face with Izuku. How did he do that? But Mirio didn't have time to think when a laser, tape, and acid came flying through him, causing Izuku to dodge. Don't let up. Ordered Bakugo. Shifting focus on the rest of the class Mirio would instead target them. Let's get rid of the distractions first. One by one Class 1A fell, even the strongest couldn't stand up to him. Once finished Mirio grabbed his pants, power. You do know I could have gotten them out of the way right? Asked Izuku. I mean, I didn't since this is a lesson but still. You only knocked them out because I let you. Oh? Is that so? Questioned Mirio. So you think you're faster than me? Izuku rubbed the back of his head, I mean, I know I am. Come on, in those 10 seconds you took I already know how your quirk works, what you need to do to use it, what your limit is, and how to counter it. Oh, and how is that? Asked Mirio, ready for anything. Easy, with speed. In a flash of green Izuku appeared in front of Mirio and landed a hit. Izuku's fist pushed Mirio back as he held his now bruised nose. It takes about 10 milliseconds for your brain to send a signal to your muscles. It takes at least another second to think about using your quirk. Not a lot of time, but more than enough for me. Sorry about this, I know you're my senior but you've been matched up with the wrong person. I see, then I guess it's time to stop messing around. Closing his eyes Mirio suddenly began to generate yellow lightning. Izuku's eyes widened, what the hell? Yellow lightning, could he be no, I destroyed that research. Snapping his eyes open, Izuku could see and feel that Mirio was now completely different. What did you just do? Asked Izuku, but Mirio just smiled. Did you take something? You could say that. Answered Mirio. But now I'm ready for whatever you got in store. Faster than Mirio could see, Izuku was suddenly in his face. What? Out of panic, Mirio swung wildly. Izuku dodged and took this chance, now that Mirio could be touched, to attack. But right as his fist was about to land, something came in from the roof. Seeing it, Izuku opened his fist and pushed Mirio out of the way, just as whatever it was, hit the ground. With the two now separated, Izuku relaxed. Hey Mirio, let's call it a day. I really don't want to deal with those two, he said, pointing towards the sideline. Mirio turned to find Nehire and Tamaki ready to fight. Seeing that even his friends wanted to jump and the lightning around Mirio died down before disappearing. Yeah, I think that's for the best. I didn't think the two of you would take it this far, said Aizawa, getting between the two. Sorry, after I saw that lightning. Izuku shook his head before smiling. No, it's nothing. Although, it is funny to see All Might choose his successor this early after his retirement. Seems to me that he already had you in mind. Turning, Izuku waved his hand. When it comes to physical strength you have me beat, most of the time. But when it comes to raw speed there's no comparing us. Anyway, I'm going to check up on my class, if you ever feel like sparring again let me know. Walking over to his class, Izuku checked each of them. They were fine and some were even waking up already. I heard what he did, what he's gone through. I'm surprised he can still smile after all that, said Mirio. It's a farce, answered Aizawa. The smile he wears isn't for himself, it's for others. He doesn't want people worrying about him. I've only seen him happy when he's with Hatsune. The rest he hides behind that smile, and the only thing holding him together is Hatsune. Mirio watched as Izuku helped his class up. Mirio, yelled Nehire, running over to him. Were you about to fight him for real? Would you have one? Maybe, if I could land a hit. But it's more likely I wouldn't even get close to his speed. Mirio closed his fists. Even with All Might's power I wouldn't be able to touch him. With the lesson now over and the big three explaining the difference, everyone began to head back to the classroom. But as they did, Izuku looked back at the floor and noticed that there was a scorch mark. It was too fast for anyone else to see, but Izuku saw it. Whatever came crashing down was green and seemed to be made of pure light. A green light falling from the sky, who could have done that? Little did Izuku know that the person who fired that beam of light was currently looking down at him from above, bathed in a green light and with a ring around their finger. Later after school, Izuku and Mei were walking up a familiar path. In one hand Izuku held Mei's hand, in the other two bundles of flowers. Trailing off the path the two stepped on grass, but Mei stayed behind. Walking over to a pair of headstones, Izuku was in a cemetery. Hey Mom, hey Dad, he said, stopping in front of the graves of his parents. Sorry it's been a while since I've been here. Some crazy stuff happened and I got a bit distracted. So to make it up to you I brought some flowers. Hope you like them. Bending down, Izuku placed one bundle on each of his parents' headstones. It's kind of a long story, so I'll tell you two about it later, promise. I brought Mei with me, but I kind of promised I'd be her test dummy for today and let her experiment on me, Izuku sighed. I better go, I'll be back soon. Walking back, Izuku met up with Mei. Done already? She asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, just wanted to say sorry, that's all. I'll be back. With that the two walked back down the path. Once outside the cemetery, Izuku stretched. Man, training has really been exhausting recently. I didn't think you could get tired, said Mei. Well, not really. I'm sure I do, but it's only when I push myself to the max, explained Izuku. Speaking of which, you ready to find out my top speed? Mei excitedly smiled. You bet. I can't wait to see how much faster you've gotten. But as she thought about all the tests she could run, her phone began to vibrate. Pulling out her phone, when she read the message her eyes widened. Izuku, we may have a problem. What is it? He asked. Someone broke into the hut. Izuku couldn't believe it. What? He yelled out. Picking up Mei, Izuku suddenly began to generate lightning. Hold on tight. In a flash Izuku ran through the streets. But as the trail of green dissipated, someone was watching them from behind a tree, their eyes glowing green. Within 10 seconds the two made it to the hut. Now standing inside he looked around but found no one. Huh? There's no one here. A small projection then appeared from the watch. No, that doesn't make any sense. The sensors picked up someone inside here. There's no way they could have left without making a sound or the cameras picking them up. Here, let me pull up the cameras. Walking over to the main computer, May brought up the cameras. An image popped up which showed the place empty. But only a few seconds later a flash of green light blinded all the cameras. Damn, they blinded our cameras, said May. Izuku then looked around, but it doesn't seem like they took anything. So they broke in just to show that they could? There are tons of my babies that are expensive here. Not to mention your prototype suits which are top of the line suits. Explained May. Wait, we got here in 10 seconds, how were they able to escape before we got here? Izuku raised an eyebrow. That's a valid point. Are they still here, or did they know we were on our way? Either way, I think some upgrades are due on this place. Think you can make some babies to fortify this place? May smiled as she pulled down her goggles. Making babies is what I do. You should make the adjustments on your suit. We'll find out your top speed later. Nodding, Izuku went to do just that. A few days had passed and Izuku was keeping his guard up when he went out. But that would prove difficult now that the hero work-study program was in full swing. On the days leading up to the final decision, Izuku wasn't sure who and where he wanted to go with. And to make matters more difficult, hero agencies from the US were calling. Most likely a trap to lure him in, but the offers came from heroes that typically worked without government support. But that didn't matter, Izuku wanted to stay in Japan. After some thinking, Izuku was going to go with the hero edge shot, but after some very persistent, convincing, Izuku gave in to Mirio's suggestion. A hero named Sir Nightai. And it even surprised Izuku to see All Might happy about this decision. Something was up and Izuku wanted to know what. Arriving at Nightai's agency, Izuku was accompanied by Mirio. Walking past the front desk, the two immediately went upstairs to Nightai's office. Hey sir. We're back, announced Mirio. Walking in, Izuku was met by the gaze of a rather tall man with green hair that had yellow streaks on it. The man also wore glasses and wore a suit. So you're Izuku Midoriya? A pleasure to finally meet you. Nightai then extended out a hand. Yeah, nice to meet you too, said Izuku, reaching out and shaking it. Thanks for having me. Think nothing of it. Before we do anything, I wish to see if you are worthy of being here. Mirio, please step outside for a second. Nodding, Mirio walked out of the room, leaving Izuku very confused. Now then, shall we begin? Your test is simple, take this stamp from me within 5 minutes. Do that and I'll accept you, deal? No offense sir, but I'll probably get it faster than you could see, said Izuku. Overconfidence can get you killed on the field. Trust me, this won't be as easy as you think, said Nightai. Now, go. With the signal now sent, Izuku activated his speed. Green lightning cracked around him as he took a step forward. With his surroundings slowed down, Izuku reached out to grab the stamp, but just as he was about to reach it, Sir Nightai moved out of the way. Izuku slid to a stop in front of an All Might poster. How did you do that? I told you, this wasn't going to be easy, Nightai said, still holding the stamp. Without saying a word, Izuku suddenly ran at Nightai again. But just as he was a few steps away, Izuku shifted towards the wall and jumped. Now bouncing off the wall and surrounding Nightai, Izuku jumped all around the hero. But every time he would reach out for the stamp, the hero simply moved out of the way. Gah! What is going on? I'm moving so fast, how are you reacting in time? That's when Izuku noticed Nightai's eyes. Both of them had a purple glow coming out of them and the entire pupil had a futuristic look. That's your quirk, but what does it do? For 3 minutes straight, Izuku would move around trying to get at the stamp, but nothing was working. But as the seconds passed, Izuku smiled. I get it now, you know what I'm going to do next. Your quirk allows you to see into the future. How right you are, but knowing this won't help you, said Nightai. And time is still running out. Man, you really should have done your research on me, said Izuku, sighing. I'll be taking that stamp now. Nightai couldn't help but smirk. You can try, but with my quirk I can see exactly what you are going to do. A look of horror then filled Nightai's face. Why your future? I can't see it. Why can't I see it? Now it was Izuku's turn to smirk. It's a closely guarded secret that only few know. Let's just say that I can manipulate time. The entire room was then filled with the rapid flashes of green lightning. Nightai shielded his eyes, but it was already too late. By the time Nightai could see again, Izuku was standing in front of him, holding the stamp. Looks like I won. Tell me, how did you do it? How did you make it so I couldn't see your future? Asked Nightai. I've manipulated time before, do you honestly believe I couldn't manipulate your quirk? Either way, the results were the same, said Izuku, tossing the stamp back. So have I proven myself? Catching the stamp, Nightai nodded. You certainly have. Make yourself comfortable, your hero study starts now. Leaving the room, Nightai was left thinking about what just happened and how exactly Izuku could do such a thing. But as he was thinking, his quirk suddenly activated again. However, something was wrong. A pulsating feeling was felt coming from the hero's head. Nightai couldn't even think about what was going on when he suddenly got a vision. The image was in black and white, but Nightai could see every detail. It was a city, a destroyed city. The image then went through and saw piles of dead people lining the street. The image then went through the city and stopped when someone was seen kneeling down as explosions and heroes leapt behind them. The image then panned to the person's front, where Nightai could see that another person was present. But they weren't moving. The person kneeling down dropped their head as tears ran down their face. Soon bolts of lightning came crashing down around the person. Nightai couldn't believe it. It was Izuku. He watched as Izuku cried out. What followed was a flash of light and nothing else. Nightai tried to make out who it was he was holding but couldn't. Now breathing heavily, Nightai tried to compose himself. What did I just see? Was it Midoriya's future? But I couldn't see 5 seconds into his future. How can I see much further than that? Either way, I need to tell Nezu about this. UA. Mei was currently working on an end-of-the-year project for her class. She was given the task to build a working prototype for a hero that jumps really high. The end goal was to minimize the shock from landing from a high distance, without losing power or speed. Simple enough on paper, but Mei had a tendency to build large, sometimes bulky babies. Working at her station, Mei had her goggles down and was soldering a few electrical components together. This magnetic absorber in the Kevlar is too heavy. Maybe if I used another material, or maybe I can integrate the shock absorber into the material itself? I would go with aerogel. It's soft, light, and you can basically mold it to whatever shape you want, said a voice beside Mei. Startled, Mei took off her goggles and was surprised to find Melissa. What are you doing here? You agreed to stay away. Melissa smiled. I did, stay away from Midoriya, that is. I'm still able to visit the school when he's not here. What do you want? Asked Mei, in a cold and stern voice. Sensing some hostility, Melissa backed up a bit. Easy, I just want to talk. Mei went back to her project. About? I sure hope it's not about Izuku. No, nothing like that, but it is related to him. Mei raised an eyebrow. After my encounter with the evil me, I spent months trying to detect any space-time ruptures. And since then I've detected 2, one of those is when that other speedster arrived. The first one was during the sports festival. Yeah, I know that already. What are you getting at? Asked Mei. Well, I've detected several dozen ruptures. Hearing that, Mei stopped her work. Each right after Midoriya's fight with a foe. But this wasn't someone traveling through time. What I detected was vibrations. Mei then looked at Melissa. See what I'm getting at? Izuku said that in order to fix everything they needed to vibrate at a certain speed. Melissa nodded. And there is also a theory that suggests that the reason we can't see other universes, other worlds, is because they vibrate at a different frequency than ours. Melissa nodded, and if those two rupture the divide between them, that would mean we may have some visitors from other worlds. The very thought of other people from other Earths both scared and excited Mei. Have you told anyone about this yet? No, but I was going to tell Uncle Mike later today. Explained Melissa. Mei thought about it. We should also tell Izuku about this. He should know more about this than me. But I'm warning you now, do not do anything to Izuku. He's already on edge since he lost his daughter, don't make it worse. With Izuku, night time. Night had fallen on the city. Izuku was currently standing in the middle between 2 people arguing in the streets. Alright, you two, please stop. But try as he must, the 2 men wouldn't stop yelling at each other. However, the situation changed when they both activated their quirks. One had some sort of an ocular quirk that fired a laser, while the other could throw spikes from his mouth. Seeing this, Izuku now had the right to use force, activating his speed. Green lightning sparked around him. Then, everything came crawling down to a complete stop. This was, as Izuku put it, speedster time. In a flash, Izuku grabbed the man who fired the laser and threw him into a trash can. Once he was in there, Izuku looked around and saw a civilian with some sunglasses. Grabbing them, he placed them over the man's eyes, preventing him from firing more lasers. Izuku then turned his attention to the man who could throw the spikes. Noticing that he had already fired 4 spikes, Izuku grabbed all 4 out of the air. He then appeared in front of the man and lightly tapped him in the chest. This caused the man to go flying towards a wall. Izuku then threw the man's own spikes at him. Now pleased at what he did, Time once again began to speed up before returning to normal. The man in the trash can was hit in the head with the lid of said trash can. The other man was pinned against the wall, with the spikes he threw hitting the loose parts of his clothes. You know, I tried to be reasonable. But once you used your quirks, it became another story, said Izuku, his green lightning still sparking around him. Good job, Flash, said Mirio, walking up to him in his hero suit that had 1 million printed on the chest. You handled that situation perfectly. Thanks, said Izuku. Still, I can't seem to find out why these two were fighting. They weren't drunk, nor on any substance, and according to witnesses they didn't even bump into each other. Weird. Mirio thought about it. That is weird. Could it have been someone's quirk? Could be. Whatever, the scene is clear and people are safe. That's all that matters, said Izuku, smiling. Right. I don't know if you need a break, but take one anyway. I'll wrap things up with the police. Just then Izuku's communicator pinged, signaling a call. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be over here if you need me. Walking over to the side of the road, Izuku pressed the communicator in his ear. Hello? Izuku. It was May. Are you busy? For you, May, never. So what's up? You're calling pretty late, is everything fine? Izuku asked. Yeah, everything is fine, for now I think. Look, there's something you need to know. It involves your fight with a foe. Izuku flinched when he heard that name. Do you think it's possible if... But before May could ask her question, someone tapped Izuku on the shoulder. Hey, are you that super guy from the sports festival? Izuku smiled with his back turned. Sorry May, give me a second. Yeah, I am. Are you a fan or something? He asked, as he turned around. Yeah, I'm a big fan. Izuku was then met by the face of a very scary looking man. His eyes were wide, his teeth showing, and he wore a dark hat. Izuku was so fixated on the man's face that he didn't even notice that the man was holding something. A loud bang was then heard rippling through the crime scene. Heroes flinched and citizens ran. Mirio turned to find Izuku's body falling to the ground and the man holding the smoking gun. Without a second thought, Mirio ran over and tackled the man, knocking the gun away before he could fire again. The officers already on the scene helped as they cuffed him. Mirio then turned to Izuku. Flash! Flash! On the floor, Izuku gasped for air as he held his chest with blood running down his chest and onto the floor. Mirio examined the wound. It didn't go through, the bullet is still inside. We need to move him now. All the while May was hearing what was going on. Izuku. I heard a loud noise. Izuku. Can you hear me? She then checked his vitals and noticed that they were dropping. Izuku is in trouble. Back on the scene, Izuku tried to keep himself awake. Fuck. This hurts. I should have been paying attention. No, I can't worry about that now, I need to get the bullet out. I can feel it, it missed my heart, but it punctured a lung. Slowly raising his hand, Izuku began to vibrate it. Mirio was surprised. What are you doing? Izuku gritted his teeth as he plunged his hand into his own chest. Groaning in pain, Izuku felt the bullet inside his chest and began to move around for it. Eventually he found it. Grabbing it, he began to slowly pulling his hand free. The police and paramedics were astonished as Izuku now held the bullet he was just shot with. I got it, said Izuku, his breathing heavy. May, I'm fine. May sighed as Izuku's vital signs returned to normal. Thank goodness. Izuku coughed a few times before moving around, much to the paramedics' pleading not to. But he wouldn't stay still, besides, his wound was already healing. By the time the EMTs got to him, the wound had already closed. How are you feeling? Mirio asked. Like I just got shot, said Izuku, feeling his chest. I can still feel it inside. Still though, that was real dumb of me, I should have seen it coming. I could have phased through it or taken the guy down at least. Don't beat yourself up over it, said Mirio. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, but a bullet really does hurt, said Izuku, holding the bullet in his hand. That's when Izuku noticed something. Hey, it might be because of the shock, but, does that look like a needle to you? Mirio got a close look at the bullet and did notice that the end was pointed. It is, so, should you get checked out? Izuku looked at his chest and watched as the wound healed completely. Nah, I'm good. Are you sure? We could just have them look you over, said Mirio, motioning to the EMTs. I'm sure. Watch. Izuku then pressed his communicator. May is monitoring my vitals and she says it's all good. Trust me, I'm fine. Seeing that Izuku wasn't going to back down, Mirio offered him instead a hand up. Well then, get up. We still have a job to do. Taking his hand, Izuku got to his feet. Right, where to next? We just got a call of a villain robbing a convenience store. It's on the other side of the city. Explained Mirio. Race you there? Izuku smiled. You're on. Facing down an empty road, Izuku and Mirio got ready. On your marks, get set, go, yelled Mirio. In a flash and boom, the two raced down the street. Together they dodged and moved in between the people, careful not to hurt anyone. In that time frame, Izuku had a slight lead. But as his lightning sparked around him, Izuku's eyes suddenly widened. Feeling a sharp pain in his chest, Izuku got scared. But his fright soon turned to horror as he suddenly lost his lightning and with it, his speed. With the sudden loss of his powers, Izuku couldn't slow down. Shit, he yelled out as he tripped on his own feet and began to tumble. Rolling on the floor, Izuku came to a sudden stop when he slammed up against a car, denting its driver's side door. Izuku, now pinned, had severe road rash, blood running down his forehead, and had one of his arms dangling. Slowly Izuku's vision began to fade, but not before seeing Mirio run up to him. Flash! Flash! Can you hear me? Flash! Oh God, what happened? Hold on, I'm calling for help. The final thing Izuku saw was Mirio frantically calling someone and a green light in the sky. Yakuza hideout. Overhaul was currently on a call with someone, and are you sure it worked? Good, even though it's temporary, this little test run showed us her powers can disrupt even his speed. Keep an eye on his condition. With that, Overhaul hung up the phone. I assume everything went as you wanted to? Asked Shigaraki. They went even better than I had hoped for, said Overhaul. Good, so are you going to tell me how these bullets are made? Questioned Shigaraki. Overhaul got up from his seat. I will, in due time. All I can say is that the source of the bullets is a person and their quirk is unique. Going down deeper into the Yakuza hideout, there was a door that stood out from the others. While the others had nothing on them, this one had a name tag. Eerie. Inside, the room was dark, there was only a bed and a small blanket. And hiding under that blanket was a small child, no more than 4 years old. They rocked themselves back with tears in their eyes and the blanket over their head. Someone, please, help me.